Imagine the entire world suddenly plunging into a brutal ice age. Outside, the temperature has plummeted to -60 degrees Celsius. In these frozen conditions, warmth and food are the most precious resources in the icy concrete jungle of. At first, the survivors try working together to make it, but they quickly realize there simply is not enough food or warmth for everyone. And just like that, a real war breaks out inside the freezing, dark hallways of the apartment complexes. But in the middle of this chaos, Han Fong has absolutely no fear. Living inside his fortified shelter with unlimited warmth, beautiful women, and endless food. See, he is a regressor who went back in time before the disaster to prepare. And he even got a cheat ability that lets him clone and multiply any food source. He did not stop there either, later building himself a massive, impenetrable fortress complete with advanced heating, a greenhouse, and even a working sauna. So how did it all begin? Let us take a look. Suddenly, the broadcast cuts to silent static, replaced by a desperate voice shouting Han Fong's name. Shivering violently from the cold, he walks over to open the door. Peeking through the peephole, he sees his longtime crush, Hyuna. She is practically freezing to death, barely able to squeeze out a single word. Without a second thought, he opens the door. He needs to check on her, so he quickly pulls her inside. Out of nowhere, Hyuna throws herself at him with a passionate kiss, leaving Han Fong completely shocked and frozen in place. She is putting everything she has into this kiss. By the time she pulls away, the poor guy is left utterly speechless, totally unable to comprehend why she is suddenly acting this way. Keep in mind, she is his ultimate dream girl, so he is probably feeling like the luckiest man alive, thinking he finally won her heart. Right then, Hyuna confesses her feelings, telling him that she has always secretly loved him. After experiencing the horrors of the apocalypse, she claims she finally realized that a kind guy like him is the only one who truly cares. To make it even more convincing, Hyuna guides his hand to her body so he can feel her racing heartbeat, whispering that she is ready to do absolutely anything with him. And, yep, this is the classic honey trap. And our guy is falling for it hard, because while he is busy dreaming about romantic things happening between them, Hyuna is intentionally getting closer, pressing against him to make him lose his focus and drop his guard completely. He returns her feelings, saying that even though she is his whole world, moving this fast right now just does not make any sense. Hyuna is an absolute master manipulator, gently telling our guy to close his eyes so he can just relax and enjoy the moment. Filled with excitement, he closes his eyes, wondering what will happen next. He is probably feeling as thrilled as a little kid. But right as he gets ready for another kiss from his dream girl, her trash boyfriend sneaks up behind him and brutally bashes his skull in. A heavy, savage blow to the head drops him instantly, leaving him in a pool of his own blood. The poor guy shivers in absolute agony on the cold ground, while Hyuna looks on in horror. She claims she did not expect them to actually commit murder in cold blood, but her boyfriend quickly reminds her that she cannot act innocent now, since they both knew from the very start that Han Fong had to die. They were never going to spare Han Fong. Not when everyone in this frozen doomsday is only looking out for themselves. Instead of feeling any remorse, they are laughing with joy as they start digging through his supplies and raiding his loot. As for the nice guy who tried to show some kindness, he is left struggling in a pool of his own blood, unable to move. As death slowly creeps in, the absolute last thing he sees is Hyuna celebrating happily next to her scumbag boyfriend. His entire life was cut short, all because of the twisted trap of a heartless woman. So in his final breath, he swears that if he ever gets a second chance, he will never let himself be treated like a toy again. As his consciousness fades into total darkness, the terror disappears, replaced by a warm, shimmering light pulling him closer and closer. At first, he genuinely thinks he is headed to heaven, but his naive expectations shatter as his soul is hit with a wave of pure agony, fracturing into 100 pieces. Then, with a sudden gasp, he sits straight up in his own bed. His face is soaked in sweat as he looks around, completely confused by his surroundings. Han Fong was literally dying just seconds ago, but now he is completely fine. Not only that, the world is fine too. There is no sign of the apocalypse, and the sun is still warm, even after waiting 30 minutes. It is a gentle warmth he truly believed he would never get to experience again. Staring at his calendar, Han Fong checks the date and realizes today is June 28th, while the frozen apocalypse from his past timeline is not scheduled to begin until July 15th. This means he has successfully traveled back in time right after his death, bringing him back in time just weeks before the end of the world. With pure shock, disbelief, and confusion written all over his face. He obviously never expected to get reborn, but this time he returns with a few major changes. For starters, Let us talk about that glowing red hand. Ever since Han Feng woke up, his right hand has not stopped glowing with a strange, deep red light. He tries waving it around to make it stop, but nothing works. Oddly enough, the mysterious glow actually feels incredibly warm and does not hurt him at all. At first, he thinks his mind is playing tricks on him, but then Han Feng suddenly sneezes, triggering a crazy twist. His hand, glowing red a second ago, now flares with a brilliant green light, leaving him totally confused. This time is different, though, because Han Feng completely loses control of the glow, watching in panic as the green light surges and grows even brighter. Panic sets in, and he just stands there, totally overwhelmed by this bizarre new problem. Slowly, the floating light shrinks back into his palm. This green energy behaves totally differently from the red one. It is incredibly strange. Collapsing to the floor, his energy completely bottoms out. Yeah, ever since this green light turned on, his body feels more exhausted than ever before. He waves his hands in pure, frustrated anger. Then it hits Han Feng. This is exactly like those crazy manhwa stories he loves to read. The reborn main character gets completely overpowered cheat skills. Eager to test his new powers, our guy pulls out a damn kitchen knife, hoping for some miracle to happen. But of course, absolutely nothing happens. The blade stays totally normal, leaving him standing there looking like a complete clown. To make matters worse, his stomach starts growling loudly from that brutal energy drain. Checking the fridge is a total waste of time because it is completely empty. This situation is getting way worse than he expected. He needs to eat something fast or he might pass out again. Luckily, his eyes land on a small jar of roasted soybeans. Literally, the only edible snack left for this grim apocalypse. It is not a real meal, but it will have to do. He pops a single bean into his mouth and boom, the soybean instantly explodes into a fully grown green plant. Suddenly, the green glow on his hand vanishes, taking all his exhaustion with it. Han Feng has no clue if the soybean triggered this or if he did something else. Snapping off a sprout, he stares in absolute awe. This right here is his new superpower. He is incredibly impressed and wants to study this deeper, but his current situation leaves him with a few urgent problems to handle first. First up, stockpiling supplies to survive the looming apocalypse. He heads straight to the local supermarket. Soon, he is weaving through a bustling crowd of shoppers, everyone chatting away, totally clueless about the future. Han Feng tries to organize his messy thoughts. He has 2 glowing hand powers now, but that green light is wildly unstable and completely drains his physical energy. And then there is the final piece, easily the coolest part. The second his glowing hand touched that raw soybean, it sprouted into a real plant. Still, he cannot figure out the exact mechanics of his power, which frustrates him as he walks. Suddenly, a painfully familiar voice cuts through the noise. Hyuna, the exact same traitor who got him killed in his past life. She is stunningly beautiful, but getting involved with her is a one-way ticket to the grave. Han Feng is pretty shocked to run into her here. To give you some context, Han Feng had been hopelessly in love with Hyuna for 3 long years. He used every trick in the book to win her over, but deep down, he always knew he was just her backup plan. But now, knowing how she used him and literally left him to die in cold blood, his chest burns with pure rage. Absolute fury flows through his veins, but he is too smart to lose his cool right now, especially with his fresh start at life. Han Feng forces himself to calm down, saving his sweet revenge for later. Right now, he has to focus on gathering supplies. Hyuna plays the sweet, caring girl, waving her hand to grab his attention, since he seems totally spaced out. Han Feng barely manages a polite nod. He flatters her, saying her beauty stunned him for a second. Giggling, she calls him a sweet talker, instantly thinking this is the perfect chance to drag him along for shopping. But watch this, he completely blows her off, walking right past her like she does not even exist. The sudden rejection hits her like a truck, leaving her completely speechless. Han Feng knows her game. She only invited him to act as her personal ATM and carry her heavy grocery bags. He is absolutely done being her loyal little pet. That life is over for good. This mall is legendary for having the absolute largest stockpile of goods in the entire city. In his past life, the second the frozen apocalypse hit, this entire building was completely looted overnight, and nobody ever figured out who cleaned the place out. But this time, Han Feng plans to grab everything he possibly can. Being smart, he actually wrote down a detailed survival list of every single necessity he needs. We are talking food, warm winter clothes, medicine, fuel, and tons of survival gear. But even with this massive shopping list, our boy runs into a major second problem. This broke guy has no cash to buy a single thing. While he is sitting there throwing a tantrum, Han Feng gets a sudden text showing he is approved for a massive loan of 170,000 yuan this year. In the end, this is his golden ticket. I mean, who actually pays back loans when the world is ending? So, he opens up every single loan app he can find on the internet, tapping away to make sure he borrows cash from absolutely everywhere. The scene shifts to Hina, who is incredibly annoyed with how he treated her earlier today. This spoiled girl simply cannot accept that her personal ATM would suddenly shut her out like that. That selfish attitude says it all, especially since she literally ended up getting our boy killed in his past life. Right now, Hina is cursing Han Feng as a pathetic loser, planning to make him pay in the future. Speak of the devil, right? Suddenly, a brand new car pulls up next to her and honks. Hina is completely shocked to find out that the guy behind the wheel is the exact person she was badmouthing. He rolls down the window and casually says he just bought it because his rich dad sent him tons of cash from America. He also mentions being busy driving his dad to the airport. Hearing this completely cools her temper, making her believe he only brushed her off because of important family matters. She immediately apologizes for bugging him. Like a master manipulator, she plays cute, crying and complaining about how cruel he is being. But watch Han Feng here. His reaction is absolutely gold. He playfully calls her silly and pulls her close, promising he would never abandon someone as incredibly important to him as she is. The arrogant girl thinks she hit the jackpot and starts playing with his feelings, pretending she feels the exact same way to control him. She even suggests going out for a movie and a nice dinner. But while she is talking, our guy is already walking away and loading up tons of heavy boxes. He complains about being busy unpacking, leaving Hina totally confused as to why he suddenly bought all these random supplies. In response, Han Feng just acts cool and says he did it to keep her guessing about what comes next. He hints that he has a special gift waiting for her, which immediately cheers her up, so she heads home excited to see it. Hina walks away with a smug, satisfied smile, thinking she won, completely unaware that our boy has the exact same look on his face. They are both playing each other, but there is no way he is ever letting her in on his stockpile secret. It is the only ticket he has to survive this brutal, freezing apocalypse. When the final hour hits and the world falls into ruin, Han Feng is ready to get brutal revenge on his killer and Hina. He even admits that payback makes him genuinely look forward to the disaster. Honestly, I have a feeling Hina is going to pay dearly, and it will be sweet revenge. The end is only 2 weeks away. On that fateful day, heavy snow will bury the entire planet, dragging temperatures down to -20 degrees Celsius, before dropping to a deadly -70 over the next month. As ice claims everything, even stepping outside will become completely impossible for anyone. And that is exactly why food is so vital. He secretly hauls everything up to his apartment, packing it carefully to avoid any suspicion of hoarding, while moving the bulkiest gear in the dead of night when nobody is watching. But surviving the frozen wasteland means dealing with another massive issue: electricity. Grid power will fail, making fuel absolute gold, which is why Han Feng smartly bought a full 1-year supply to keep things running. But wait, check out his next move. He knows standard heating will fail, so he hires a private construction crew to fully reinforce his entire apartment, sealing it tight against the incoming sub-zero apocalypse. He even designs a hidden room for his stash, keeping it safe from prying eyes while having easy access to whatever he needs. Once his prep work is finally finished, the 14th day of the month arrives, leaving just 24 hours before the temperature plunges to an uncontrollable, deadly low. With the physical prep complete, the last item on his list is to master his superpower, his only shield against freezing to death. Even Han Feng knows that hoarding canned beans alone won't keep him alive. Fortunately, his plant creation power is a beacon of hope. Right in front of him are soybeans grown entirely using his ability, and it is time for a taste test. The catch is he still hasn't figured out the trigger for his skills. Regardless, Han Feng decides to scoop up a spoonful and face his fears, hoping this supernatural food is actually edible. After emptying half the plate, it is safe to say these magic beans aren't causing any terrible side effects. This means he can safely produce and eat a limitless food supply using his power. But the hard part is figuring out what exactly triggers this glowing hand of his. Based on his initial tests, he has only really tried this power on soybeans so far, so he raids the fridge, hoping to grab some other vegetables to test things out. Afternoon flies by, and night falls. Han Feng groggily opens his eyes, feeling incredibly weak and wondering if he just passed out. Holding some broccoli in his hand, the kitchen floor is covered in scattered vegetables. He cannot even think straight because his powers drain so much energy. That seems to be the only catch so far. He quickly eats those soybeans from earlier. Still, he realized he learned something pretty crucial about his ability. Let us talk about exactly what went down right before he blacked out. He had actually ordered a whole bunch of items to test his limits, using his power on various kinds of plants. Here is the strange part. Quite a few plants showed absolutely no reaction at all, but with others, like those seeds, they fully sprouted into complete plants. Just like his soybean test. But wait, there is also a third group. Some of them literally exploded right in his palms. This part is still a massive mystery to him. Han Feng also noticed some charred, coal-like chunks left over from those explosions. But that actually turned out to be a good thing, since he can store and burn them later for heat. With this discovery, he successfully figured out a way to keep himself warm during the brutal apocalypse that is just around the corner. Now watch, this is where the real grind begins. He concentrates, pushing his limits with more tests. Despite failing initially, once Han Feng really concentrates his energy, the magical effect becomes incredibly clear, delivering exactly what he wanted. Drained of all energy, he collapses straight onto the floor. Back in the present, he seems quite confused by the logic of his own powers. Some plants react, while others do absolutely nothing. It is really tough to predict what works and what does not. Still, this experience helps him realize a vital key to the trigger. Since this bizarre ability is deeply tied to his conscious mind, he tries to meditate, seeking a profound state to feel completely at one with nature, a deep connection between his mind and his body. The power of imagination actually pays off, because the moment he opens his eyes, Han Feng is thrilled to see his hand glowing green. This confirms his theory that his powers are linked directly to his consciousness. To double-check, he decides to test it on some raw meat. Sadly, the poor guy is totally disappointed when the green glow does absolutely nothing to the meat. Does that mean he has to survive on nothing but vegetables for the rest of his life? Even after concentrating and begging his power to work, nothing happens. This setback forces him to question his whole theory once again. Remember his little meditation session from earlier. While doing that, he actually sensed two unique, distinct colors, one being red and the other green. And up until now, he has only messed around with the green one. So this time, he squeezes his eyes shut, hoping to link his mind to that second power. To his absolute shock, his hand starts glowing red, and when he touches the meat, it turns into a horrific, spiky mass that is completely unrecognizable. Feeling totally repulsed by the gross result, he drops the meat on the ground, slowly leaning in to inspect it again. Han Feng pinches and squeezes the meat, wondering how exactly it reacted to the red light radiating from his hands. Strangely, it looks like the meat has actually been cooked quite thoroughly. Hold on, look closely at this. This is definitely not just about heat, and he is finally starting to put the puzzle pieces together. It is not that the meat was cooked at all, quite the opposite. This thing is actually decaying at an accelerated rate. With this sudden realization, he makes a massive, eye-opening discovery. The green light speeds up natural evolution, while the red light halts it completely, reversing the entire process into raw decay. Attempting to combine both powers, he clamps both hands onto the meat, triggering a burst of yellow light that merges everything into a massive, fresh slab. But that also makes him wonder, what on earth happened to those raw soybeans he was holding earlier? They have completely vanished, which probably means they somehow fused right into the meat. Han Feng is absolutely blown away by the sheer potential of his powers. Upon closer inspection, he reaches a wild conclusion. This is honestly the freshest piece of meat he has ever laid eyes on. Thrilled by his success, he immediately tries to do it again. But luck is not on his side this time, and he fails so hard that everything goes black. He slams his fist onto the floor in pure frustration, but eventually calms down and regains his patience. After all, he has plenty of time to master his powers, and he is pretty happy with the massive discoveries he made in just one single day. If he can truly master this broken ability, he thinks he might just become a godlike superhuman, standing at the very top of this new world. But then, reality hits. Food is not the only thing he is going to need to survive. What he desperately needs right now is a weapon to protect himself from other survivors. Just as he thinks about going outside to buy a weapon, he remembers the apocalypse is already starting. And just like before, the world is experiencing insane snowfall in July. He heads out anyway, convinced he has to track down a firearm before the temperature drops to a freezing -45 degrees. The catch is, buying a weapon legally is flat out impossible, since firearms are completely banned in the country. Lost in thought, he spots a guy with wild, neon-dyed hair, boasting about being the little brother of some big boss in the local syndicate. We all know this classic petty brag, claiming my brother is richer than yours just to win some stupid street argument. Han Feng actually recognizes this absolute clown from somewhere. Between that atrocious fashion sense and his ridiculous attitude, it is no wonder the neighborhood hilariously ended up giving him the perfect. Let us look at Li Zi, or Du, the drifter, who actually lives in the same neighborhood as our main character. This guy is known as a shady middleman who claims to have tight connections with literally everyone in town. Whenever neighbors ask what he is up to, he immediately acts like he is the busiest man alive. He is always talking about handling multi-million-dollar projects with his big boss. But in reality, the guy is completely jobless. He just hangs around, loudly complaining on his phone and faking massive business deals. Staring at the idiot, Han Feng wonders if this useless loudmouth could actually help him score the weapon he needs. He walks over, greets Du the drifter, and acts like they are old buddies from back in the day. The thing is, Du has absolutely no clue who our guy is. So, Han Feng plays along as little Han, feeding the idiot's pride, and pretending they are long-lost friends who simply forgot. The gullible drifter bites the bait, quickly apologizing for his terrible memory. He blames it on being so incredibly busy. Han Feng scans the street, leans in close, and quickly explains exactly what he is looking for. Once he finishes, Du the drifter recoils in pure shock, genuinely wondering what on earth this kid needs a gun for. Before Han Feng can even fabricate a decent excuse, the blonde thug pulls him aside. He warns him that playing with firearms is a serious crime around here, as they are strictly illegal. And even if he does have the shady connections to pull it off, that doesn't mean Du the drifter has any interest in getting mixed up in dangerous, illegal business. Han Feng quickly clarifies, spinning a lie that he only needs a weapon for self-defense because someone is out for blood. He fabricates a wild story about a random traffic dispute on his way to work. They both rode motorcycles, and the other guy carelessly spat right in his face. Naturally, that set him off. He confronted the clown right then and there, beating him down in front of a whole crowd. After humiliating the guy, he let him crawl away. But the jerk held a serious grudge, swearing he would return with his entire gang. And sure enough, the very next day, our guy got jumped and absolutely pulverized by the whole crew. They mocked him mercilessly, bruising Han Feng from head to toe. After that brutal beating, he realized he desperately needed a weapon to protect himself. Luckily, Du the drifter completely falls for the sob story, loudly agreeing that spitting in another man's face is crossing a major line. He firmly believes that kind of disrespectful behavior deserves severe punishment, though Han Feng starts to think this absolute idiot completely missed the point of his story. Even so, Du the drifter drapes his arm over Han Feng's shoulder like a self-appointed savior, promising to handle the entire situation. He is going to call his big boss and get this whole mess sorted out in no time. Han Feng is thrilled that his plan is working beautifully. Du then suggests they take the bus, claiming his own luxury ride is currently in the shop. Han Feng smoothly plays along, gesturing toward his own heavy-duty truck to show they have a ride ready to go. As they drive, Du's eyes go wide with shock as he asks about the price. Our main character casually reveals it cost $700,000, which feels like a total steal to him. Meanwhile, this clown is snap-happy, taking selfies left and right like some wannabe social media superstar. The funny part is, he captions the photos as if this luxury SUV is actually his. Speaking of his legendary big boss, the syndicate crew is currently huddled around a fire to keep warm. Complaining about the ridiculously freezing weather, the truck finally pulls up, and Du the drifter immediately leaps out. He struts around, acting completely smug. The rest of the gang looks on in utter disbelief, shocked that Du now has his own set of luxury wheels. To make things worse, the shameless idiot actually lies to their faces, claiming he bought it with $700,000 of his own cash. Han Feng has to admit, the guy has some serious balls to lie like that, right in front of the actual owner. Moving on, the loudmouth thug leads Han Feng straight inside to meet his big boss. Like any typical gang leader, this boss is covered in head-to-toe tattoos. He is clearly not thrilled to see his underling here, immediately kicking the blonde idiot out the door. Fumbling, Du dumps all the pressure straight onto Han Feng, blabbing that his new buddy here is looking to buy a firearm. The boss looks caught off guard at first, throwing our guy a pretty cold, intimidating glare. Han Feng stands there tense. The boss is mostly just annoyed they came all this way for some cheap handgun instead of something actually interesting. He orders his goon to grab a basic pistol, tossing it over to Han Feng with a price tag of $6,000. But our guy is not in the mood to play around with some tiny, weak handgun. He is here preparing for the upcoming global apocalypse, so he demands a rifle with a scope. The boss is stunned by his absolute audacity, demanding to know why a kid is asking for a sniper rifle. He bluntly reminds Han Fong that they aren't here to negotiate, and he shouldn't be looking around like this place is his own private shopping mall. Yeah, the boss is just a massive egoist, throwing a huge temper tantrum for absolutely no reason. That's right when our vagabond friend steps in with his wild stories, instantly fabricating yet another completely ridiculous lie. This time, he claims Han Fong's wife cheated on him 3 times. By the end of this crazy story, the boss is absolutely furious, feeling deep anger for our main guy. Honestly, these ridiculous stories are dramatic enough to be made into a movie. But hey, the boss finally agrees to the sniper rifle request, though he says it will still take a few days to secure. Han Fong is just relieved his request is actually getting processed. Meanwhile, the underboss Cheng Ji is ordered to arrange a semi-automatic handgun for him too. In a surprising twist, the boss actually decides to show some pity, gifting a handgun to our guy completely free of charge. Han Fong is genuinely stunned to see him hand over the pistol without asking for a single cent. To return the favor, our main guy decides to share a crucial piece of insider information with the gang. He tells them he has close connections deep inside the government, warning that the crazy weather is only going to get worse. This means they must stockpile vital supplies immediately before they run out. This time, Han Fong keeps a dead serious expression, which adds a lot of weight to his warning. The boss actually agrees to take his advice, and that is how they finally wrap up their meeting with him. On the way back, the vagabond, Lee, brags about how he handled the negotiation like a total professional peacekeeper. He also notes how lucky they were that his boss was in a pretty good mood today. Han Fong is genuinely grateful, and even promises to buy him a massive stash of cigarettes. The vagabond tries to act polite and decline at first, but he quickly gives in to the sweet offer. The funniest part is him asking for exactly 8 cartons of cigarettes, thinking he is making a massive demand. While the guy keeps rambling, Han Fong focuses entirely on his survival checklist. He already has everything needed for the apocalypse, so his remaining time will go toward researching his newly awakened. The only real problem left to tackle is securing a massive, reliable food supply, and then it is smooth sailing. Just look at this. Right when he gets super confident about his master plan, he slips in front of the vagabond and takes a brutal fall. Han Fong's leg feels absolutely shattered as he shivers on the ground in excruciating pain. The vagabond just stands there, completely clueless about what the hell just happened out of nowhere. Our boy has a strong suspicion that his leg is broken. He quickly tosses the car keys to the vagabond, begging him to drive them to the nearest hospital. Staring back in pure, awkward silence, the blonde thug sheepishly admits he does not even have a driver's license, so they have to try the old-school way instead. The thug tries carrying our guy on his shoulder, but the scene is so pathetic that Han Fong just calls a taxi to end the torture. Cut to the next scene. We are at the hospital reception desk, where the head nurse, Qin Shui, is working the night shift. She notices the snow falling heavier with each passing hour. Suddenly, she gets an urgent call to the main lobby because they are desperately short-staffed. By the way, our guy actually did break his leg. He is sitting in the hospital lobby, completely devastated as he reads the diagnosis of his fracture. And talk about terrible luck. He planned absolutely every single detail perfectly, only for one stupid, random accident to come along and ruin his entire timeline. His vagabond buddy Lee bids him farewell, claiming he has a ton of other shady deals to handle on his super busy schedule. Well, that puts Han Fong right back at square one. He is entirely alone, and now he has to navigate around with a busted leg. The hospital is packed to the brim, with patient numbers spiking rapidly due to the insane freezing weather and alarming temperatures outside. This is just a grim preview of how bad things are going to get out there in the coming weeks. Han Fong is stuck waiting for his medication, but the queue is endless. That is when he spots a stunningly beautiful nurse in the distance, checking a patient's pulse. She is highly trusted around this hospital, so the doctors and other nurses are always relieved to have her help out. Watching her work so diligently completely blows our main guy away. Han Fong is totally mesmerized, unable to believe someone so young could be the head nurse. She is also incredibly kind to every single patient, not to mention absolutely gorgeous from head to toe. Yep, he is falling hard again, but this time, it is a completely different girl. While he is busy admiring her beauty, an old man calls out for assistance, and she immediately rushes over to help him. He complains that his back suddenly started hurting, but Qin Shui gently reminds him they are extremely short-staffed, so it might take some time to get him fully sorted out. In reality, this creepy old guy is just trying to take advantage of our head nurse. He secretly slides a camera right under her skirt to take pictures while she is completely unaware of his actions. Still trying to assist, she kindly promises to return with his X-ray results once the hospital gets a bit less crowded. But the creepy old man is not done yet. He goes full pervert mode and suddenly grabs onto her body. The innocent head nurse still doesn't suspect a single thing, reassuring the creep that an actual doctor will arrive soon to examine him properly. But here's the catch. The old man pushes his luck and gropes the best assets in the entire hospital. Before he can do anything worse, our boy hurls a heavy crutch straight at his face, sending him crashing to the floor. Shocked, the head nurse panics and rushes over to see if the old creep is okay. Meanwhile, Han Feng apologizes, claiming he just didn't know how to use a crutch. Yeah, right, because when you don't understand an object, you naturally throw it at someone at full speed. Han Feng quickly snatches and checks the old man's phone, ignoring his furious screams to put it down immediately. Our boy scrolls through the gallery, finds the exact photo he suspected, and gets absolutely furious. He can't believe this absolute scumbag not only took creep shots of the nurse but actually dared to lay his filthy hands on her. He confronts him right there, threatening to call security and have him locked up in a jail cell. After all, it is one less annoying patient to worry about, especially a creep who only came here to harass people. To make things worse, Han Feng refuses to give the phone back, promising to expose his face all over social media if he ever catches this pervert doing this again. Completely powerless now, the old man flees in a rage. And yeah, the same guy who was complaining about a broken back a second ago is suddenly sprinting out of the hospital at lightning speed. Even the head nurse is left totally speechless, watching him bolt like an Olympic sprinter. Meanwhile, Han Feng realizes some people are just way too naive for their own good. He shows her the screen, proving the creep was targeting her from the very second he walked in. He agrees to let her handle the rest of the situation, handing over the phone so she can report it to the police. Qin Shui is relieved and takes the device, but then a very logical question pops into her head. Wait, wasn't Han Feng's ankle supposed to be badly injured? And that instantly reminds him that his leg is actually broken, and he was just running on pure adrenaline. The second reality hits. The excruciating pain catches up, and he screams at the top of his lungs. Luckily, she quickly gets to work and wraps his leg up perfectly. Fortunately, the throbbing pain starts to fade. The head nurse expresses her deepest gratitude, promising she won't let anyone else walk all over her like that again. But while she is speaking, our boy's leg accidentally gets pressed right against her. Let's say, two very prominent personalities. Yeah, Han Feng gets a strong feeling this girl is not going to learn her lesson anytime soon. Qin Shui is suddenly called back to duty, so she clumsily scrambles away, reminding our boy to return in a week for a follow-up checkup. Han Feng silently sighs, knowing they probably won't ever meet again, especially with what is about to hit the world in just 7 days. He leaves the hospital with those heavy thoughts. The very next day, the weather takes a turn for the absolute worst. News of the freezing temperatures spreads globally. Even hot desert regions like Dubai and Egypt are suddenly buried under thick blankets of snow. This is completely unheard of. In response, top climate experts from 46 nations quickly organize an emergency global meeting to discuss what is actually going on. According to these official reports, the extreme cold snap is just a temporary phase and should clear up in a few days. Even so, citizens are advised to stay indoors and follow the safety guidelines to keep themselves warm. Meanwhile, Han Feng is completely cozy and unfazed inside his custom, heavily fortified apartment. He has got a high-tech heating system pumping out endless warmth, so he really has nothing to fear. The news keeps promising the disaster will pass, but here is the thing: he knows the worst is yet to come. It is all just a massive lie to control public panic. Nothing but pure, unadulterated nonsense. Remembering how he fell for their lies in his past life makes him feel like a total clown. But things are different now. He is ready, truly ready. His warehouse is packed with endless supplies, and his private heating is running perfectly. Honestly, absolutely nothing can touch him now. Over in the building group chat, panic is spreading like wildfire, as neighbors complain about the freezing cold and their failing heaters. But then, a completely anonymous user drops a massive bombshell in the chat, bluntly stating that a global ice age is starting, and the Earth itself is causing the blizzard. These texts shock Han Feng to his core. Nobody should know this. Han Feng instantly flags this mysterious stranger as someone he needs to keep a very close eye on. After all, he is the protagonist here. How could anyone else know? The once happy residents of the complex are now acting like a frantic, confused herd of sheep. They are screaming for the management to show their faces and fix the absolute mess this blizzard has caused. Since scrolling through endless complaints is boring, the chat screen transforms into a hilarious playground, showing all the residents as angry little chibi cat avatars. These angry felines are completely fed up with the situation. If snow keeps piling up by the gates, they won't even be able to buy basic groceries. They paid premium money for this place, only to get absolute garbage service in return. If the management cannot get things working immediately, they are going to demand a serious talk with the real estate developers. On the flip side, the property management team is completely losing their minds, frantically typing out endless apologies. But a few cheap words will not calm down a crowd of freezing, furious residents. Honestly, they just want their money back. This place is not worth a single cent. Right in the middle of this total chaos is our main guy. Hang Feng is clearly getting annoyed watching these neighbors waste all their precious energy arguing over useless things. The building manager does not have some magical power to stop this blizzard, but not everyone here has lost hope yet. One resident named Zhang Shuyu is mature enough to admit they stand absolutely zero chance against a massive blizzard. His idea is simple: they should help each other instead of making things harder, especially since blaming management for a literal natural disaster is totally pointless. But trust me, not everyone in this lobby is buying his incredibly calm attitude. These people are so stubborn and short-sighted that they immediately start screaming at Zhang Shuyu for defending management. Zhang Shuyu tries to explain he is not taking sides here. He is just trying to be realistic, because cornering the staff and screaming at each other is not solving anything. But of course, the angry crowd refuses to calm down unless someone clears the snow so they can go get groceries. Zhang Shuyu desperately tries to talk some actual sense into this brainless crowd. He points out that clearing their path does not guarantee the main roads will be open. So, he suggests walking to the grocery store instead, since shoveling a footpath is way easier than clearing roads. Meanwhile, Hang Feng is cringing hard, watching this guy lecture everyone like some sort of self-righteous life coach. The way our main guy glares at him shows they definitely have some bad history. But then a tough, no-nonsense guy suddenly cuts in. He says it straight: if anyone wants food, they need to get outside and start shoveling. All this useless talking is not going to melt the snow. And with that, another neighbor steps up to go help clear the path. This brutally honest guy seems to be yet another familiar face to Hang Feng. Slowly but surely, the residents start joining the cleanup crew, and even the pretty, fragile girls are ready to get their hands dirty. Then the unforgettable Li Shauna steps up, volunteering to help out too. Hang Feng is highly skeptical that a total coward like her would actually join. It turns out her volunteering is just a cheap trick to make her simp army step in so a pretty girl like her does not have to lift a finger. Just like that, she shifts all her work onto others. But honestly, what else would you expect from an opportunist like her? As Hang Feng exits the chat, pure annoyance is written all over his face. This girl never fails to completely ruin his mood. And look at this, she is literally texting him right now. Since she thinks this desperate guy will do absolutely anything she asks, she demands that he bring her some food. She even sends a revealing photo of her bare legs and thighs, aiming it directly at our main guy's weakness. Hang Feng wants to give her a solid 10 out of 10 for trying to seduce him while half-naked in freezing weather, but with his broken leg, even if he wanted to chase after her, he literally cannot do a thing. Instead, he sends back a savage reply, guaranteed to trigger her, and his words definitely hit the mark. She gets so furious she wants to rip him apart. But let us take a quick look back at how we got here. It is now the third day of the blizzard, with temperatures dropping below -20 degrees. And this is only the beginning of the end. The heating systems are still running, and the internet is still up to keep everyone distracted from the cold. So, like any bored guy, Hang Feng spends his time scrolling through TikTok videos of pretty girls doing short dances. Honestly though, he is not even enjoying it, and is already bored out of his mind. By day 2 of this apocalypse, it makes him think about what total isolation can do to a man. His broken leg is not helping either, completely trapping him in one spot for what will easily be a few months of recovery. Left with zero options, he just mindlessly scrolls through video after video. That's when he stumbles upon a shocking news report about a guy with an insane self-healing ability. According to doctors, this guy survived a fall from the 15th floor, leaving his organs crushed and bones shattered. Yet, incredibly, his body rapidly began regenerating and fixing itself. Seeing this supernatural power reminds Hang Feng that he might have a few tricks of his own. He summons the familiar green glow in his palm to heal his broken bone, but the energy just fades away, doing absolutely nothing. He tries one more time, but the result is exactly the same failure. Giving up, he collapses back onto his couch, totally frustrated that his spark of hope died so fast, before finally drifting off to sleep. In his dream, he is wearing a primitive outfit, riding on the back of a giant goat. And it is not just one goat, but an entire herd of massive beasts trailing behind, heads bobbing wildly. In this wide shot, you can see the massive crowd following right on his heels. But suddenly, the fun ride stops when the goat slams on the brakes, tossing him face first onto the ground. He ends up hurting his leg in the fall, and one of the giant beasts starts licking it. He finds this weird compassion pretty gross and shoves the beast away, which completely upsets the goat. Honestly, wouldn't you? Next thing you know, the giant beast swings its ridiculously long tongue, wrapping it around Hang Fong's leg and yanking him straight up into the air. Instantly, the leg wrapped in that giant tongue begins to heal up, and right at that moment, Hang Fong wakes up in a cold sweat, totally shocked. Seriously. That bizarre dream terrified him so much that he literally woke up with his pants soaked in cold sweat. But then, he notices his leg is glowing with a strange green light, healing itself right before his eyes. He slowly unwraps the bandages and gently places his foot on the cold floor. Amazingly, it does not hurt at all, proving that green light completely healed him. So it only happens while he is sleeping. Determined to test this theory, he grabs a sharp knife in a wild attempt to cut himself, hoping to trigger the healing power again. His hand shakes as he reluctantly makes a small cut on his index finger. While he tests his new powers, let's see what is happening outside. Out there, the angry mob of residents is finally putting all their negative energy to some actual good use. Working together, they manage to completely clear the path right in front of the main gate. Credit goes to Zhang. His inspiring speech really got everyone moving. He even takes a second to give a special shout out to an old man who worked the absolute hardest. The old man humble brags instead, praising the twins for working just as hard. Then, everyone's favorite gorgeous nurse makes her entrance. As Jin Jian struggles to walk across the slippery snow, the twins spot the beauty in distress and reach out to help her up. They head back to clearing more of the road, telling her to give them a shout if she needs anything else. With the heavy snow falling faster, Zhang urges everyone to grab their groceries quickly so they can head back home safe and sound. Speaking of supplies, the old man suddenly remembers something, though he does not think it is worth mentioning until Zhang practically begs him. He shares a rumor about a new resident who was seen hauling a massive load of supplies in a minivan, acting like he was just moving into his apartment. Zhang does not think much of it, since bringing in belongings is pretty normal when someone moves into a new apartment. But then the old man drops a highly interesting detail. The guy was actually carrying multiple gas canisters and heaters. That definitely does not look like normal moving luggage, meaning this guy was thoroughly preparing to survive a brutal winter. Before they can think any deeper about this, the twins suddenly rush back with a progress report. Suddenly, some random guy pops out of nowhere. He was clearly eavesdropping and is now super eager to find out who prepared so well for this winter. But his nosy attitude quickly gets him a snowball to the face from Lu Yan. She orders him to stop being lazy and get back to work, before Zhang steps in to break it up, telling everyone to move out now that the road is clear. Nurse Jin is also super excited to head out shopping. Meanwhile, the old man asks for Zhang's opinion, wondering if this new resident somehow knew about the blizzard beforehand. Zhang pauses to think, then cleverly dodges the question. He claims this blizzard will pass soon, so nobody needs to worry. But we all know how that goes. Worst case, if the storm does not stop, they are lucky to have a neighbor stocking up on supplies who can help them all survive. So it is actually a good thing. As they make their way to the store, the blizzard grows much stronger, forcing everyone to pick up the pace. Meanwhile, back inside, our lazy boy, Hang Fong, is still fast asleep in his warm apartment, but his rest is interrupted by a knock on the door and a familiar voice calling out his name. Opening the door, he finds a delivery guy holding the exact high-quality item that our main character had previously requested. This is the promised gift from Boss Lu. Lee agreed to deliver it himself since he already stocked up on supplies early, meaning he does not have to run around the frozen city frantically searching like everyone else. Even so, Hang Fong is super grateful to him for showing up in this brutal weather. Lee also shares some wild rumors that have started spreading around town. Apparently, some mysterious stranger completely cleared out all the shelves of a major supermarket in the East District last night. When Boss Lu's crew finally cleared the snowy roads yesterday, they were greeted by nothing but a completely empty building. To Hang Fong, completely emptying out a massive supermarket in just a single night sounds impossible. Who could even have the power to pull that off? Still, there is no reason to doubt Lee's word, and this crazy rumor is definitely a hard fact. Han Feng is starting to realize that something even stranger than his past life is going on around him. It looks like he is not the only one who has managed to obtain superpowers. For a second, his train of thought is interrupted by Mr. Li, who advises Han Feng to bundle up warm and stay careful out there. After saying his goodbyes, Mr. Li takes off, finally leaving our main character completely alone to think. He keeps trying to find a logical explanation for the crazy events of last night. The only explanation he can come up with is that someone has superpowers, just like the ones you read about in novels and comics. He is talking about a person who can hide unlimited supplies in their personal space. But wait, could people with those kinds of ridiculous powers actually exist in this world? The answer to that is actually pretty simple. Since he has powers, others definitely could too. And that is a very concerning realization. No time to waste. Han Feng cannot lose a single second. Testing his skills thoroughly is key, so that when he eventually meets other powered people, he will have a solid strategy to deal with them. He simply has to know his strengths, weaknesses, and limits. To do that, he cracks open his journal and carefully reviews everything he has written down about his power. By this point, he already knows that his power can react to different types of food. This includes both plants and animal products. With its help, he can rapidly grow them, increase their volume, and even cook them right up. Even if the taste is absolutely awful, it still works. Unfortunately, there are major limits he only learns about later. The success rate of his ability is just not very high and varies wildly depending on each specific product. For example, with soybeans, the chance of growing a plant is only 10%. For meat, it is even less. Han Feng still cannot understand why it works that way. Suddenly, under his power, the soybean explodes in his hand, leaving a nasty green cloud. And instead of a normal plant, our hero ends up holding nothing but a stinking, useless rock. It is frustrating. The failure rate is just too high. Han Feng must learn to use his power much more effectively, so he decides to start training hard. After all, nothing helps you learn faster than real practice. No holding back. He works tirelessly deep into the night, and his hard work finally pays off. A success. In Han Feng's hand is a lush, vibrant soybean plant with pods. But it was not easy. He is sweating heavily, practically turning into a pretty good space heater for his own apartment. But that was the price he had to pay to map out a few rules to boost his success rate. What he discovers is that this green energy is incredibly unstable, meaning different items need to be hit with it for different lengths of time, depending on each product's nutritional value. If you do not time it exactly right, you fail and end up with a burnt, stinking rock, which means you must know the perfect processing time for every product. This feels familiar. It reminds Han Feng of something from his past, a popular online music and dance game from a decade ago, where you had to press the right buttons in perfect sync with the rhythm. We could even compare the nutritional values to directions like up, down, left, and right, requiring the exact energy input at the precise split second. And right at the critical moment, you have to capture that beat and stop the process. Do it right, and every single soybean becomes a plant. After succeeding with botany, Han Feng starts testing his powers on meat. But meat is completely different from vegetables. One wrong move during the process, and the entire thing melts into a disgusting black sludge. Still, the core rules should be similar. The first step is figuring out exactly how much energy the meat needs. So far, so good. Everything seems to be going exactly according to plan. But here is the catch. The chicken leg explodes, just like the others, leaving behind a nasty black slime. It looks like mastering meat is going to take him way more time than working with simple plants. Another failure. Han Feng tries again and again, but nothing works. Chicken legs keep blowing up, and there seems to be no end to it. Finally, our hero snaps, screaming out in pure frustration. He literally curses this stupid, damn ability and its ridiculous, ever-increasing level of difficulty. No giving up. Our hero is not the type to throw in the towel. While the snow outside gets heavier and the temperature drops even lower, Han Feng keeps trying, leaving absolute chaos and food splatters all over his kitchen. Then comes the moment of truth. One last chicken leg, up and down, left and right, mixing red and green energy. It is like a highly complex minigame. The second he makes even one tiny mistake, he has to start all over again from the beginning. Pure tension. This time, Han Feng actually manages to succeed. He successfully grows the chicken leg to a massive size, letting out a satisfied huff as he admires his work. Exhausted but absolutely thrilled, our hero collapses onto the floor, knowing every single bit of effort was worth it. He has finally figured out how to synthesize real meat. Meanwhile, The storm outside is getting worse by the second. The news reports that today, the 17th, marks the third straight day of this brutal snow disaster. The exact same frozen nightmare is locking down the entire nation, leaving humanity to face what looks like a once-in-a-millennium global catastrophe. To keep people alive, the government is scrambling to fight the fallout, pushing out emergency relief measures to help everyone get through it. Han Feng wakes up the next morning to those exact broadcasts blaring away. He's lost count of how many times he's heard this stuff. Empty warnings and hollow promises about the blizzard paralyzing transit, power lines, and the web. But hey, they claim everything will be fixed soon, so just sit tight and wait a little longer. Before you know it, relief supplies are supposedly heading straight to the disaster zones. The anchor wraps up by telling everyone to stay indoors and avoid going out. Honestly, absolutely none of this is a surprise to our main character, Han Feng. He lived through this exact same routine in his past life. But then, a notification suddenly pops up on his phone, and then the notifications start flooding in. Watch this. Han Feng's building chat group is blowing up with drama again, and he just can't resist taking a peek at the chaos. The sheer panic in the chat is unreal. Everyone is panicking over the morning news. A bunch of naive residents still believe rescue teams are on the way to save them. Others smell a rat, calling them empty lies and planning to save themselves instead. But one specific avatar stands out from the crowd, blunt as hell, asking the gullible neighbors if they actually buy into the government's official fairy tale. That would be Uncle Lou, and he's not buying a single word of the news. If the government truly had this under control, rescue squads would have shown up ages ago. Instead, he's heard dark rumors from his old military buddies that the government is actually massing tanks, armored vehicles, and heavy weapons inside the capital. City A, it looks like they are preparing for a massive war. Hearing about the terrifyingly real threat of an impending war, an all-out clash against an unknown enemy, a dead silence falls over the chat group. Then, panic explodes as terrified neighbors start spamming Uncle Liu, begging to know if this is actually, because if it is, aren't they all basically dead meat? Meanwhile, Han Feng finds this whole talk about an upcoming war pretty interesting. He definitely remembers hearing whispers about this development back in his previous life. That's when Mr. Zhang steps in to quiet down the chat. He insists that if Uncle Lu's words are true, they must take immediate survival measures to save everyone, especially since quite a few neighbors are completely out of food, and government help is totally uncertain. So, he proposes organizing a charity drive to help those struggling. He eagerly asks anyone with extra supplies to donate. To lead by example, Mr. Zhang pledges to give away half of his own food stash to anyone who needs it. Naturally, the other tenants immediately begin whispering and debating his generous offer. One guy completely backs Mr. Zhang's proposal, pointing out that everyone is just trying to survive this nightmare. He pledges to donate whatever he can, and then he drags Li Shiran right into the spotlight. She knows this creep, Wu Kuanyu. He's totally trying to humiliate her in front of everyone, just because she rejected him in the past. Forced onto the defensive, Li Shiran plays her signature, innocent, meek girl card, while tearfully apologizing that she has absolutely no food left. Right on cue, her army of brainless simps instantly jumps in to defend this total witch. This annoying little drama almost derails the entire charity plan, showing they can't even unite for a basic survival effort. But surprisingly, some actual donations finally start trickling in. It looks like plenty of residents were genuinely moved by Mr. Zhang's passionate speech. Food, clothes, medicine, all kinds of daily necessities are offered up. Mr. Zhang thanks everyone who stepped up, mentioning there is quite a large group of people to manage. He suggests appointing a few reliable tenants to run the show, and of course, he graciously offers to lead them. This brand new temporary emergency committee will be fully responsible for managing and handing out all the donated supplies. Han Feng can't help but smirk the moment he reads that text. This exact same emergency committee scam went down in his past life, too. Down the road, everyone will find out that this whole charity thing is just a dirty scheme to steal other people's food. Today is the 19th, the 5th day of the apocalypse, and the temperature outside has plummeted to a freezing -40 degrees. The dreaded day has arrived. The extreme frost completely knocks out the building's central heating system, leaving everyone in the cold. With zero heating, residents are desperately scrambling to find any way to keep warm. A few families even resort to lighting dangerous small fires right inside their own apartments. It plays out exactly like his past life. Things are terrible now, but believe me, it is only going to get way worse. Of course, the only exception to this misery is our main character. Han Feng has stacked up all his failed charcoal test batches, which are totally perfect for burning in his fireplace. Sitting on his table is a cold, fizzy glass of cola and a delicious slice of strawberry cake. As for Han Feng, he is doing exactly what most of us would do in his shoes, playing single-player games, completely ignoring the chaotic world outside. But his peace is suddenly shattered by an unexpected phone call. Pausing his game, he picks up while taking a sip of soda. It is the Block 8 supervisor. They want to clear the road in 20 minutes and need hands in the garage. Han Feng barely holds back a curse. Seriously? These people just do not get it. The snow is not going to stop for anyone. Still, Han Feng decides to head down to the lobby. Causing a scene with neighbors right now would be too annoying. He must keep his secrets safe. No exceptions. But taking one look at the entrance, it is clear the snow has trapped them all. The other volunteers are absolutely furious because the paths they cleared earlier are completely buried under massive snowdrifts. They decide that they must at least try opening the main door. Spotting Han Feng, they call him over to help pry the heavy entrance open. They throw their body weight against the glass. 1, 2, 3, push. And oh man, you are not ready for this. Opening those doors unleashes a massive wave of snow, exposing everyone to a freezing, brutal blizzard. The storm is savage. None of them can handle this sheer level of freezing cold. Get too close, and even opening your eyes can cause serious injury. Han Feng instantly regrets leaving his warm, cozy sofa just to do freezing manual labor in this mess. Stepping outside in this extreme weather is a fast, guaranteed ticket to a painful death. Luckily, the other volunteers realize this too. Only a complete fool would try to go out in these freezing temperatures. Speaking of absolute fools, look who finally decided to show up. A voice all too familiar to Han Feng rings out, none other than the homeless thug, Lee. He starts mocking everyone for acting like cowards when they should be acting tough during a major crisis like this. The volunteers are shaking in their boots while desperately trying to talk some actual sense into Lee. Seriously, nobody should be venturing out into a brutal, killer blizzard like that. But Lee, he is built different. First, he finishes his entire cigarette in one single, massive puff. Pumped up like a total madman, Lee charges straight into the deep snow to dig it out. The idiot starts screaming battle cries like an anime character, while literally punching the snow and sending it flying. He keeps this up for a bit. He even manages to dig a man-sized hole right in the middle of a massive snowdrift. Then, total silence. After a few tense moments, the only thing the volunteers can hear are muffled, desperate cries for help from deep under the snow. The others quickly drag the frozen thug out, his face completely purple after getting stuck under that heavy, thick snow. Realizing that going outside is completely impossible, the volunteers finally slam the heavy entrance doors shut. Han Feng runs over to Lee, checking if the foolish thug is actually okay. He then tells the crowd to head down to the parking garage for roll call. They can figure out their next moves once the storm finally dies down. With a world-ending blizzard raging outside, humanity can no longer solve their problems with sheer physical force alone. Down in the building's underground parking garage, things feel at least slightly warmer and more bearable. Their de facto leader, Mr. Zhang, is surrounded by residents as usual. Hearing the report from upstairs, he agrees to call off the clearing efforts. On top of that, the basement parking lot will now serve as the official donation and collection hub. Han Feng stays completely silent in the back of the crowd. This is his very first time actually seeing this Zhang guy in person. Look at him. He is the exact man who will eventually lead their highly corrupt neighborhood committee. Using his polite attitude and smooth talking, Zhang is going to manipulate everyone with fake kindness and illusions of unity. Right now, he is happily mentioning how many donations. These generous donations are supposedly going to help all the struggling residents. He acts deeply grateful for their support. The vibe in the garage is pretty positive, with everyone feeling great about their selfless deeds. It gives them a false sense of unity as they all work together toward a common goal of survival. But get this, they have absolutely no idea what is coming. Once this disaster drags on forever, they will deeply regret giving up their precious resources. Lee, still shivering like crazy from his earlier stunt, decides to head upstairs and says his goodbyes to Han Feng. Looking around the crowded garage, Han Feng spots someone familiar. It is that clumsy nurse he met at the hospital when he broke his leg. She is wearing a cute winter jumpsuit, while clumsily carrying a massive, towering stack of cardboard boxes. It is clear she is struggling hard to push her way through the thick crowd. Due to her absolute clumsiness, she bumps into some guys and would have crashed straight onto the hard concrete if Han Feng had not rushed in to save her. Catching both her and the boxes, he asks the blushing nurse if she is doing all right. When she finally opens her eyes, she thanks him for saving her and recognizes Han Feng from the hospital. But then, she suddenly remembers that his leg is supposed to be severely injured. Not happening. He definitely should not be in any shape to catch falling girls right now. Realizing he acted on instinct before thinking things through, Han Feng scrambles for a quick cover story. He stammers out that his body has always healed unbelievably fast, ever since he pure panic. That excuse is not exactly convincing, especially with all his obvious nervous sweating. Fortunately, the sweet nurse is way too innocent to notice any lies in his awkward act. She is honestly just totally amazed by his incredible recovery speed. Helping hand. Han Feng offers to help carry her heavy boxes, which she politely rejects at first. She warns him that they are incredibly heavy, but our boy insists with a bit of smooth talking, and she finally hands them over. Instant regret. The moment he grabs them with both hands, he is shocked by the sheer weight. These boxes are unusually heavy, raising immediate red flags. He asks her what is inside, and she explains they are mostly medical supplies she is donating to people in need. She admits they might be a bit too heavy and insists she will be fine carrying them to the donation point herself. Hypnotized by her beauty and pure heart, Han Feng would probably carry a ton of bricks without complaining. She then giggles and boasts that she is actually stronger than most guys. Safety first. The sweet nurse keeps telling him not to overdo it, but when he asks if she has always been this strong, her expression shifts, and she guardedly hints there is a deep reason behind it. Hearing those cryptic words instantly sparks Han Feng's curiosity, but she clearly looks uncomfortable sharing the story and quickly apologizes for even bringing it up. Strange occurrences. It is just that something weird happened to her recently, something she cannot easily explain. Realizing they have been walking and chatting for a while without knowing each other's names, Han Feng politely introduces himself, and our angel nurse does the same. Her name is Jin Shui, and judging by her dazzling smile, she is genuinely happy about this random encounter. Simply speechless. Looking at that bright, beautiful smile is more than enough to make him melt. Then Jin Shui asks what he does for a living, and he honestly admits he is currently unemployed. Talk about fumbling the bag right at the finish line, my boy. But thanks to classic Manhwa logic, an impatient jerk rushes past and shoves Jin Shui, sending her stumbling forward, desperately trying not to crash. Down she goes. Naturally, she falls right into Han Feng's arms, since he is the only anchor around. Suddenly, her soft chest presses right against Han Feng's arm in a beautiful, unexpected crash. Taking full advantage of the situation, our boy just stands there enjoying the view. Jin Shui quickly pulls back, blushing and apologizing, while he casually acts like it is no big. And just when things were looking perfect, boom. Here comes the absolute worst vibe killer of all time. Li Xiaona, dragging her ugly, sleep-deprived zombie face into the picture. You can easily see how the extreme cold and starvation are eating away at her like a parasite. The greedy witch immediately glides over to Han Feng, deliberately pressing herself against his arm and grabbing his hand with a fake smile. She snootily asks who the pink-haired girl is and if they are friends. Feeling super awkward, Jin Shui immediately snatches her boxes back from Han Feng. Donation run. She quickly mumbles that she needs to log her items and runs off. Han Feng coldly asks why Li Xiaona is even down here, his eyes lingering regretfully on Jin Shui as she rushes away, pretending she was super worried about Han Feng since he went totally MIA online. The greedy witch explains she only came down to grab a few basic supplies. He scratches his head and says he was just about to text her. She immediately pouts, calling Han Feng a liar since he was busy flirting with another girl. Then comes the real motive. She starts asking if he still has food stockpiled at his apartment. She claims she is completely out of food and asks if she can borrow some. Instead of getting mad at her obvious greed, Han Feng stays perfectly calm. Simp mode. He just smirks, choosing to keep playing the part of her devoted follower. Han Feng tells her he is running low too, but can spare a bit. However, he boldly adds that he only shares with people who actually answer his texts. He wraps his arm around her waist and asks if she is willing to stay at his place for a few days. She freezes, totally unused to this cocky version of her old puppet. Busted again. Losing her cool for a split second, the witch quickly pushes Han Feng away and forces a tight smile. Li Xiaona nervously laughs it off, saying they can always chat online instead, which is basically a polite but total rejection. Desperate times. Seeing Han Feng turn his back to go home, the witch grabs his arm and begs him to wait. She claims he has changed a lot lately, and quickly switches gears, insisting she has always been dead serious about her feelings for him. Puppy eyes. She flashes him the most convincing look she can possibly muster. Li Shauna fake confesses that she does not want people thinking she is only with him for his money, so she just needs a little more time before committing to a serious relationship. Han Feng watches her dramatic performance, his face turning a bit red, before he quickly snaps himself back to reality. If he had not already died once by her hands in his past life, he might have actually bought her act. Right now, he just wants to rip off her disgusting mask, string puller. But first, he must find out who is pulling her strings from the shadows. Thinking back, why should he even bother searching for that guy? He could easily just go about his day, exactly like his past life, until Xiao Nan naturally brings the bastard right to him. This time, he's going to be way better prepared. Sure, they might have a steel bat, but Han Feng's packing a literal sniper rifle. Realizing this, he decides to play it cool. He just laughs it off as a joke. Now, the witch feels totally embarrassed for overreacting, but Han Feng plays along, promising he'll wait for her text before dropping off some food tomorrow. With that, they finally say their goodbyes. She even tells him to hit her up whenever he wants to talk. Walking away from the parking lot, a disgusting, wicked smile creeps across the witch's face. She has no idea that Han Feng isn't the victim this time. He's actually loving every second of messing with her head. 2 whole days pass without Han Feng sending a single text, leaving an impatient Li Shiwei to absolutely spam his phone with furious messages demanding her food. He just lets those salty texts pile up while enjoying a juicy, hot steak and a cold fizzy drink. Honestly, what's better than eating like a king while slowly breaking the witch who murdered you in your past life? Figuring out this replication trick for endless, delicious steak completely changed his entire life. With the freezing blizzard raging outside, there's nothing better than cozying up with some warm, delicious food. While everyone else is literally freezing to death, our guy is sweating in a comfy bathrobe like an absolute boss. He hasn't just been slacking off either. He's run tons of experiments to confirm 2 major rules about his power. First, he can't duplicate meat infinitely from nothing. But second, just like soybeans, he can regenerate it endlessly. His tests ended up producing pounds of food. Every time a batch of beans sprouts, he eats half and replants the rest. He can do the exact same thing with meat. Under the red and green lights, half a steak and some soybeans turn into a whole new steak. Repeating this process basically gives him an infinite supply of juicy meat. After running countless tests to confirm his theory, he knows he'll never have to worry about running out of food again. Watch this even by day 19. A few news stations are still sending reporters out to film this historic blizzard. At this point, even the beautiful equatorial islands of Miv have plunged to a freezing -42 degrees. The entire region is buried under heavy ice, and the actual ocean is freezing over right before their eyes. It's absolutely unreal. Experts say the solid ice is already 55 centimeters thick. This same freeze is hitting every other equatorial country. Even the warmest places on Earth are frozen solid. Sitting inside his cozy, massive home, Han Feng just laughs at the news. But honestly, the reality outside is 10 times worse than what the media is willing to show. He's peacefully sipping on some expensive red wine when a sudden, loud boom from outside startles him. Han Feng rushes over and pulls back the heavy curtains. In the distance, an entire apartment building is engulfed in flames, the 7th major explosion this week. Nobody knows what's causing these blasts, but it's definitely a terrible sign. More military choppers are buzzing through the sky, leaving panicked survivors completely in the dark. Everyone in the neighborhood is losing their minds, gathering down in the freezing basement parking lot to trade whatever goods and scraps of food they have left. But human greed knows no limits. Desperate people quickly start scamming each other, causing massive fights. And right at the center is Brother Zhang, still playing the hero by handing out free food. But here's the crazy part. Han Feng actually decides to leave his warm sanctuary and head down to that basement. He's barely been outside for 2 minutes, and the freezing air is already biting right through his clothes. He instantly regrets leaving his cozy sanctuary. Truth is, he's only here to dig up some intel. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't even think about showing his face to these desperate scavengers. He remembers from his past life that a massive, violent riot is about to tear this entire neighborhood apart. And if his memory serves him right, the spark starts with these exact basement dwellers. Right now, they're still pretending to be generous and sharing their supplies honestly. He needs to find out what's really going down. So, Han Feng starts playing detective in this messy crowd. Looking at the incredibly long line of desperate people waiting for handouts, it's clear almost every family here is running completely on empty. Right at the front, a guy is loudly complaining about getting almost nothing back, even though he donated multiple massive crates of supplies. But Brother Zhang keeps claiming that everything must be divided equally. Clutching just a single can of food and one sad sausage, The man angrily demands his donated stash back right now. But the committee can't do that, because the disaster is still going strong. Brother Zhang urges him to look at the bigger picture, promising to repay him with cash many times over once things settle down. But promises of cash for an uncertain tomorrow mean nothing right now. Eventually, the other people waiting in line start turning against the complaining guy. They tear into him, calling him shameless and telling him to just get lost. It doesn't take long for the crowd to unite in their hatred for this shameless man. And all he wanted was some extra food for his family. They are completely brainwashed by this temporary committee. Han Feng knows all too well that those in power won't give up their own supplies in a crisis like this. But taking the high road to bully someone who actually donated plenty of resources at the start of the crisis is just as hypocritical. Speaking of shameless, get ready, because a legendary character finally crawls back into the basement. It is none other than the Wind Brother, Brother Lee. He looks far worse than he did days ago, looking incredibly frail, sick, and thin. It has been a while since they last met. Brother Lee claims he is doing fine, but he clearly is not. He says he is only shaking from embarrassment and helplessness. But with this freezing cold, he is definitely not okay. Brother Lee finally admits he has been surviving on nothing but water because he completely ran out of food. Back when the donation drive was starting, he happily gave almost all of his stash to the committee. In the end, his own supplies ran dry long before the blizzard was supposed to stop. To make matters worse, the committee's rations are tiny. If Brother Lee had known the weather would get this bad, he would have kept more of his personal stash. Seeing a golden opportunity, Han Feng pulls the gangster close to whisper a request, leaving Brother Lee stepping back in total disbelief. Han Feng just offered him 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages for one very simple favor. Han Feng plays it up, saying this will heavily drain his own stash. But the gangster thinks his buddy is just making excuses to feed him. He is moved to tears, promising to remember this incredible kindness for the rest of his life. Brother Lee grabs Han Feng with intense sincerity, assuring him that this little task will be handled perfectly. As for the food, he can drop by later. But first, Brother Lee really needs to put something in his stomach, so he goes to line up for his rations. Han Feng is pretty satisfied with the bargain he just struck for only a few noodles and sausages. Now, he won't have to come down here to gather info anymore, though he does feel a little bad for Brother Lee. But being a busybody is nothing compared to lounging comfortably on his couch, eating good food, and playing video games. Han Feng would have had a perfect escape from the basement parking lot if a familiar face hadn't spotted him. Right after hearing his name called, the very next thing he sees is a hand speeding straight toward his face. And out of nowhere, bam! Li Shiwei greets Han Feng with a stinging slap across his cheek, catching him completely off guard. He has no idea how to react to this absurdity. With fury in her eyes, Shiyue tells Han Feng that he is a massive disappointment. The annoying leech keeps screaming in his face just because he ignored her text messages begging for food. She makes sure to shout so everyone in the parking lot can hear. Han Feng is completely stunned, trying to process this madness. This crazy witch he used to play around with just slapped him right in front of a whole crowd. He hasn't even settled his score from their past life. And here she is, invading his personal space and hitting him for nothing. At this point, it is pure disrespect. Absolute rage starts boiling up inside him. He realizes Li Shauna still thinks he is a pathetic weakling she can easily push around. As she screams at him for staying quiet, calling him deaf and demanding answers, he stays silent for a few seconds. Han Feng takes a deep breath, his icy exhale misting in the freezing air, and decides to keep acting his part. Apologizing sincerely to Shauna, he explains that all his food supplies were actually stolen. He tells her he set his delivery boxes outside the door for just a second to get his keys, and they vanished. Han Feng says he tried searching for the thief but couldn't find a single trace. Now looking like a desperate junkie hunting for a fix, she asks if he has any hidden stash left. He tells her he barely has anything, just enough for a few days if he eats only once a day. Hearing that he still has some food, Shauna's manic face immediately lights up with a sweet, shy smile. She instantly switches right back to her cute, innocent girl persona. The act is almost perfect, but when she demands that Han Feng share half of his food and eat only once every 2 days so they can survive together, she looks completely insane. Han Feng can barely stand how shameless this woman is. It is genuinely terrifying how she can say such incredibly selfish things without even blinking. To her, this man is still nothing more than a tool to be used whenever she pleases. Just letting her think that. Han Feng smiled warmly and agreed to her little plan. He played the part of a gentleman who would keep his word and share his stash with her. but she immediately demanded the food right now. But he scheduled the handoff for tonight, insisting he still needed a little time to pack everything up. Teasing him that she would be waiting for his text, Xiaona said goodbye, wishing him luck and hoping he would not catch a cold. Han Feng waved her off, but a dark, petty scheme was already brewing inside his mind. By 8 p.m., Li Xiaona was already nagging Han Feng for food, and by 9:30, her extreme impatience drove her right outside his door. Shivering all alone in that freezing, miserable hallway, she waited while Han Feng went back to his favorite game of dangling the bait and then completely ghosting her texts. With weeks of freezing cold and zero maintenance, the elevator was totally busted. Look at her now, she literally has no choice but to climb the stairs all the way up to Han Feng's apartment. Li Xiaona swallowed her pride and stepped into that creepy stairwell, but halfway up, the brutal freezing cold had her shivering and completely exhausted. It was an absolute living hell, and she never would have done this if it was not for those free supplies. Starving for days made the exhaustion even worse, with every single step up those stairs draining whatever little energy she had left. You have to hand it to her, because very few people would climb 16 floors just to mooch off someone else. To make matters worse, even the emergency lights on the upper floors were completely dead. That pitch-black climb became absolutely terrifying when a bizarre echo rang through the stairwell, prompting a panicked Xiaona to nervously call out if anyone was actually there. Her only answer was a heavy black plastic bag hurtling down from the upper floors, aiming straight for her head while she stood there completely frozen in shock. Poor Xiaona could only stand there helplessly as the black bag plunged right toward her. The bag burst with a loud pop, the emergency lights flickered back on, and a massive cloud of white powder filled the stairwell. Our always smiling Li Xiaona was now completely coated in white flour from head to toe, with Han Feng standing right in front of her. He quickly apologized, claiming he fell asleep and rushed down with the supplies the moment he saw her desperate text. Supposedly, the darkness caused him to drop the flour bag by accident, and now he was casually brushing the powder off her hair and coat. Xiaona was fuming as her sweet, innocent mask finally began to slip, but Han Feng was absolutely loving every single second of her silent, miserable rage. He specifically set up this messy prank just for her, and he was not even close to finished yet. Handing the witch another plastic bag, he told her he packed up his remaining food, but one quick look showed her that almost everything inside was covered in thick green mold. To be honest, it looked way more like actual garbage than edible food. Playing dumb, Han Feng scratched his head, claiming he worked so hard to save these precious leftovers for her, even though they were mixed with rotten meat. Then, playing offended, he snatched the bag back and told her she could just starve if she was going to turn his generous gift down. Panicked, the witch grabbed it back immediately, insisting that she absolutely wanted it. Staring her down from head to toe, Han Feng felt a wave of self-mockery as he looked at this former goddess he used to blindly worship. Right now, she looked exactly like a homeless beggar shivering out in the brutal winter cold. Desperately digging through the moldy trash to find anything remotely edible, she even reached out and greedily snatched the rest of the flour bag right out of his hands. Can you believe this? Xiaona is actually celebrating over some dusty flour, completely forgetting she was literally covered in it minutes ago. Without so much as a thank you or a goodbye, she just turned and ran off. Han Feng did not care, since feeding her his actual household garbage was bound to give that witch a nasty stomachache for days. Taking a warm shower in this freezing weather is completely impossible, so she will be walking around, sticky and white for quite a while. As Han Feng happily headed back upstairs, a strange sensation washed over him, forcing him to pretend he noticed nothing even though someone was stealthily creeping behind him. Keeping his cool, he acted completely natural and continued walking toward his door. He stepped out of the stairwell, walking calmly as a dark shadow trailed behind him. And yes, it was definitely a real person following him. Judging by their heavy snow boots, Han Feng quickly used the element of surprise, ducking behind a door before violently pouncing on the stranger who was following him. He locked his arms around the mysterious figure with brutal force, slamming them hard onto the cold floor. Just as he raised his fist to crush this creepy stalker, something made Han Feng freeze mid-strike. His hot anger immediately faded when his tracker turned out to be a girl with messy hair, sleepy eyes, and super thick glasses. Since there was only one logical reason for her to be lurking around at this hour, he immediately demanded to know exactly what her true intentions were. But all he got in return was complete silence and a totally blank stare from behind her thick lenses. This girl clearly was not much of a talker. She does not say a single word, leaving Han Feng pretty surprised by this behavior. So he decides to use some heavier threats to force her to speak. He threatens to strip off her warm coat right here in the freezing cold if she keeps quiet. But even that is not enough to make her talk. Han Feng gets tired of teasing her and decides to let her go this time, but warns her that next time won't be so easy if she keeps stalking him. She needs to stop playing this silent game right now and head back inside before she catches a cold. Just as he turns to leave, he suddenly feels a sharp tug on his sleeve. This quiet girl is clearly not planning to let him walk away so easily. Even though Han Feng has absolutely no idea what she wants from him, she just stands there staring at him in complete silence. He tells her to stop staring like that, and even threatens to just walk away if she refuses to say what she actually wants. Instead of answering, she simply points towards something and pulls him along. Even a pretty slow-witted guy like Han Feng can tell she wants to show him something. They finally reach her room, and the inside is surprisingly warm and bright. Our guy is completely left speechless. Looking around the place, he notices massive stacks of storage boxes loaded with supplies. Sure, some of the boxes are empty and the room is pretty messy, but having this many supplies weeks into the apocalypse is just unbelievable. Did she also prepare ahead of time? Han Feng asks her directly if she somehow knew this freezing apocalypse was going to start, and surprisingly, she actually opens her mouth and speaks at long last. Even though she says some pretty weird things, it turns out she calculated the data herself and successfully predicted this upcoming ice age. And get this, she was actually that weird online poster who warned everyone about the freezing apocalypse before it even started. Han Feng obviously has no idea what she is talking about. It is pretty hard for a dense guy like him to understand scientific research, but sometimes, normal people can actually predict the future without needing to be some kind of reborn regressor. But Han Feng knows she probably did not bring him here just to talk about science, and he is right when she shows him the real reason. The girl has a bunch of security screens in her room, and every single feed is showing footage of our hero. On the first screen, he is literally picking his nose while carrying a heavy stack of boxes in the elevator. The second clip shows a delivery service bringing tons of gas cylinders into his flat, while the third shows Brother Lee delivering a massive case of guns, and so on. Turns out, Han Feng's very first hunch about this girl was completely spot on. She really has been watching him, and for quite a long time. Now she feels totally at home, not hesitating for a single second to start changing clothes right in front of our guy. Her room is way too hot to keep wearing heavy winter gear, but Han Feng still gets the wrong idea. Asking why she is suddenly stripping down, she simply replies that it is boiling hot in here. But of course, he meant something completely different. Why is she doing this right here in front of him? He demands that she stop immediately and put her pants back on. In the end, despite his loud protests, he has to take off his heavy coat too. This girl holds some highly dangerous information, and until he clears things up, he cannot just leave. Putting two and two together, Han Feng realizes she stalked him because she got suspicious when he started hoarding massive supplies before the snow even fell. Fortunately, all of this stalking was not meant to gather dirty info on our hero just to blackmail him later. Instead, she wanted to see if Han Feng was smart and capable enough to be a good partner. Now he just needs to figure out what she means by partnering up. Since talking is pretty hard for her, she decides it is better to show him directly, which, of course, leaves our hero completely misinterpreting every single thing she does. I mean, look at her moves. Han Feng has absolutely no idea what she is trying to do here. Turns out, she pulls a generator from behind her bed instead of what you probably expected. She just wants him to teach her how to run it. She is an absolute genius when it comes to computer programming and books, but severely lacks those basic, everyday survival skills. A short while later, the generator is up and running smoothly. We will just ignore the fact that operating a generator inside a room is a terrible idea. Let us just assume this generator runs on hydrogen and is actually pretty quiet. Han Feng hopes this is her very last request, but those big blue eyes of hers are begging for help once again. This time it is the water heater, which our hero quickly sets up. Now she will have hot water running around the clock, thanks to the generator. Even so, Han Feng warns her to save water and always remember to turn off the tap. Next up, she asks for help with the fridge, which is currently an absolute mess. And our guy literally has to teach her that raw meat belongs in the freezer, not the fridge, otherwise it will spoil in no time. Plus, she needs to keep things clean, or she will get sick. He won't be doing all this for her, so she must do it herself. Han Feng cannot comprehend how she even survived up to this point without knowing such basic everyday survival rules. He even has to show her how to change and connect the gas tank to the stove, warning her to follow safety measures and repeat his actions exactly. Things only got more complicated from there. forcing Han Feng to teach her the absolute basics of cooking over an open fire. By the time a decent dinner was finally ready, our hero was completely exhausted, quietly telling her to eat before it got cold. He was totally lost. Honestly, how did his life even devolve into this? Babysitting a grown adult all day was truly exhausting, especially since she had zero survival skills of her own. She did not even seem embarrassed, though the meal did turn out surprisingly good. Han Feng realized they were totally on different wavelengths, so he awkwardly mumbled that he only had just enough food. After a brutal day, he wanted nothing more than to collapse into his warm bed. But as it turned out, he was not the only exhausted soul in the room. Looking over at the girl, she was already fast asleep, apparently deciding that the dinner table made a perfect bed. Han Feng had never seen anyone pass out mid-bite before. Sighing, he gently picked her up and carried her to bed anyway. Who knew he would end up playing babysitter all day? Outside, the blizzard howled as the freezing temperatures plummeted even further into the negatives. The next morning, Han Feng barely opened his eyes before a persistent visitor came knocking. It was her again, holding a massive pile of gifts to thank him. Even Han Feng was pretty stunned by her over-the-top generosity. She brought a mountain of gear, but even after he took the boxes inside, she just stood at the door with no plans to leave. Yep, we all know that look. She is definitely here to ask for another favor. She even dragged a heavy generator along. Clearly, yesterday's lessons had not registered at all, so Han Feng had to start from square one. After spending a few days with her, it became painfully obvious that she was a total disaster when it came to survival. The girl severely lacked basic common sense, having zero filter for what was actually appropriate in this frozen hellscape. But she refused to quit, dragging Han Feng to her place every single day to drill basic survival and life skills. Eventually, she managed to whip up something edible that actually resembled a hot meal, which Han Feng took as a massive win, given her track record. In the old world, even a dog would turn its nose up at this, but in a frozen apocalypse, people would literally kill for it. After spending days together, Han Feng finally realized he should probably ask for her name. She quietly introduced herself as Zhao Xinyan. Why she spoke so formally and acted so strangely remained a complete mystery to Han Feng, but he simply could not bring himself to abandon her. Meanwhile, down in the freezing basement where rations are being handed out, chaos is brewing. Starving residents are actively tearing into each other over the last scraps of food. Complete lawlessness takes over as people snatch supplies right out of each other's hands, screaming that nobody can prove who owned what first. The weak collapse in absolute despair, while the strong brutally claw their way to the front to steal even more. Peaceful days in this shelter are officially dead. Now, it's a frantic, violent scramble for resources everyone believes they are entitled to. They are literally risking their lives to guard the tiny scraps they managed to steal. Any minor theft instantly sparks mindless violence, with desperate people clawing and kicking mercilessly until their hands and boots are soaked in blood. While the crowd accelerates the collapse of basic civilization, Mr. Zhang stands completely calm in the center of the storm. He cranks the megaphone in his hand to full blast, instantly halting the brutal brawl as everyone covers their ears in pure agony. I mean, talk about a literal acoustic attack. This guy is acting like a straight-up supervillain. After letting the agonizing screech ring out for a few seconds, Mr. Zhang addresses the crowd, casually asking if they are tired of fighting yet. He hauls up a badly beaten survivor by the collar, mocking them for literally risking their lives over a few stale crumbs. It is absolute, complete madness. Yet, the starving crowd is still absolutely furious. Mr. Zhang pushed them into this donation system, and now they only get a single pack of instant ramen every few days. If the violence does not kill them, starvation definitely will. Mr. Zhang just stands there, pretending to care as they yell about the rigged distribution system. He turns back to his henchmen, his face suddenly turning cold and serious. If they are going to tear each other apart over scraps, maybe they deserve to starve. Mr. Zhang demands to know who caused this mess in the first place, forcing them to think. Naturally, the angry crowd instantly shifts the blame right back onto him. He picks up a stale piece of bread, starting a psychological game to make them remember reality. A simple loaf used to cost practically nothing back then. Now, those hoarded resources are being sold off by the wealthy elites for tens or even hundreds of dollars. The elites have squeezed the poor so dry that a single slice of bread gets divided into 5 or 10 pieces just to be auctioned off. They use this disaster to line their own pockets, while the desperate souls trapped down in this basement ran out of cash and food weeks ago. Yet here they are, tearing each other apart over a broken system. They are literally killing one another, while the actual wealthy elites remain completely untouched. Those wealthy hoarders are hiding all their massive supplies, refusing to share a single thing for the greater good. They are the ones maliciously jacking up prices, while the starving poor here literally fight to the death. Jiang asks them if that is fair, fully realizing they are hanging on his every word. He urges everyone to stop what they are doing and unite to reclaim the resources belonging to them all. Hearing this, the starving and furious crowd starts justifying his speech, convinced that they are being treated like complete trash. Why do the rich get to enjoy every single resource, while everyone else is left to starve in the freezing cold? Mr. Jiang silently watches his twisted plan fall into place, highly satisfied after planting a dark seed of hatred in their minds. All that resentment and rage is now pointed directly at the other residents in the building. They believe they are just taking what is theirs. Honestly, watching this absolute madness unfold is wild, and Mr. Jiang just smirks in the shadows. In the middle of this rising chaos, we see the Drifter, famously known as Brother Lee. Out of everyone in this mad crowd, he is the only one who can see right through that toxic speech. These people have lost their minds, and a massive storm is brewing. He has to warn Han Feng immediately. Over in Han Feng's room, the guy is lounging around, pretending to read while snoring away, until a sudden phone call wakes him. He reads a text from Lee, warning him about the dangerous trouble brewing down in the basement parking lot. Pushed by Mr. Jiang's non-stop manipulation, the mob is actively planning to loot everyone else, going door to door to break locks. These ruthless looters are armed and ready to cause serious harm. Lee urgently advises Han Feng to hide rather than face these raving lunatics head-on. He can only pray that the Drifter Lee can somehow stay safe and look out for himself out there. Han Feng never expected things to escalate this fast. He bought 2 guns for emergencies, but the terrifying reality of actually shooting another human being is incredibly daunting. Besides, if this organized mob finds out about his massive stash of hidden supplies, they will hunt him down like rabid dogs. They will eat him alive, leaving absolutely nothing behind. To survive, he needs to prepare for the worst. Right now, he grabs thick wires, tools, and several fire extinguishers from his storage room. Using these items, he starts rigging a makeshift defense, wrapping raw, exposed electrical wires around his door handle to keep intruders out. With his trap set, Han Feng slowly unravels the remaining loose wiring across the cold floor, but his little setup is abruptly cut short as the power suddenly dies. In an instant, every single building in the entire area goes completely dark. Panicked neighbors desperately try to call management, but they lost contact with the staff a long time ago. Han Feng realized this massive blackout was always bound to happen, especially with the raging blizzard outside and everyone overloading the grid to keep warm. Heavy snow has piled up everywhere, and with the brutal freezing temperatures outside, expecting any kind of electrical maintenance is a joke. This total loss of power and signal is likely permanent. Once everyone in the building finally realizes that the power is never coming back, pure panic is going to set in, inevitably sparking an even more violent and chaotic riot. And that is exactly when real hell begins. 30 minutes before the power outage, that greedy witch Li Shauna is busy stuffing her face with instant noodles. Her current rich protector is bragging about how he bought up supplies at 50 times the market price just a short while ago. Those starving peasants could not resist and had to shut up and sell. He only spent $500,000 for his entire massive hoard. He even started auctioning off basic supplies, making the desperate poor fight like dogs just to get a single scrap from him. By using this cruel tactic, the blonde scumbag made a fortune. He runs his hand down Li Shauna's face, smugly asking if she finally agrees that she made the right choice by following him. The selfish witch just smiles and happily nods along. This arrogant, rich jerk believes he can do absolutely whatever he wants to this pretty girl, as long as he keeps using his massive pile of food to buy her obedience. Their quiet moment is suddenly shattered by a barrage of heavy, rushed footsteps echoing down the hallway. It is the mob from the parking lot, armed with heavy tools to break down doors in the dead of night. The blonde guy overhears that they are targeting him specifically for boasting about his price gouging in the group chat. The angry looters start bashing and kicking at his door, trying to break it down. Even with his crazy wealth, you and I both know that all his money will not save him from what is coming. He stands there completely frozen as the crowd continues trying to break in. It looks like Mr. Jiang's starving, fanatical followers have officially spiraled out of control. Outside, the brutal blizzard continues to rage, with no signs of stopping anytime soon. Inside Han Feng's secure apartment, a total mess has piled up as tangled wires and scattered tools cover the floor. He is still working on that Home Alone-style door trap, creating complete chaos. Han Feng has finished setting up his defense, but the power meter reveals there is absolutely no current running through the wire. Right as he's wondering what went wrong, the hastily tied bundle of wires suddenly explodes into a ball of fire. The line must have been live caught right in the blast. Han Fong coughs violently, struggling to catch his breath. He manages to smother the fire on the cables, but he still has no clue where he messed up. Why is this simple task giving him such a hard time? If only the internet were still working, none of this would even be an issue. But bad luck strikes as someone starts pounding on his door before the traps are ready. Han Fong scrambles up, carefully peeking through the peephole to see who's on the other side. He can't quite see her face, but he spots a very short figure with wild, spiky hair. It's that abandoned girl again. This time, she shows up with her usual blank stare, asking him for help. The timing couldn't be worse for Han Fong, especially since he's right in the middle of rigging these traps inside. Then, he remembers the nightmare that sent him back in time, getting seduced by a witch and beaten by a complete psycho. Terrified of what might actually be waiting out there, he slowly lets go of the doorknob. Han Feng warns her through the wood that people are breaking doors and stealing supplies. Instead of letting her in, he tells her to run home, because his door stays locked. The cast-off girl just stands there in the chilly, dim corridor, as a heavy silence takes over. Then she starts pounding, harder, louder, over and over. When Han Fong still refuses to open the door, she just slumps down, shivering on the floor right outside. The freezing cold bites deep into her skin, and the shouting of looters grows louder as they reach his floor. They don't care how many residents are living on the 18th floor. They only care about kicking every single door open. And look at these two nasty thugs, scanning the 18th floor corridor, celebrating because they are the very first ones to arrive. They split up instantly. Time to search. By pure coincidence, Han Fong's room is the closest, and one of the thugs grabs a crowbar to start prying it open. They call out like delivery guys to see if anyone is inside. But on the other side, Han Fong has already pulled the girl close, covering her mouth to keep her quiet. Hearing zero response from the inside, the thugs keep hacking away at the door, trying to break in with their single crowbar. Han Fong quietly whispers to the abandoned girl, promising her that those lowlifes will never even scratch his heavily reinforced door. Hearing his calm voice, she visibly relaxes. Outside, the handle jiggles up and down repeatedly, but the robbers just cannot figure out a way inside. Since this solid door is not budging an inch, the thugs decide to mark Han Fong's place and move on to the next unit. Luckily, he had that reinforced door and heavy handle installed. With 5-centimeter thick steel plates reinforcing the frame, even the installer was totally blown away. Han Fong is so proud of his smart choice that he completely forgets to let go of her mouth. He is just too terrified of making a single sound. Even so, the abandoned girl still thanks him for dragging her inside before the thugs could spot her shivering out there. They wait a few extra minutes just to be completely safe, and once the coast is clear, Han Fong immediately gets back to fixing his trap. If he can actually get this right, anyone daring to touch his door again is going to get fried. The girl curiously asks what he is up to, and he proudly calls it his electric defense system. He even tells her she probably wouldn't get it even if he bothered to explain. In reality, he barely understands the thing himself, making the setup feel pretty much impossible to finish. Little does he know, she is actually a total expert on alarm systems and high voltage. These concepts are incredibly simple to her. So, the cast-off girl starts coaching Han Fong from the side, telling him to cut the power while carefully wrapping the bare wire around the handle. From there, they connect the next wire from the breaker box to the handle, and finally, flip the power back on. When he tests the handle, his voltage tester lights up to show a massive current. When he asks how she knows all this complex stuff, she deadpans that the evil king's true eye has the power to see the truth of all creation. Now that his trap is fully complete thanks to the abandoned girl, he asks her what exactly she needs help with. Without even bothering to explain herself, she just dumps her entire backpack onto his sofa, completely ignoring his confused stare. Then she boldly declares that the evil king's true eye is moving in permanently. Honestly, you can just feel Han Fong's brain short-circuiting as he tries to process this. Obviously, he is totally against letting her invade his private space, so he desperately urges her to pack up and go home. Han Fong gets so worked up that he trips right over the tangled wires on the floor, pitching forward face first. After stumbling for a brief second, he crashes hard onto the ground, making a massive mess. A bright purple light starts radiating a strange energy from his hand. Tripping like that should have hurt like hell, but it didn't. And that's when he notices what he landed on. His solid coffee table, which was hard as rock just a second ago, has somehow turned into something soft and completely moldable like clay. Could he have somehow, without even realizing it, made the entire coffee table soft. Han Feng finally spots the purple glow dancing around his fingers, immediately linking it to the strange, clay-like state of his table. Even the toolbox and nearby gear warped the second that glow hit them. He grabbed a hammer and the metal head literally bent like clay in his hand. Han Feng swung the hammer. It completely lost its shape. Simply put, that purple glow somehow turned solid objects soft. The outcast girl watched this bizarre thing happen right in front of her, but she didn't say a single word. She was so quiet that he completely forgot anyone else was in the room. Totally absorbed in testing his new power, the outcast girl just stared back at him with those same dead eyes. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, calling him the chosen messenger of the evil king's true eye. Whatever that even meant, Han Feng decided to play along, acting like a chosen servant instead of exposing his real powers. This girl's head was clearly a bit messy, so he might actually get away with it, since they were apparently fellow messengers. She proposed they help each other, which basically meant sharing Han Feng's safe apartment with her. Just as he prepared to bluntly reject her again, the outcast girl marched straight into one of his rooms, like she owned it. He hadn't even agreed to anything, but she was already planning their new evil king lair. Since it wasn't a huge deal, what mattered much more right now was figuring out exactly what that purple glow did. At a glance, it softened everything. Easily, this meant he controlled more than 2 glows, maybe even more. The whole thing started when he tripped on a cable and nearly crashed into a coffee table that had somehow gone soft. It made sense to try recreating that exact panic to trigger the power again. After focusing on that memory for a moment, Han Feng successfully called up the purple glow again. Watch this. He was gradually getting used to summoning his power on command. The first thing he tested was that messy pile of cables that triggered the whole discovery. Then he moved on to other things specifically. A curiously sharp kitchen knife. He triggered the purple light, and its strangely sticky essence quickly swallowed the entire blade. He was shocked to find the softening effect worked perfectly on solid steel. It became so incredibly soft that the once sharp blade now felt like jelly wrapped around his hand. Next, he continued testing, applying this softening touch to a whole bunch of other materials. Every single household object he could think of was instantly affected by this weird power. The longer he kept the purple light on them, the softer they got, though nothing else about the objects changed. Just their softness. On its own, the purple light seemed pretty useless and impractical. But then, a wild idea flashed in Han Feng's mind. It was a concept he was already familiar with. What if he combined 2 different lights? What if he mixed purple and green, applying them to a softened object at the same time? It didn't take him long to master merging the 2 glows into one. He grabbed the softened kitchen knife that looked totally melted, applied both the purple and green lights all over it, and shouted, "Bankai," as if he came straight out of Bleach. To his massive surprise, it actually worked. The melted kitchen knife instantly snapped back to being rock solid and razor sharp. Damn, he could even use the blade as a mirror because of how polished it looked under the combined light. Looking around the room, he found a random tissue box lying nearby. Curious, Han Feng tried bending a single tissue. He could barely budge it. This meant he could actually alter the hardness of any object by mixing these 2 different lights. What's more, the sheer level of hardness the green and purple lights infused into these things was pretty extreme. Speaking of hardness, don't you think he has a massive, highly practical use for this exact ability? Meanwhile, those greedy landlords who looted everyone else's supplies started acting selfish, refusing to share their stolen loot and hoarding it all out of sheer fear of running out. They argued they didn't want to share their hard-earned spoils with women and the elderly, but they still had to keep it quiet otherwise. They'd be in deep trouble if exposed. While the looters were plotting their shameless crimes, one of them noticed something incredibly bizarre happening right on the wall. To their utter disbelief, the solid concrete wall on the 18th floor seemed to be squirming. When they shined a flashlight on the surface, a literal face began pushing out from the solid concrete. It was moving and twisting, looking like it was desperately trying to break free from the wall. These looters might be ruthless criminals when it comes to stealing food, but this was completely unexplainable and absolutely terrifying. The moment the ghostly arms emerged, they absolutely lost their minds. Anyone in their shoes would think they were witnessing a real-life paranormal horror show. Terrified of what else was waiting on the 18th floor, the cowards scrambled back down the stairs. Meanwhile, Han Feng was struggling to breathe, finding it quite hard to push his face through the softened wall. He needed to claw his way out of that clay-like mush before suffocating, all just for a simple test. He selects one of his own walls to test the combined strength of that strange purple and blue light. But spreading these energy flows over the entire wall is way too exhausting. After a while, though, he successfully blends and fuses a massive amount of the lights together. It is an incredibly draining process, but it leaves him with a wall that is even harder and more solid than anything he had before. To test it, he grabs a heavy sledgehammer to verify. Standing before the newly reinforced wall, he raises the sledgehammer, determined to see if his experiment worked. With a look of pure anticipation, he begins. Han Feng swings the heavy hammer with all his might, slamming it hard against the reinforced surface. He strikes it over and over, so many times that he can barely even lift the heavy sledgehammer anymore. But the exhausting effort is completely worth it because his fortified wall proves to be incredibly tough. He cannot even leave a single scratch on the surface, despite using all his might. Meanwhile, back down in the basement parking lot, most of the scavengers have returned to hand over a few bags of their looted supplies. One guy scratches his head while apologizing for only bringing back a tiny bit of food during the inventory. He seems incredibly nervous, jumping in shock when someone suddenly taps his shoulder. The man who tapped his shoulder instantly slams him to the floor, pinning his hands behind his back. This concerned citizen is one of the two Jin brothers. Pressing down hard, he demands to know where the rest of the stolen food is hidden. The thief denies hiding anything, but Jin clearly saw him carrying 3 large bags earlier, before handing over just one small bag. Even with his arm twisted painfully, he stubbornly keeps denying that he hid any resources. Since a simple arm twist is not going to make him talk, maybe a serious beating will work. Squeeze some honesty out of this guy. Just as Jin is about to strike the lying thief, someone calmly stops him with a simple tap on the shoulder to everyone's surprise. It is the man of the people, Zhang. Zhang advises the young man to let the thief go first, so they can talk things out calmly if there is truly an issue. He heard about the hidden food meant for the community and wants to handle the situation in his own way. Jin finally relents out of respect for Zhang, throwing the absolute trash of a man to the ground. As the thief looks up, he sees a hand reaching out to help him. It belongs to the basement parking lot representative, the merciful Zhang. His smile gives everyone a sense of peace. But trust me on this, there is always something pretty sinister hiding behind that kind face. After a few minutes of talking and gentle persuasion, the man finally hands over all the food he had stolen. Just as suspected, there are 2 large bags left unaccounted for. The man shamefully apologizes for being greedy, explaining he has 5 mouths to feed, and the distributed rations just are not enough. Hearing this, Zhang acts. He selflessly hands over his own daily ration to him. He strictly respects the rules. Yet, he can still empathize and understand the struggles of people trying to survive under these harsh conditions. That kind gesture almost brings the dishonest thief to tears on the spot as he thanks Zhang from the bottom of his heart. The lying thief, Old Wang, swears that if Zhang ever needs anything in the future, he will gladly serve him. Turning back to the waiting crowd, Zhang urges them to quickly grab their rations and head straight back home. The Jin brothers are quite curious to know how Zhang managed to get the thief to willingly hand everything over, and why on earth he gave him extra rations from his own share. He insists he did not do much, only helping the man understand a certain principle. Naturally, the Jin brothers are very curious to hear what this principle actually is. Zhang explains that throughout the history of their country, countless riots and rebellions have broken out due to intense conflicts of interest between different social classes. But the actual nature of these riots is defined as a collective social behavior. If you are not caught in the act, you can never be convicted in a court of law. All Zhang did was simply make the man realize that if he chose to break the rules, the collective community would no longer welcome him. He would be no different from any ordinary, common criminal who loots. Not to mention the heavy legal punishment after this disaster ends. That guy would also face the direct revenge of the owners he robbed. All of those fears piled up on top of each other, making his decision pretty easy. Zhou Lu observes the entire situation unfolding from a distance, acting as a completely passive bystander. He knows that Zhang deliberately chose to leave out one pretty crucial fact in those rioting groups. There is always a main leader driving the collective action. Heroes and villains always rise during chaotic times, and he can clearly see that exact potential in this young Zhang kid. As for our main character, he is still incredibly busy swinging his heavy sledgehammer at different spots inside his house to ensure they are almost totally indestructible. All this hard work leaves him pretty exhausted, but at least he now has completely impenetrable windows. Now that his entire house is fully reinforced and the durability testing is completely finished, he can finally sit back and relax, right? And right on cue, someone knocks on his door again. Seriously? Does this ever stop? Treading very quietly across the floor, he wonders if those resource-stealing neighbors have actually returned. Approaching the door, he peeks through the peephole to check the commotion. To his absolute shock, it is none other than Li Shiwei, desperately calling out his name. Tears well up in her eyes as she shivers violently in the freezing cold. This scene feels incredibly familiar. She rambles on, claiming she could never betray his pure love, and how true hearts are only revealed during the hardest of times. Only someone who truly loves her would keep providing for her without asking for anything in return. If he just opens the door, she is ready to open her heart. In that moment, Han Feng's mind flashes back to the night he died. Ambushed inside his own room, he vividly remembers how this wicked witch and her partners in crime made a complete fool out of him, leading to his demise. And right now, this girl is repeating the exact same lines she fed him right before he met his end. This means a man is hiding right outside that door, waiting to bash his head in if he falls for the trap. That is Han Feng's very first thought. With his revenge finally within reach, he immediately wants to grab his gun and shoot both of them dead. But he stops himself. There is no power right now, meaning the enemy lurking in the dark holds all the cards while he is out in the light. If Han Feng cannot take them out with one clean shot, he is the one who will end up dead. Using electricity is a gamble since baiting both of them to touch the trap at the same time is almost impossible. For now, he forces himself to calm down while shutting off the generator. He has exactly one shot at this. If he slips up now, we all know there won't be a second chance. Analyzing this situation calmly is crucial. The primary threat is not actually the crying witch at the front door, but the silent predator waiting in the shadows. Han Feng must pinpoint his location and deliver a lethal, deciding strike the very second he steps outside. That first part might sound a bit tricky, but he already knows exactly how this played out in his previous life. If he recalls correctly, the killer should be hiding in the blind spot behind the door. He calculates his murderer's approximate position through the wall, while firmly gripping a heavy sledgehammer. An idea sparks in Han Feng's mind. Even though he will need to play along for a bit, this is definitely his absolute best shot. Touching the cold surface of the wall, purple light begins to gather in his hands as he silently hopes this gamble pays off. Outside, Li Shiwei keeps playing the damsel in distress, desperately crying out Han Feng's name, begging him to save her. The guy she brought along to kill and rob Han Feng is already starting to have second thoughts, but she insists that the loser Han Feng is loaded. He had entire trucks of supplies delivered just a single day before the freeze hit. Anyone would jump at the chance to steal enough food to keep themselves fed for a few extra days. However, they chose the wrong target. Here is where his insane superpowers come into play, as the solid wall warps like soft clay. A massive protrusion shaped exactly like a sledgehammer pushes forward, slowly piercing through the softened concrete wall. The killer begins to catch some weird noises close by, but Li Shiwei is far too busy putting on her fake dramatic performance. By the time the guy realizes the noise is coming from right behind him, it is already too late to turn around. A literal sledgehammer wrapped in a layer of softened concrete slams directly into his jaw, completely shattering his face with an absolute ton of raw, destructive force. The wicked witch freezes in absolute shock as she watches her strong partner get launched back like a fragile rag doll. She screams to ask what happened, but he is too far gone to speak, his body shivering in agonizing pain and extreme cold. Right then, the heavy, impenetrable door slowly creaks open. Han Feng rushes out of his room, holding a fire extinguisher with a pretty sly smirk plastered across his face. The witch looks at the man she once called a loser, her eyes completely filled with terror. Before she can utter a single word, Han Feng blasts the fire extinguisher, coating her in freezing white powder, while she screams out in agonizing pain. Even now, Li Xiu acts her heart out, trying to sound sweet, while begging Han Feng to stop spraying that freezing white dust all over her. She even chokes down some of the powder, which is a massive mistake. The witch coughs uncontrollably as the freezing chemical agent starts shutting her body down. Forcing her eyes open, she sees the rich blonde thug she brought to rob Han Feng, twitching uncontrollably on the frozen floor and desperately pleading for his life. Too bad for him, Li Shiwei is barely holding it together herself and is in no shape to save anyone. Han Feng's hand cuts through the thick chemical mist as he lunges toward the witch. She tries to dodge, but he manages to grab a tight hold of her hair and scarf together. Powered by a massive surge of pure adrenaline, Li Shiwei somehow manages to pull herself free from his grip, leaving a clump of hair behind. She proves to be quite a slippery snake, scrambling to her feet and running away while screaming for someone to help her. Han Feng clicks his tongue, annoyed that the witch slipped away so fast. Still, the same cannot be said for the guy he blasted with that sledgehammer. The rich thug is still struggling to get up, fueled by pure rage and humiliation. but Han Feng immediately kicks him hard in the gut. Just as he prepares to stomp down on the exact man who took his life in his past existence, the blonde guy begs him to wait. This idiot actually starts drop-naming his wealthy dad and bringing up all kinds of garbage threats, promising that if Han Feng touches him again, he is dead meat. Han Feng answers with another heavy punch straight to his face, daring the spoiled brat to show him what he is going to do next. Han Feng does not care who this bastard's father is. He is going to inflict maximum pain and beat this kid to his heart's content. Seeing his threats fail, the blonde tries a much more respectful approach instead. He desperately calls Han Feng his brother, swearing they have no grudge and insisting this brutal beating is completely unfair. Fueled by rage from his past life, Han Feng slams the bastard's head down again. Han Feng pins him down, mounting his chest to rain endless punches, while screaming out every single bit of his anger. This man had treated his life like complete garbage. He was murdered while minding his own business, by someone with bloody gloves and malicious eyes. Han Feng orders the bastard to say something. The blonde guy probably wants to speak, but his jaw is too shattered to form actual words. Han Feng stands up and grabs the spike-studded bat lying on the floor. This weapon ended his past life and started his new one. He glares down at the defenseless killer lying completely helpless on the ground. The rich brat weeps and coughs up blood, demanding to know why he is being treated this way, which only triggers Han Feng's rage. The monster who slaughtered him without any justification now has the nerve to ask him for a reason. He raises the nail-studded steel bat and swings it down hard. The sound of breaking bone and splashing blood echoes down the floor 18 hallway. Revenge is finally his. He has killed his murderer. Han Feng's blood boils, but his adrenaline has completely run dry now. He looks down at the gruesome scene. Realizing the brutal severity of what he just did, the sight of the blood makes him want to vomit. Luckily, he manages to turn away and puke on the floor. As he struggles to catch his breath, a familiar, hoarse voice breaks the silence. He turns and finds the weird girl sitting by the door, quietly playing with blood. She must have seen the whole thing and casually offers to help clean up. The two of them quickly sanitize the entire crime scene. Not even the blood makes her flinch. Han Feng knows something is deeply wrong with this girl, and keeping her around is a terrible idea. He warns her that more thugs might show up for revenge, trying to convince her to go home before she gets dragged into the mess. Taking a slow sip of orange juice, she seems completely unbothered by the warning of more potential intruders. Han Feng genuinely wants her gone for her own safety, but she stubbornly refuses to leave, and nothing he says can change her mind. He presses that the coming days will be extremely dangerous, and they both could easily end up dead. She firmly sets her orange juice down on the table, as if to draw a line in the sand. The eccentric girl assures him that the evil king's true eye will protect them no matter what, but his power is drained, so she needs a nap. Han Feng is completely done with this game, so he grabs her wrist before she can lock herself inside the room. He demands she stop dodging him with her delusional, edgy warnings and actually pay attention, because they are facing some incredibly serious trouble right now. She just glances at his hand, tightly gripping her shoulder, looks up, and tells him to go ahead before opening the door with a confused expression. Han Feng decides to follow her lead and glances through the doorway. I have no idea what he saw, but it shocked him to his core. Han Feng is speechless. Meanwhile, the basement parking lot is packed. A few people are lingering around, blocking those who have not received their rations yet. However, the distribution system seems to be running again. There are still not enough supplies to go around, but overall, the place looks relatively peaceful. Li Hua, who just barely escaped Han Feng's grip, is now lining up with the commoners to get her share since she has nowhere else to go and nobody left to sweet talk. She calls out her name and apartment number, receiving a small piece of bread. Man, this toxic witch is still absolutely fuming about last night. Her wealthy sugar daddy never came back after his sudden, mysterious collapse the other night. The only logical explanation is that Han Feng set a trap, but that only makes her more curious about what he is hiding behind those closed doors. Before the chaos broke out, she had caught a flash of light and felt a warm breeze coming from inside his place. This means he must have some sort of power source. Maybe he did not just hoard supplies. Maybe he prepared for this blizzard far in advance. All she feels now is pure, burning bitterness. That sneaky bastard did not say a single word to her about this upcoming catastrophe, enjoying the high life while she is left begging for scraps on the floor. She desperately needs to sneak a close look inside Han Feng's place. But while she is lost in her own angry daydreaming, she accidentally bumps hard into another guy waiting in line. The man immediately recognizes her, and a strange, blinding light suddenly flashes right toward Li Hua. Holding a flashlight, He cheerfully invites Li Hua to the lobby of Zone 5, where survivors are burning fires to stay warm, ignoring her demands to just go home. The man is being incredibly pushy. He brags about his private food stash, boasting that he has enough supplies back at his place to feed 2 people for days. That creep has a massive thing for girls with her specific style, so he sees this as the perfect chance to score some easy points. Fiona might be an absolutely unbearable witch, but even she gets pretty cold goosebumps down her spine from this creep's disgusting proposal. When his pathetic attempts to bribe her with extra supplies completely fail, the creep loses his mind and starts loudly accusing her of falsifying food reports, which, to be fair, is actually true. Hearing the massive commotion, the other survivors start gathering around. Outraged, Fiona shoves the creep back and literally slaps him across the face with the stolen food. Humiliated in front of the crowd, the guy raises his heavy flashlight, ready to bash her skull in. But before he can strike the witch, Nurse Jin steps in. She slaps him so incredibly hard that the absolute bastard flies straight into the nearest concrete wall. With things getting way out of hand, the panicking survivors decide it is time to call their almighty leader, Mr. Zhang, to clean up this mess. Fiona just stands there, totally stunned by her strength. Worried she might be hurt or sick, our angelic nurse hands her a medical card, warmly inviting her to come by for a quick checkup. Desperate to avoid drawing any more eyes, Fiona quickly mutters a thank you to Nurse Jin and tries to slip away as fast as she can, but the bruised creep is not done yet. In a blind rage, he lunges at Nurse Jin and tackles her to the ground. Now check this out, he screams nasty insults, calling the sweetest girl a smelly bitch, but right before he can strike, a powerful grip violently yanks him off. With just one swift, effortless move, our absolute favorite neighborhood gangster, Brother Lee, completely shuts down the rampaging freak. His lips are bleeding from dehydration, and his body is clearly suffering from severe starvation. But Brother Lee has one unbreakable rule: he absolutely despises men who lay hands on women. Just then, Mr. Zhang finally arrives to break up the noisy crowd. The pathetic creep immediately starts pointing fingers at Fiona, crying about her fake food reports, and claiming she is sleeping with some rich guy, inflating resource prices. Seeing the bastard has not learned his lesson, Brother Lee instantly steps right back up. But before he can throw a punch, Mr. Zhang grabs the whining creep by his collar and begins delivering a heavy sermon about the true purpose of their committee. They are supposed to shield the vulnerable and ensure everyone gets a fair share of food. In the end, the creep only walks away with a very stern warning for his disgusting behavior. Mr. Zhang then approaches Nurse Jin and Brother Lee, offering a formal apology before inviting both of them to officially join his committee. Brother Lee shut him down immediately. He has zero interest in robbing desperate people under the guise of safety, and would much rather starve than spit on his own morals. Nurse Jin politely declines as well. While she is a lot softer with her words, she cannot stand the committee's brutal mob tactics, though she still promises to help the sick. They slowly head out toward the dark exit. Fiona suddenly cuts in, desperately asking Mr. Zhang if she can join their exclusive little group. The witch clings tightly to his arm, looking absolutely filthy but still trying to use her faded, dirty charms to secure a lifeline with the man currently holding all the power. Cold as always, Mr. Zhang makes it crystal clear that their committee only welcomes people who can actually bring some highly valuable survival skills to the table. Brother Lee is a proven fighter, and Nurse Jin can save lives. But a useless leech like Fiona is completely worthless in a brutal apocalypse like this. In her current pathetic state, she offers absolutely nothing that would ever benefit his little organization. Desperate, the witch racks her brain and quickly lies that she knows a hidden spot packed with food. Meanwhile, back in Han Feng's room, he seems to be playing a bizarre guessing game with his new roommate. Hovering right between the hands of this mysterious outcast girl is what looks exactly like a miniature black hole. But as she pulls out one random piece of junk after another, Han Feng just winces. He is doing his absolute best to describe the specific item he actually needs. Instead, she drags out a literal fashion mannequin to try and explain herself. It turns out this weird outcast actually possesses a highly coveted pocket dimension storage ability. She can summon a void that vacuums up anything and everything within arm's reach. But while sucking stuff in is incredibly easy, pulling the right thing out is a total nightmare. Her retrieval accuracy is honestly pretty terrible. Naturally, Han Feng gets pretty curious about what the inside of this black hole actually looks like. Surprisingly, even the girl herself has never dared to look inside. Since she usually just blind searches by hand with no issues, Han Feng figures there is no harm in him taking a quick peek inside himself. So he literally shoves his entire head into her black hole. Seriously, Do not call the cops, this is not what it looks like. With his upper body submerged in this alternate subspace, he opens his eyes to find a massive, endless void, packed with an unbelievable mountain of hoarded supplies. Random food and gear float around in complete chaos. But hey, that is exactly what you expect from a broken power that cleaned out every single major supermarket overnight. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes start watering like crazy as a terrifying realization hits him. This pocket dimension has absolutely zero oxygen. He violently yanks his head out of the suffocating void, gasping and sucking in the fresh room air like an absolute madman. Spending just a few seconds inside that absolute nightmare dimension was enough to traumatize him for life. He immediately starts coughing and complaining to her. She didn't even warn him about the lack of air, leaving him feeling like all the moisture in his skin was instantly sucked dry. Meanwhile, she completely ignores his whining. Still, she keeps rummaging through her infinite trash pile, and finally, she grabs the exact item they desperately needed. And turns out, he just wanted a toy. Boxes of drones and RC cars spill out from the Black Lake portal. Han Feng gets so excited he completely forgets his recent near-death experience. Over on the freezing stairwell of the 18th floor, a few thugs are trying their luck to rob some desperate survivors. By now, this floor has quite a reputation for rumors about a monster roaming the halls. The four-eyed thug obviously doesn't buy into that supernatural nonsense. Besides, Boss Zhang personally ordered them to scout this area. There is absolutely no way they can let their leader down. Still, a few thugs heavily doubt the intel they got from that girl, Li Xue. But hey, a job is a job. What these thugs don't realize is that Han Feng is already watching them with his brand new toys. Fortunately, they set up their security cameras just in time to welcome these uninvited guests. They already have a solid backup plan for situations like this. Han Feng is ready to pull the trigger so Phase 2 can begin. Setting a 2-minute timer, he slips out. Down on the stairwell, the bandits freeze as a faint, creepy sound echoes from up ahead. Then, chaos. A sudden, chaotic flash of dancing lights. The source of the glow is nothing but RC cars that Han Feng planted beforehand. Seeing these harmless little toys, the crew immediately lets their guard down. But wait, they miss the real explosive strapped right onto them. The fuses burn, and sudden blasts sweep the stairs. Not lethal, but highly effective. It is just flash powder, designed to temporarily blind the intruders. And while they stumble around helpless, a drone suddenly sweeps right over their heads. Strapped to its tail is yet another pack of dynamite, sending the panicked thugs scrambling back down the stairs in a hurry. They desperately try to outrun the drone, but the outcast girl turns out to be a highly skilled pilot. Han Feng insists they need to teach these punks a proper lesson this time, but trying to mess with them, she flies the drone way too low, putting it within arm's reach of one desperate thug. Swerving frantically to dodge a wild swing from the four-eyed thief, one of the propellers gets clipped by a heavy crowbar, with the left side completely failing. Keeping it balanced is pretty much impossible, and they cannot afford to lose their only aerial toy. She struggles. The outcast girl desperately tries to regain control, but the spinning gadget slips right through the broken window instead. That countdown timer Han Feng set earlier finally hits 0, and the fireworks strapped onto their precious, single drone detonates outside, like a massive, colorful New Year's celebration in the Arctic. The blast completely trashes the right propeller, causing them to lose total control of the toy. Desperately trying to salvage the situation, she attempts a highly risky crash landing right onto a window ledge a few floors down. Han Feng gears up in his heavy protective suit to retrieve the toy. That drone is simply too critical for their survival right now. But watch what their camera feeds catch here. Right in the middle of the stairwell lies what looks like a lifeless corpse. Zooming in, the body actually looks a lot like Brother Li. Han Feng wonders what on earth that local thug is doing out on the freezing stairs. Maybe he got jumped too, giving Han Feng 2 solid reasons to head out. He strictly warns his roommate not to open the door for anyone. Ready for anything, he quickly packs up a few lightweight essentials just in case. The outcast girl hands him a walkie-talkie to stay in constant touch. Finally, Han Feng grabs a loaded pistol, silently hoping he will not have to fire it out there. Flashlight in hand, Han Feng cautiously creeps down the dark stairwell. Floors 17, 16, and 15 are quiet, now that the scouts have retreated. According to the latest drone readings, the temperature outside is already minus 49.8, while the bruised scouting crew reports their disastrous encounter on the upper floors back to base. Boss Zhang calmly listens and thanks them for their efforts. But for all their trouble, they only receive 3 sets of heavy clothes and a single pack of ramen each, with food running dangerously low across the entire building. These instant noodles are basically gold, reserved strictly for those who actively contribute. Looking completely miserable and ragged, Li Xiu asks Boss Zhang if she can finally join their ranks now. He coldly shuts her down right on the spot, arguing that they cannot even confirm if Han Feng was the one who actually launched this attack. Frankly, if Uncle Lu had not personally seen someone hoarding tons of supplies before the freeze, Boss Zhang would not even listen to her. Now, they must regroup and raid that floor with a much larger force. Whether Li Xiu's tip is legit or fake will be proven in this upcoming raid. Her only chance. She tightly grips a heavy steel pipe with both hands, ready to make her move. She is determined to do whatever it takes to secure her spot. Before heading up, Boss Zhang reminds the group that everyone is valuable manpower and must watch their own backs. With their big boss leading the way, a pretty large group of looters gathers and heads up the stairs. Halfway up, they stop. They find Li Zi lying there unconscious and freezing cold. Grabbing a bottle of hot water, Mr. Zhang makes Li Zi drink, and he wakes up with a burning tongue. When he finally opens his eyes, he looks at the looters surrounding him with pure disgust. He clicks his tongue, thinking how incredibly unlucky he is that these scumbags were the ones who saved him. Mr. Zhang's loyal lackey jumps in right away, demanding that Li Zi thank the boss for saving his life. Li Zi just gives them a sarcastic laugh. The tough guy still absolutely refuses to bow down to their group's demands. He exposes them for playing hero, when they're actually just a bunch of thieves. The angry lackey tries to curse and strike him, but Mr. Zhang stops him once again. The smiling big boss steps forward and invites Li Zi to join their ranks. And, just like before, he flat out rejects their offer. The looters are getting pretty annoyed by his stubbornness after they just saved him. He refuses. Li Zi really hates being forced to follow other people's rules. Before he can turn to head up the stairs, Mr. Zhang grabs his shoulder. The shady bastard grins, asking if there's been some kind of misunderstanding here. He insists they only want to pool their strength to give the weaker folks a better shot at survival. But Li Zi easily sees through the fake smile of this committee leader, a man who claims to protect the weak, yet only doles out one meal every 3 days to the elderly. I mean, in a frozen world like this, that is basically a death sentence. Besides, Li Zi has no family nearby, so trying to guilt trip him into joining their little group won't work at all. Up on the stairs leading to the next floor, Han Feng is quietly watching and listening to their conversation. What he just overheard confirms that Zhang Shuyu does not care about anyone but himself. It explains why they only recruit the young and strong while leaving the old, sick, and disabled to slowly rot away. At this rate, the committee is bound to clash eventually. Meanwhile, the thugs are completely fed up with Li Zi's attitude. The angry lackey gets right in the tough guy's face, barking at him for not appreciating their charity. But that dog makes a fatal mistake by stepping within arm's reach of Li Zi. Without even blinking, our rough-around-the-edges hero headbutts the lackey with every bit of strength he's got left. It hurts. After that brutal impact, Li Zi's body shakes, but he refuses to budge. One look from a man with absolutely nothing left to lose makes the armed thugs instinctively take a step back, silently waiting for their boss's next order. Mr. Zhang is deep in thought. Gradually, the armed thugs shake off their fear and start closing in on Li Zi. Though he's trembling and barely standing, he dares these thieving bastards to try him. While Han Feng keeps watching from above, Han Feng can see his buddy is about to collapse and desperately needs some backup. He wants to step in, but there are way too many looters down there. Charging in would just make him another casualty. But Li Zi has saved his skin so many times. Han Feng simply can't stand by and watch his savior throw away his life in one final, desperate stand. Hold on. Here's where our boy Han Feng gets a crazy idea. He pulls out his pistol and aims it straight down, calmly watching the chaos unfold with his finger resting lightly on the trigger. Even before anyone has even raised a hand against him, Li Zi is already swaying, ready to collapse. Han Feng can't take this anymore and fires a warning shot. The bullet barely misses the lead lackey's crotch, sending a wave of absolute panic through the crowd. Pure silence. Hearing that loud gunshot instantly crushes all of their confidence. They can't believe someone in this building actually has a firearm. Han Feng slowly steps down the stairs, gun raised high, ordering everyone to freeze. It's quite effective at making them back off. As the anxious looters look around, Li Zi spots the familiar gun and instantly recognizes his buddy. While his goons are nearly wetting themselves with fear, Mr. Zhang remains incredibly calm. In the crowd, Li Xi's eyes go wide as she spots Han Feng holding a gun. He carefully hands his house keys to Li Zi, and the two slowly back away, while keeping their eyes locked on the intruders, whose men look to their boss for their next move. A few of the thugs consider rushing the pair while they're moving. No chance. That idea is instantly shut down when Han Feng fires another warning. He warned them not to move, yet they are still pushing his patience. He firmly orders them to drop their weapons right now and get on their knees. Slowly, the looters quickly obey, dropping to the floor while watching him with terrified eyes. This should buy Han Feng and his brother-in-arms plenty of time to retreat safely back to their room. After a few silent seconds as the footsteps fade away, Mr. Zhang is the first to stand back up, asking if anyone knows who that gunman actually was. Li Shi seizes the opportunity to snitch, revealing that it was Han Feng, the owner of the very place they were targeting in the first place. Zhang's lapdog takes his frustration out on the witch for failing to warn them that their target was heavily armed. But Mr. Zhang steps in to calm the situation down, fully believing Hyuna has absolutely no reason to lie, and explains to his subordinates what this actually means. If that guy Han Feng has weapons like that, does it not make perfect sense that he is loaded with supplies too? This is where things get wild. The greedy thought of stealing more supplies ignites this brainwashed crowd. Zhang is now almost entirely convinced that those supply shipments Uncle Lu saw before the disaster were real, even though they have high hopes of stealing the supplies. Their original plan is now much harder because anyone walking up could get shot. But Zhang believes Han Feng is just a total coward who lacks the guts to kill. Otherwise, he would have taken some of them down already. Besides, nobody can hide inside forever without coming out, right? Even so, the big boss announces a slight change of plans to his men. For now, they will head back and prepare some safety measures before making their next move. They need to take down room 1804. And fast. Speaking of which, our duo has finally arrived right outside. Even now, Brother Li's hands are shaking so badly he can barely unlock the door, while Han Feng stands guard, ready for any sudden ambush. The moment Brother Li successfully unlocks the door, a wave of incredibly warm air hits him. Pure bliss. It is a feeling he desperately craved. Walking in, Li is stunned. A fireplace is blazing, and a generator is running. Behind one of the glass doors lies a literal sea of supplies that would make absolutely anyone drool with envy. Brother Li turns to his young friend, asking with pure curiosity about this literal paradise of a house. While the gangster is totally captivated by the luxury setup, the outcast girl peeks out of her room to ask if Han Feng recovered his drone. He was so focused on saving his brother that he totally forgot why he went down there. 2 hours, and a couple of extremely hearty meals later, Brother Li finally gets to hear a piece of the real story. Han Feng simply tells him that he predicted this disaster early on and stocked up as much as possible. The young man also deeply apologizes to his older brother for keeping him in the dark, explaining he was terrified of any supply leaks and kept his circle extremely tight. Once they finish eating, Brother Li stands up and bows deeply with infinite gratitude. Without his young brother, he would have starved and frozen to death. Being able to eat a hot meal again is a massive act of kindness. As the gangster finally looks up, heavy tears are streaming down his face. Total gratitude. Han Feng insists he is only returning the kindness that Brother Li showed him before. Deeply moved to his core, Li praises Han Feng as a truly good man and a stellar brother. Now that he is safe here, Li shares what is actually going on across the apartment building. Things have completely changed since then. The last time he updated Han Feng on current events was right before the entire power grid went dead. Since that day, that bastard Zhang has been roaming around looting everyone's supplies in the name of collective unity. He has gathered a massive horde of brainwashed followers, but he has also made some powerful enemies who despise his methods. Some people simply could not survive on his pitiful rations and decided to leave the group, but the big boss does not seem worried about their dwindling numbers at all. He acts like he could care less. Behind closed doors, he secretly sends his lapdog, Jin Shenyu, to hunt down the deserters, claiming it is to protect their collective from external threats. Han Feng is completely shocked. Jin Shenyu and Jin Shenwen used to be a pair of sweet, smart, and thoughtful twins. Basically, this self-proclaimed collective has rapidly expanded its reach and influence, using nothing but the dirtiest, most underhanded tricks. But Brother Li firmly believes that bad deeds always catch up to you, and Zhang made his absolute biggest mistake when he tried to rob a guy named Li Zhenggao. Get this, that guy is a fierce professional boxer who used to be the national middleweight champion. So obviously, those punk kids from the committee got absolutely thrashed. Total wipeout. But that bastard Zhang refused to accept defeat, desperately trying to avoid losing face and respect among his cult followers. Under his direct orders, the thugs kept going back to Li Zhenggao to pick fights, but they just got beaten to a pulp every time. Thanks to this, the boxer gathered a loyal following of his own and two standout fighters among them are quickly making a name for themselves. First is Jung Young-yu, a hardcore boxing fanatic who actually fought in underground matches for quite a few years. He is famous for his incredible speed. The other guy is Jin Zhongzai, another fanatical follower of Li Zhenggao. This beast is blessed with overwhelming raw strength and has the physique of a literal monster. With these two powerhouse fighters backing the boxer, the rise of a brand new faction is practically inevitable, and they absolutely detest Zhang Shuyu's disgusting hypocrisy. Brother Li adds that the bastard Zhang is desperate to settle this conflict, which is why he decided to target Han Feng's massive stockpile. He desperately tried to warn his younger brother, but ended up passing out cold on the stairwell. This is actually pretty great because it means Mr. Zhang's little empire is slowly crumbling from the inside out. As the trio discusses their next move, they catch a sudden, strange rustling sound coming from just outside. The quirky girl pulls up the live feed outside the door, spotting the thugs gathering. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately gets up to rig an electric trap on the doorknob. The quirky girl stops him immediately, warning him about the distinct smell of sulfur wafting from the hallway. Without warning, the entire room violently shakes as a massive explosion rips through the hallway. Mr. Zhang and his goons are actually crazy enough to blow the place up. Judging by the blast, they are likely using localized demolition charges, so the shockwave shouldn't be too overwhelming. Glancing at the live camera feed, it finally makes sense why they carried those heavy riot shields. It is also dead obvious that Li Hyona was the snake who tipped off these bastards. While the thugs prep their next round of explosives, Han Feng quickly rushes to activate his electric trap. A second later, an agonizing shriek echoes from outside. It looks like the trap did the trick, completely taking down some poor bastard out there. The thugs shrink back in sheer terror, but Mr. Zhang strictly orders them to keep planting the charges. This time, they target the doorframe and double the explosive payload. Blindly obeying his orders, the bandits pack the walls with charges and detonate them once more. The blast severely cracks the concrete, but still fails to blow the entrance open. Mr. Zhang knows their explosives are fine. It is just that this door is heavily reinforced with some serious defenses. Refusing to back down, Mr. Zhang increases the explosives to 3 packs. If that does not work, they will just keep doubling down. He is dead set on bringing this place down today. Watch closely inside. Han Feng and Brother Li are desperately barricading the entrance. The third blast violently rattles their barricade and nearly ruptures their eardrums. Right after that deafening shockwave, a strange, cracking sound begins to echo. It looks like those demolition charges are actually working, slowly wearing down the heavy structural walls. If this keeps up, those cracks will only grow until everything crumbles. Keeping the door blocked is pretty much useless now, but Han Feng has another wild idea to try. They just need to clear away all the heavy junk they crammed against the door. That is when our quirky girl steps up to help out. Brother Li is pretty skeptical that this doll-like girl can do anything to help, until she raises her hand and summons her own black hole. Brother Li shrinks back in utter shock and confusion as she effortlessly sucks in all the heavy debris blocking their path. Brother Li almost passes out at the impossible sight. A heavy job that should have taken several minutes is done in a single second. Brother Li feels a sudden, chilling dread toward this little girl and her terrifying power. With no time to waste, Han Feng activates his purple light, coating his hands as he runs straight toward the walls. He spreads the purple glow across the entire surface, softening the structure just like before to see if he can reshape and fuse the cracks back together. He must maintain perfect focus, because once he is absolutely sure all the cracks are treated, he triggers his green light for the next phase. Luckily, his crazy idea actually works. Combining the purple and green glows allows him to completely repair and reinforce the target zone. Brother Li has just witnessed his 2 new roommates pull off stunts that are completely beyond human belief. While he is busy panicking, the quirky girl casually strolls up and tells them to get their heads down. Just in time for another massive blast, the trio crouches down low and covers their ears. Han Feng had just finished reinforcing the wall, but new cracks quickly shatter across it. This time, the bandits have pivoted, blasting the floor instead. At this rate, it won't matter how many times Han Feng repairs the damage. He has to come up with a different strategy, but his next plan is incredibly risky. Think they can pull it off? It is going to take complete trust between them. The quirky girl is down for whatever, while Brother Li is a true ride-or-die buddy. No matter how insane the plan gets, all they need to do is follow Han Feng's instructions exactly. After several more heavy blasts, the door to apartment 1804 finally gives way. Those demolition charges finally do their job, blowing the reinforced entrance completely wide open. The cautious bandits slowly creep inside, keeping their heavy shields raised high. They are absolutely determined to loot every single supply they can find. Mr. Zhang warns his men to stay alert for any potential ambush corners. They flood into Han Feng's home, quickly tearing through the kitchen and living room for supplies. But mysteriously, they find absolutely nothing. All they manage to scavenge is some useless trash and a single container of seeds in the kitchen. Realizing they just wasted precious explosives for some trash and seeds, the angry bandits turn on Li Hyona, demanding immediate answers. She desperately insists she is not lying, quickly pointing the thugs toward the bedroom. Just as they try to pry open the last unchecked room, Brother Li suddenly bursts out, kicking a heavy shield straight into a thug's face. Right behind him is Han Feng, holding a pistol. He raises his weapon and aims straight at Mr. Zhang without hesitation, pulling the trigger, but the shot is deflected by a heavy shield. Han Feng warns the idiots to get lost before he stops playing nice. Safe behind the shields, Mr. Zhang questions him for hoarding supplies and ignoring the community's needs, accusing him of letting other residents suffer and starve. He claims they only came here to demand justice for such a horrific crime. That shameless bastard actually tells Han Feng to surrender his supplies just to clear his conscience. Spouting garbage about surviving the apocalypse together, Han Feng simply cannot stomach this ridiculously self-righteous, fake heroic act. It is pure madness from this guy, especially when all they are doing is moral kidnapping. But his brainwashed goons completely buy into the insanity, hanging on their leader's every word while looking like a pack of starved, rabid wolves just desperate to vent their rage. Instead of panicking, Han Feng sees a perfect chance to flip the script completely, putting on an award-winning face of pure offense. He calmly asks them what supplies they are even crying about and where they supposedly are. Hyona cuts in right away, loudly insisting that they definitely hid the goods somewhere. She screams that she saw light and even felt real heat radiating from inside the last time she was here. Han Feng is utterly sick of her annoying voice. Han Feng fires another warning shot, making the witch shrink back in terror. Too bad her protective shield saves her from a direct headshot. Han Feng sneers and calls her out for being a shameless, lying snake. He tells the crowd that if this witch had not scammed his food and supplies for useless seeds, he would not be living in this freezing mess today. Slowly, the bandits turn on Hyona. You love to see it. Unfortunately, Truong is smart enough to kill the infighting immediately, proposing a very simple test to see who is actually lying. They just need to check the bedroom. See if Han Feng's place is truly empty. He plays it tough, but reluctantly lets them search the entire area. Keeping his finger on the trigger, he watches them tear the room apart. But all the thugs find is trash and a little girl hiding inside. On cue, the eccentric girl plays her part, crying out to Han Feng as her big brother. She clings to him, crying about being hungry, terrified. Now, the thugs are absolutely furious. They spent half a day busting down a steel door for nothing. Absolutely furious. Truong turns around and demands a real explanation from the witch. Things have completely blown up in their faces, wasting precious time and resources on a completely useless raid. She better give them a logical excuse right now, or these angry thugs will gladly rip her to shreds on the spot. All she can do is desperately scream that she is not a liar. But even if that is true, absolutely nobody believes her anymore. The only logical excuse she can cook up is that Han Feng must be pulling a fast one on them. True to form, she blames Han Feng for putting her in this corner. Completely losing her mind, Hyona runs out from behind her protective shield and charges straight at him. Blinding his eyes with her flashlight, she suddenly lunges forward and wrestles the gun away. Taking advantage of his split second of carelessness, the witch aims the pistol at Han Feng's chest, screaming for the location of his supplies. The thugs look at her like she has completely lost her mind, as she wildly threatens to shoot Han Feng. The young man calmly repeats that she scammed him out of every single resource a long time ago. Just as she is about to pull the trigger, the bandits rush in and smack the gun away before she can hurt anyone. Truong's goons quickly pin the hysterical witch down as she keeps screaming that she is not a liar. Before Han Feng can retrieve his weapon, Truong's hand quickly reaches down and snatches it up. He slowly raises the pistol, staring directly into Han Feng's eyes. His thugs keep shouting at the witch, furious at her for leading them on a complete wild goose chase. Before they can beat her to death with iron pipes, Truong steps in to prevent any unnecessary bloodshed. With his plan ruined, he is in damage control. Watch him play the nice guy. He hypocritically reminds his men that their neighborhood committee is absolutely not a violent gang, and Han Feng's home is not an execution ground. He even claims he is willing to give her a chance to start over. He actually apologizes to Han Feng for causing such a nuisance and for everything that went down today. Surprisingly, he hands the gun right back to its owner, promising to return soon with a proper explanation and a formal apology. Han Feng cautiously takes his weapon back, as the shameless leader suddenly invites him to join their little committee. He politely urges Han Feng to think it over and give him a final answer soon. As he and his thugs retreat, he tells Han Feng to give his answer at the supply collection point tomorrow. Finally, the trio is left completely alone in the eerily quiet. Han Feng lowers his head, letting go of his worry for Li. Sighing in relief, he looks up. This ridiculous farce is finally over. With the show officially over, they can finally head back to relax in the comfort of electricity and warmth. Since his own apartment is now exposed, they move up to the cozy, surprisingly spacious place of the abandoned girl living right above him. It was all thanks to her quick thinking that they could pull off such a convincing show on short notice. You see, before the thugs even entered, Han Feng had already coordinated this entire plan. First, they hide all their valuables and supplies safely inside the dimensional space of the abandoned girl. They make sure to scatter a few scraps of armor and trash around to make the scene look real. They even leave the windows wide open to rapidly drop the temperature inside. They have to make it look like they ran out of food ages ago. Let those committee bastards waste their energy breaking down a completely empty door. While enjoying a feast together, the trio celebrates the complete failure of the scouting mission of Zhang Shuiyu. Coming back empty-handed is absolutely going to spark massive outrage within their group. When that happens, those greedy bandits will start tearing into the weakest links. Since Han Feng has a gun, the unarmed and highly annoying Li Hyona will definitely take the brunt of their anger. The plan has worked out beautifully so far, but it was not completely without some roadblocks. Han Feng even had his gun stolen, but the young man already prepared for that as the absolute worst-case scenario. He is pretty certain that once Zhang Shuyu gets his hands on the gun, he will choose to handle things peacefully to keep up his righteous hero facade. But if things go sideways and that psycho actually decides to pull the trigger, Han Feng already emptied the entire magazine with his 2 previous shots anyway. That way, letting the bandits take the weapon only makes their little performance look even more realistic. Brother Li finally relaxes, thinking they can just play dumb and act miserable, while secretly enjoying a highly luxurious lifestyle. But Han Feng quickly corrects him. Their real mission from here on is to completely bring down the committee back in the parking lot. Even though the food distribution keeps shrinking and they receive less food, the deep gratitude of the crowd toward Brother Zhang is still very much alive. But look at the background. While the crowd is busy getting food, 2 sneaky shadows are silently on the move. They quickly slip into the restricted zone where only a few authorized people can go. The committee guards in charge of watching the food supplies just headed back to the parking lot. Those 2 sneaky shadows, Han Feng and Brother Li, do their absolute best to blend into the shadows to avoid detection. Surprisingly, it actually works. According to the intel from Brother Li, the first 4 floors are completely cleared out. The 5th and 6th floors are where the logistics staff and their families live. Brother Jiang and his crew stay on floors 9 through 12, and the warehouse is likely on 7 or 8. Guards will probably be stationed from the 5th floor up. The 2 must stay quiet, avoid firing any guns, and rely on their steel pipes as much as possible. As they head up, there is a weird lack of guards. Without even pulling a weapon, they easily make it all the way to the 7th floor with 0 trouble. Brother Li starts doubting. Are they even heading the right way? Sure, it makes sense that the committee is short on people, but having absolutely no guards is just way too suspicious. Splitting up, Han Feng and Brother Li search the entire floor for the warehouse. Han Feng actually expected a fight, but he is pleasantly surprised by how easily they have slipped through so far. Since the committee still has the advantage in numbers, the trio has to play it smart and dismantle them from the inside out. As far as Han Feng can tell, that gang of thieves is only held together by the promise of shared food supplies. If they locate that vault, the abandoned girl, or the demon queen as she likes to call herself, can easily step in and sweep it entirely clean. But pinpointing the exact room where the food is hidden across a whole floor takes time, and they must watch every single step they take. Finally, a signal. Brother Li is waving from down the hall. When he sees what Brother Li is making a fuss about, Han Feng freezes. One door literally has the word warehouse written boldly right on it. An obvious trap. They even left the key in the lock. Watch closely here. If Brother Li was alone, this blonde idiot would have walked straight into it, because he is a great bro, but not the smartest. Extremely thin tripwires are wrapped around the key and handle, making this the most basic bait imaginable. If these greedy thugs are willing to blow up the front door of Han Feng, there is no telling what crazy traps they have rigged. Han Feng strictly warns Brother Li not to touch a single thing. For now, they only need to scout and pinpoint the key locations for their upcoming massive strike. While the duo quietly whispers about their plans to search the upper levels, the heavy door right next to them suddenly creaks wide open. Two guards step right out, just as our silly duo is busy discussing how to clean out all their supplies. They all freeze and stare, taking a solid second to process what on earth is actually happening right now. Han Feng snaps out of it and bolts, pulling Brother Li behind him as fast as possible. They finally manage to reach the stairwell, but the angry guards are already hot on their heels. Han Feng dives in, saving his bro from a nasty blow and using his iron pipe to block an attack. Right on cue, Brother Li counters with a brutal kick straight to the groin of the guard. That move buys them enough time to retreat back into the stairwell and lock the door behind them. Unfortunately, the loud commotion attracts more guards heading up from the lower floors. With no other choice, they are forced to climb higher, praying they do not run into any more enemies. Reaching the 8th floor, Brother Li suddenly notices that Han Feng is clutching his right arm in pain. It probably broke when he blocked that brutal blow earlier. Right now, they need to find a hiding spot. Fast. Just as they search for cover, Lai spots something that makes him freeze before he can even warn Han Feng about the massive shadow looming right behind him. Before he can react, the young man is snatched into a dark room as if he weighs absolutely nothing. The moment Han Feng gets dragged into this pitch-black, isolated room, the heavy door slams shut behind him, opening his eyes. Han Feng freezes in terror at a massive, hooded figure towering over him, while outside, Lai frantically bangs on the locked door. The hooded man growls, demanding what they are doing on these floors, as Han Feng desperately tries to defuse the tension. Han Feng tries to lie, claiming they only came for supplies, but his excuse falls completely flat as the giant stomps on his hand, making him scream in pure agony. Underneath that dark hood is a gray-haired old man with a thick, messy beard. He warns Han Feng to stop lying because he is not buying it, having watched them deliberately avoid floors 5 and 6. Clearly plotting something shady against the committee. When Han Feng asks if he was tracking them, the old man simply asks, "Why do you think the upper floors are completely unguarded?" In the corner, the very guards who were supposed to be patrolling the warehouse are knocked cold and piled on top of each other. Before they can say another word, the heavy footsteps of committee guards echo right outside the door, meaning Lai has already been compromised and captured. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, the old man heads to the nearest window, forcing open the frozen frame to let the freezing outside air blast into the dark room. Han Feng frantically asks what he is doing opening an 8th-floor window, but the elder just scoffs, saying the actual drop is only about 4 stories high. The snow has piled up all the way between the 3rd and 4th floors, and with a cushion that thick, jumping down is honestly no big deal. With an entire raid squad closing in, they can either take the leap or stay here and get beaten to death. Speaking of those raiders, they are already slamming against the locked door, making Han Feng seriously consider the crazy old man's proposal. That absolute madman actually leaps without hesitation. And with the door breaking, Han Feng decides to risk it all and follow him. Terrified out of his mind, he jumps from the 8th floor, praying the snow is deep enough to cushion his fall. To guarantee his survival, Han Feng quickly adjusts his body to land hands first, using his mysterious purple light to absorb the brutal impact. By the time Han Feng lands, the old man has already dug himself out of the snowdrift, completely unharmed. Han Feng lands awkwardly but manages to survive, coughing for air as the stunned guards watching from the window look down at them like they are absolute psychopaths. Moving like lightning, the old man dashes to the closest window and smashes the brittle glass with a sharp elbow strike. Even Han Feng cannot help but feel deeply impressed by the old man's absolute masterclass in survival skills. He follows him inside, narrowly escaping the furious committee guards, because Zhang Shuyu's cowardly men do not have the guts to jump down after them. They are forced to take the stairs like normal people, giving the old man enough time to lead Han Feng to a room and light a warming fire. Han Feng admits to himself that he would be captured if not for this bearded old man. The old man actually dragged him back up to the 5th floor instead of hiding out on the 3rd. Their pursuers will naturally assume they are hiding downstairs, so they are currently searching there and setting traps. But seeing Han Feng looking deeply unsettled, the old man asks if he is terrified. Honestly, that is completely natural given they are sitting by a cozy fire right next to a rotting dead body. When asked why he saved him, the old man immediately snaps, correcting him that if given the chance, he would love to finish Han Feng off himself. But then, he gives Han Feng credit for at least being smart enough not to trigger that incredibly obvious warehouse trap. Now, he demands that Han Feng spill everything he knows about the committee, threatening to beat the absolute truth out of him if he dares to lie or keep his mouth shut. Seeing how easily this crazy senior took down a whole squad of guards, Han Feng deduces that the old man is hiding out up here to either hoard valuable supplies or to settle a massive grudge with the committee. Either way, Han Feng and Lai crashing in must have ruined his plans, but when asked if he has a personal vendetta against Mr. Zhang and his loyal lapdogs, the old man openly admits that he does. He also knows a dark secret that Zhang Shuyu is hiding from everyone. Now this gets really interesting. Han Feng asks what the secret is, but the old man just stands up, realizing the kid definitely has a personal history with Zhang Shuyu. He demands Han Feng tell him every single detail about the committee, warning him that the choice is yours: cooperate or become the second rotting corpse decorating this freezing room. Realizing he is outmatched, Han Feng starts recounting his highly unpleasant encounters with that powerful, corrupted bastard. Long story short, Zhang Shuyu blew up his house, stole his girlfriend, and plundered all of his gear, driving Han Feng to pull a gun on them in a desperate bid for revenge. But a tiny pistol was never going to cut it, so Han Feng carefully blends factual events with clever lies, making sure to highlight the gun detail. He prays the old man buys his story, and fortunately, it seems the bearded elder completely takes the bait. He sighs, confirming that a cheap little pistol is absolutely nothing for the big shots in the committee to lose sleep over. The fact that Zhang Shuyu let Han Feng go without even confiscating the gun proves it. When asked why, the old man shares two theories. First, that hypocrite is just putting on a massive show to keep up his righteous leader act. But check out this second, much scarier theory: he has a massive, hidden arsenal tucked away. Han Feng adds that he actually brought his own brother along to finish off Zhang Shuyu for good, hoping the corrupt committee would fall apart without a leader. Sure, the committee started with decent intentions, and they did save quite a few survivors. But Zhang Shuyu's brutal survival mindset has convinced everyone that acting evil is the only way to live comfortably. Even if the apocalypse ends, people who completely lost their humanity will never blend back into society. That is exactly why they have to crush this corrupt group once and for all. Old Beard agrees with him, but he is seriously worried about the aftermath if they succeed. In this brutal world, the strong always prey on the weak. Eliminating Zhang Shuyu might just plunge the entire neighborhood into lawless looting and constant bloodshed over a few. In that case, maybe they should get a third opinion on this. As it turns out, someone has been eavesdropping on their little chat from behind the door, and whoever they are, they just tried to hurl a water bottle right at Old Beard's face, but missed. Striking back, Old Beard is shocked to find his heavy fist easily blocked by such a tiny figure, but then he notices that the small hands holding his fist back are actually shaking with pure terror. He shifts his stance, ready to bash the intruder's head in, but stops instantly when he hears a familiar voice belonging to a pink-haired girl in a cute jacket. It is none other than the lovely Nurse Kim. Spotting the guy in the room, she instantly recognizes him as Han Feng from the hospital. Once things settle down, Nurse Kim treats Han Feng's broken arm while keeping up a non-stop stream of apologies for snooping on their private talk. She had just arrived to deliver supplies to Mr. Li, only to walk in and find him dead. Suddenly, she heard the door open, so she hid next door, completely terrified. Old Beard highly suspects that this cute little nurse might actually have something to do with his death. He mocks her selfless dedication as nothing but a joke, but even if he is right to some degree, Nurse Kim does not regret her choices at all. People can call her heartless, but she knows she has to survive first if she wants to save other innocent people in danger. Plus, Zhang Shuyu even gave her a special pass, allowing her to travel completely freely to any place she needs. She even gets to secure supplies from the committee without having to directly do their dirty work. But Zhang has recently been kicking out the elderly and sick. Mr. Li being one of them makes sense. One less mouth to feed means the committee keeps power longer. Still, according to Mr. Li, a rival faction has quietly risen up in the neighborhood, with those fighters clashing against the committee. Zhang Shuyu is probably desperate to wipe out his competition. That explains why he is aggressively discarding the sick and elderly. He needs to keep the young, strong fighters well-fed and perfectly happy. With his actions getting more reckless, an all-out turf war is bound to explode soon. If so, you just know they have to track down Zhang Shuyu's rumored secret weapon stash first. Old Beard asks what one kid can even do alone if he finds that stash. Han Feng insists he will figure it out when he gets there, refusing to just sit around and wait to die with everyone else. Figuring they are all doomed anyway, Old Beard decides he won't stop Han Feng from digging his own grave. He then warns the young pair that Zhang Shuyu and his committee are merely small fish in a giant pond. with far greater bloodshed and slaughter waiting on the road ahead. In a dog-eat-dog world, the one who outlasts everyone else is the ultimate winner. With that, Oldbeard slides the window open and slips away. Seriously, this guy is allergic to using actual doors. Now that it is just Han Feng and the super strong Nurse Kim left in the room, she eagerly asks if there is any way she can help him out. Han Feng politely turns her down, absolutely refusing to drag anyone else into this mess. But Nurse Kim is stubborn. Having heard the whole story, she refuses to stand by while their entire neighborhood is in serious danger. She is even completely furious at that bastard Zhang for everything he has already put Han Feng through. Staring into her deeply sincere, determined eyes, Han Feng finds himself totally unable to say no. Now that she is on board, there actually is one vital task he needs her for. Back at the parking lot, the guards are busy reporting their encounter with Han Feng and the old man. Speak of the devil, the very guy they assumed was hiding like a rat suddenly shows up right out in the open. This bold public appearance drags him straight into the tiger's den. Inside an isolated room, Han Feng gets beaten until he is coughing and vomiting. Zhang's thuggish goons tie him up, kicking him relentlessly while warning him about stealing from the committee. The brainwashed twin even threatens to break his other arm if he ever dares to trespass on their territory again. He would have tortured Han Feng a lot more if Mr. Zhang had not needed everyone to deal with a sudden emergency that just broke out. Once he was absolutely sure the thugs had left, Han Feng's body began emitting a soft green light, slowly healing all his injuries. He had to pay a heavy price in bruises and deep cuts, but finally, he made it back to the committee's area. Han Feng planned to search for the armory the second his wounds closed up. He could not waste another moment because every single second counted. After bathing himself in that warm green glow, he used his purple light to soften up the thick ropes binding him. He even managed to mend his broken arm, but tapping into that green energy drained so much power that he almost passed out right there in the yard. He really needed to learn how to target specific wounds instead of blindly wrapping his entire body in energy. As soon as he recovered and freed his hands, Han Feng caught the sound of heavy footsteps approach. The door creaked open, and the thugs threw a heavily bound Li Ziyi right onto the floor. Luckily, Han Feng had moved just fast enough to wrap the loose ropes back around his own body. Seemingly in a massive rush, the thugs left immediately, giving Han Feng a quick chance to check on his sworn brother. Li Ziyi's face was completely swollen beyond recognition. I mean, let's be real, he was never exactly a male model. But this beaten-up face looks infinitely worse. Han Feng actually adds to the injuries by slapping Li Ziyi awake well. At least it was a highly effective wake-up call. Li Ziyi only wished his friend had slapped a spot with fewer bones, since he could not even feel the left side of his face anymore. He then explained how he got dragged through another room, mentioning that before his capture, he had slipped into the power distribution room to hide. Inside, he discovered a bizarre, massive hole leading down into an incredibly deep shaft. Realizing the guards would eventually search his hiding spot. Taking a massive gamble, Li Ziyi grabbed the cables and slid down into the dark abyss. He initially thought he would end up in the first basement level, but the cables ran all the way down to basement level 2. Strangely enough, there was not a single soul in sight. Only dozens of crates stacked neatly across the cold concrete floor. Every single one of them was tightly sealed, but his curiosity won out, and he pried a few open. Imagine his absolute shock when he found the crates stuffed with giant sausages, each one as thick as his own arm. Just as he was about to investigate further, he heard someone or something creeping up right behind him, and the next thing he knew, Han Feng was slapping him awake. Now, it makes perfect sense why that committee and that bastard Zhang are so arrogant they have got a massive stockpile hidden downstairs. Han Feng asks skeptically if the stuff inside those boxes is really just regular food like sausages. If they already have so much food down there, why on earth would they use explosives to steal more supplies? The crates had 0 labels, but since the contents looked exactly like sausages, Li Ziyi assumed they were, though something still felt incredibly off. At least they now know that Zhang Shuyu has a secret warehouse hidden away. But suddenly, the sound of returning guards echoes nearby. They are whispering about how weird it is that Mr. Zhang is suddenly rushing them to execute Li Ziyi, especially since just yesterday, they were actively trying to recruit him. Hearing this death warrant, Li Ziyi nearly wets his pants. When the armed thugs burst in, they find their captives completely gone, leaving them totally confused. As they search, they have no idea they are walking right into a vengeful trap. And just like that, they flip the script, jumping their captors before knocking them cold and tying them up tight. Since Zhang Shuyu went so far as to order an execution, just to protect his secret stash, whatever is down there is definitely worth checking out. Even so, with dozens of heavy crates down there, Lee Ziyi wonders what they can actually do once they reach the second basement level. Reassuring him, Han Feng says it won't be a problem once they team up with the Demon King, reclaiming and rebooting his headset. Han Feng pings the Demon King, asking if the older sister he sent over has finally arrived yet, but her response is totally unexpected. Wait, this is terrible. The kid asks if it is really okay to open the door for the woman who stole Han Feng's gun. It is not the sweet nurse, but that psycho Li Xiaona. Han Feng frantically warns the Demon King to lock the door tight and stay as far away from that madwoman as possible. But it might already be too late. The line suddenly goes completely dead, leaving Han Feng blind to whatever is happening upstairs. They have to get back up there right away and secure the Demon King first. For the second time today, the two sneak through the freezing corridors of the lower levels, moving with absolute silence to ensure they do not get caught by the guards again. Deafening crashes begin echoing from just up ahead. The desperate survivors relying on the committee are already evacuating to the higher floors. The wounded, the elderly, and the women are limping up the stairs, while every single able-bodied person is ordered to grab weapons and immediately gather down in the basement. It is pure chaos as they panic, doing everything in their power to stop the enemy from advancing toward their secret supply stash. The only logical explanation Han Feng can think of for this sheer madness is that the war with Li Zhenghao's faction has finally begun. Either way, this absolute chaos actually works right in their favor. All they need to do is cover up, put on masks, and blend right into the panicked crowd until they reach the Demon King. The stairwells are packed with terrified survivors, making it too bad. Their plan to keep a low profile is about to crash and burn. Mr. Zhang's lackey, who was running the evacuation, just got knocked flat on his back. Li Zhenggao's top two goons have blocked the path, and they are completely starving for a brutal fight. Mr. Li instinctively pulls his younger brother aside, shielding him from the absolute madness about to unfold. Meanwhile, up on the higher floors, the self-proclaimed Demon King is watching Li Xiaona through the door peephole. That crazy witch creeps closer and presses her ear against the door, trying her best to hear if Han Feng is inside. But there is only dead silence. She looks incredibly suspicious doing this. But right then, Nurse Jin finally shows up, clutching her first aid kit. Caught red-handed, Xiaona freezes up, desperately trying to spin some fake excuse for why she is sneaking around Han Feng's door. She claims she was looking for food. No chance Nurse Jin buys that pathetic excuse. Plus, Xiaona did not come alone. Standing right behind her is a whole squad of scrawny, armed, useless thugs. As Xiaona and her goons corner her, Nurse Jin firmly stands her ground, stating she was officially called here to treat a patient inside. Not a chance. That crazy witch is way too sharp to fall for it. She had already seen the nurse and Han Feng talking before, so she turns to her desperate, supply-starved goons and whispers some pretty venomous poison straight into their ears. One by one, those creepy guys close in on Nurse Jin. She backs away, warning them she will report this harassment to Zhang Shuyu. But Xiaona thinks taking the nurse hostage is the perfect way to bait Han Feng out. Honestly, these thugs are not all that thrilled about locking up the only medical worker left in the entire building. Nurse Jin warns them that if they keep up this ridiculous nonsense, she is going to stop playing nice. When they ignore her warning and grab her arms, this slender nurse casually lifts the heavy thugs off the floor, slamming them into each other like they weigh absolutely nothing. Instant regret. Xiaona and her remaining goons take a terrified step back. Nurse Jin takes a deep breath, warning them again about the heavy consequences of interfering with her work. But this crazy witch has lost her mind. She pulls a hidden knife from her pocket, slashing it wildly at our favorite nurse, clearly not caring if she ends up killing her. If Nurse Jin had not been wearing such a thick coat, that sharp blade would have sliced right into her skin. Xiaona tells her men to back off, warning them to watch out for the freakish strength of this total monster. And right as everyone is distracted, watch this, the apartment door slowly creaks wide open. The thugs panic, as their weapons suddenly start shaking violently, creating an irresistible magnetic pull. Standing right there at the entrance is our self-proclaimed Demon King. She even busts out some useless hand signs, just to add some dramatic flair. Knives, bats, metal pipes, and all kinds of DIY weapons are instantly sucked in by her gravity. The gravity pull is so strong that even Li Xiaona's tattered clothes start getting sucked in. Those terrified thugs try to run, but the pull is just too strong. Convinced some ghost is messing with them, they flee. Meanwhile, down on the lower levels, the brutal gang war is only getting uglier. Skulls cracking, fists flying left and right in pure chaos. Right in the middle of this mess, Han Feng and Mr. Li are sprinting away from a massive guy. Han Feng punched the wrong dude, and now they are stuck in a literal cartoon chase. Honestly, who wouldn't be furious if a punch left your cheek swollen to the size and bright color of a ripe apple? Han Feng takes a pretty massive gamble, combining green and purple energy to form a reinforced gauntlet, scoring a devastating blow in this desperate pinch. To make matters worse, Mr. Zhang's goons spot them right in the middle of the riot. If captured again, game over. Those sadistic bastards will never let them escape. So Han Feng quickly cooks up a wild plan to split up from Mr. Li. While the former gangster heads off to rescue their little roommate, Han Feng acts as the bait. It is a tough solo job, but he is pretty confident in his odds. Han Feng intentionally circles the underground parking lot, drawing as much unwanted attention to himself as possible. He leaps onto the hood of a car and screams at the top of his lungs, getting everyone to look. Han Feng flips off the entire room, mockingly confessing that he was the mastermind who jacked up the supply prices to starve out all these poor losers. Dead silence follows. Every single thug in the room, no matter their faction, starts grinding their teeth in pure rage. And just like that, everyone completely forgets their beef. They are totally united with one goal: hunting down Han Feng first. Phase 1 of his plan is a massive success. Han Feng vaguely remembers that the entrance to the basement parking lot is blocked by a heavy metal gate. Right now, tons of heavy snow are pressing hard against that gate, just waiting to be unleashed. He is completely focused on sprinting toward the gate, totally missing that one of the notorious twins is right on his heels. A brutal punch sends him tumbling right to his destination. With a massive metal gate at his back, the furious mob corners Han Feng. Touching the cold metal, he focuses deeply to activate his dormant power. With absolute focus, he completely covers the massive gate in a strange, glowing purple light. Terrified of the bizarre glow, the angry mob freezes in their tracks. The light fades, their fury ignites again. In a wild move, Han Feng screams at the bastards to come get him. As the angry mob charges, the solid metal gate suddenly turns soft and highly malleable. This weakened barrier stands no chance against the tons of heavy snow poised to crash into the basement. Seeing the massive indoor avalanche about to bury them, the crowd instantly forgets their hatred for the young man. Look at this chaos. It is a brutal, desperate race for survival. The freezing torrent carries enough force to sweep away parked cars in the basement. All the fighting factions are instantly swallowed by the massive white wave, burying everyone deep in the ice. Only those who are quick and lucky enough manage to scramble toward the exits, narrowly escaping the devastating disaster. The avalanche settles. The entire basement is left completely ruined, a total disaster zone. Han Feng planned ahead and secured a safe hiding spot. After making sure all of his threats have been swept away by the snow, he slowly digs himself out. He is genuinely surprised that turning a massive metal gate into soft jelly did not drain his energy at all. Maybe he is just getting better at this. A lot better. While lost in thought, the old man who previously saved his life suddenly appears. For some strange reason, Han Feng gets the eerie feeling that this mysterious elder has been closely watching him the entire time. Once they realize the icy avalanche has finally stopped, the hostile crowd begins heading back inside. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the old man quickly grabs Han Feng and pulls him away. They escape to a secluded corner of the first basement level, desperately trying to catch their breath. Han Feng demands to know who this old man really is and why he keeps interfering in his personal business. Realizing there is no point in hiding his identity anymore, the old man introduces himself as Li Zhenggao, the leader of an all-out war against the powerful Mr. Zhang. He extends a hand to the young man, but Han Feng feels deeply hesitant about the old man's true motives. Well, Li Zhenggao genuinely wants to cooperate. He might have rejected Han Feng before, but a person's mind can easily change. Han Feng remains highly skeptical, absolutely determined not to get tricked into some kind of dangerous trap. As Li Zhenggao sees it, they are simply two separate parties working hard to achieve a shared goal. After weighing his options, teaming up with someone as capable as Li Zhenggao would definitely increase his chances of taking down Mr. Zhang. Even though he does not fully trust the gray-haired elder, Han Feng is quite willing to form a temporary alliance. The two shake hands to formalize their partnership. Meanwhile, down on the lower level, Mr. Zhang is conducting a final inspection of all the vehicles he has hidden in the second basement. He has only just received the report about the massive avalanche sweeping the floor above. The temperature inside the building is dropping rapidly. His men are completely scattered, and their valuable prisoners have vanished without a trace. Yet, Mr. Zhang remains remarkably calm, confident that these minor setbacks will not ruin his grand plans. Just within earshot, Li Zhenggao and Han Feng are stealthily sneaking inside. Lee had actually discovered this garage, packed with military jeeps some time ago. He had also overheard secret plans to relocate several residents to another location. It really makes you wonder, where could anyone actually survive in that brutal, freezing wasteland? Desperate to find answers, Li Zhenghao wastes no time, charging right in with only his bare fists, completely unaware of what is about to happen. Mr. Zhang continues barking orders to his remaining men, but their tight operation is suddenly shattered by the unmistakable sound of gunfire nearby. Before they can even process what is happening, a stealthy intruder has already breached their rear defensive lines. Relying on his raw power and refined combat techniques, Li Zhenghao quickly neutralizes Mr. Zhang's entire inner circle of guards. Terrified and caught off guard, the defenders begin spraying bullets wildly in every direction. Yet, Li Zhenghao remains completely unfazed by the roaring gunfire and heavy smoke. The only weapons he actually trusts are his own battle-hardened fists. Naturally, Mr. Zhang's elite personal bodyguards stay extremely close to their boss, but they totally failed to anticipate multiple attackers. That was a fatal mistake. Han Fong easily slips past their messy defense, and now, his gun is aimed directly at the boss's head. Instead of panicking, Mr. Zhang just smiles and casually thanks Han Fong for finally showing up. He calmly claims he always knew this confrontation would happen, saying it was only ever a matter of time. One of the twins spins around to see his boss in checkmate, but Mr. Zhang quickly signals his men to stand down. He knows Han Fong was the clever one who hoarded a massive stockpile of supplies before things went south. Believing he had outside connections, though, that seems false. When prompted to inspect the magazine of his own pistol, Han Fong discovers a small recording device covertly attached to it. Mr. Troon secretly planted that tracker during the apartment incident. Otherwise, there is no way he would just hand over a perfect weapon to his enemy. He knew every single detail of Han Fong's plan. If he wanted to end the kid, he would have done it ages ago. Truth is, Mr. Truong still wants Han Fong to join his faction. That way, they can keep sacrificing a few to save the majority. But playing the pawn is just not Han Fong's style anymore, so he rejects the offer. With that, Mr. Truong gives a subtle hand sign, and a squad of heavily armed soldiers suddenly storms the area. Just look at how fast and clean they move. These are elite special forces. 3 gunners lock their sights on Han Fong, ready to turn him into a human colander. Our boy would have kept running around like a headless chicken, hoping to dodge bullets if Qin Hao did not grab him. He is totally terrified. Panicking, he looks at Qin Hao, who just tells him to chill out. They are only facing 3 guys. After all, no big deal. Li Qin Hao is going to act as the bait, while Han Fong needs to find an opening to strike. It sounds completely suicidal. How do you play decoy against professional soldiers carrying fully automatic assault rifles? To show him how it is done, Qin Hao leaps out of cover, drops low, and charges straight into the line of fire. He moves so fast, it looks like the bullets are actively avoiding him. Not a single scratch. And once he gets close enough, those heavy fists of his are just as deadly as any gun. Seriously, his insane reflexes and close combat skills are definitely not human. While the old man is basically dancing with bullets, Mr. Truong tries to sneak into a jeep to make his next delivery. But there is no way Han Fong is letting him escape that easily. Summoning his purple energy, he turns the solid concrete ground into a muddy swamp, sinking the jeep's heavy tires right into the floor. That is more than enough to trap them in the parking lot. Staring at his mirror as the floor swallows his tires, Mr. Truong thinks he is hallucinating. Han Fong feels pretty smug about causing trouble from a safe distance. But right as he aims for the next tire, a frag grenade comes flying straight at him. Some hooded stranger spotted him messing with the jeep, bypassed all other options, and chucked the explosive. As Han Fong's entire life flashes before his eyes, the hooded psycho just smiles and waves. The grenade bounces off the jeep. Boom. Han Fong takes the devastating blast right in his face. No normal human could survive that close. His body is completely torn apart, showing that the grenade did its job. Next thing we know, Han Fong wakes up to a weird tickling feeling. Wait, are those dream goats back again? They are crowded around, licking him from head to toe. He just closes his eyes, trying to enjoy the ticklish sensation, until an absolutely massive tongue suddenly joins in on the fun. Naturally, that massive tongue belongs to a colossal goat, wrapping its slimy, giant appendage all around his naked body. Trails of blue light flicker, growing brighter and brighter until his shattered body melts and reconstructs around the glowing energy. Back in reality, his physical body instantly pieces itself together as that blue light mends every single injury. Han Fong literally died and revived because his cheat power triggered automatically. His physical shell is completely healed, but his mind is totally blank. Meanwhile, the Can twin in the driver's seat managed to free the tires and is ready to speed off. Before he can hit the gas, an entire side of the Jeep instantly crumbles into dust. A terrifying red light surges forward, swallowing all physical matter in its path. With just a lazy wave of his hand, having witnessed their vehicle get disintegrated with a single touch, one of the twins aims a pistol at him. Staring down the barrel with glowing red eyes, Han Feng reaches out and grabs the gun with his radiating hand. The weapon instantly vaporizes. That terrifying red energy travels up, completely dissolving Can then Vu's clothes into dust. Mr. Truong's signature composure completely vanishes along with the Jeep's roof. As he scrambles to get out, he is instantly exposed to the brutal, bone-chilling cold, made worse by the avalanche dropping from above. Can Van Vu shivers violently as the terrifying crimson light strips away his skin, sending a freezing cold through his entire body. Within seconds, the poor bastard literally freezes to death. His twin brother, Can Van, watches this and explodes with pure rage. Can Van charges wildly at Han Feng, brandishing a heavy metal pipe. He wants nothing more than to cave Han Feng's skull in, but it is not that simple. The second the metal pipe makes contact with the red light, it turns to dust. Terrified, Mr. Truong frantically calls his base to demand immediate backup. This was definitely not part of his plan. Completely ignoring the surviving twin, an unconscious Han Feng scans the area for his next target. With purple light crackling in both of his hands, he slowly walks toward another armored Jeep. The driver and passenger have absolutely no idea what to do as the glowing sludge completely swallows their entire vehicle. Suddenly, the exterior of the Jeep begins to drip away. It looks just like melting wax. The vehicle is almost completely liquefied. Trapped inside the armored Jeep, the passengers scream, clawing to get out, but it is already too late. The liquid metal solidifies again, instantly fusing the driver and passenger into frozen metal statues. To stop his brutal rampage, someone in the crowd opens fire directly at Han Feng. A bullet grazes his cheek. Instantly, a green glow heals the fresh wound. The inexperienced guards tremble as they run completely out of ammo. They have already seen what Han Feng did to their comrades. All they can do now is run for their lives. To cover their retreat, the Special Forces unit shifts their primary target to Han Feng. Protecting Zhang Shuyu's group is their absolute highest priority. Seeing his playmates change direction really annoys Li Zhenggao. Luckily, at least one commando stays behind to engage him in direct combat. Through all this chaos, Li Zhenggao is still trying to figure out what is actually going on with Zhang Shuyu. Meanwhile, as bullets chase him, Han Feng uses his purple light to scale the walls. Climbing high above, he fires back against their lethal force by turning the concrete floor into a gooey slush, making it impossible for them to keep their balance. Once he succeeds, stripping away their ability to aim properly, he quickly closes the gap and completely erases their automatic rifles from existence with a flash of red light. Mixing things up a bit, his blue and purple energy glows as their unique properties reshape the melted scrap metal from those rifles into a brutal melee weapon. It is a twisted, jagged blade, a perfect fit for someone who has completely lost control of his own body. With one clean swing, Han Feng slices the throats of the special agents hunting him. After taking those final 2 lives, the extreme exhaustion of pushing his powers to their absolute limit finally catches up with him. Just as his body begins shutting down, his highly vengeful twin suddenly leaps out from the dark shadows to launch a lethal surprise attack. Before Jin Shenwen can crush his skull with a metal pipe, Han Feng collapses onto the cold, dark ground. Seeing the terrifying monster now completely defenseless, Jin Shenwen actually thinks he can land the finishing blow. Talk about a huge mistake. Unluckily for him, Li Zhenggao is still standing right there. He will protect his unconscious business partner. One-on-one, there is no way a regular commando survives the fists of a true champion. Today, he learned that Han Feng is a complete madman when he loses control. After grabbing the young man's body, he hears a sudden noise coming from outside and immediately runs off to hide. Zhang Shuyu returns to basement parking lot number 2, bringing a fresh battalion fully armed with riot shields and blunt weapons. He leads them from the center, gripping his gun as if his life depends on it. Sweeping the area, they find 2 dead commandos on the ground. There should have been 3, but only 2 bodies remain. With Jing Jinwu confirmed dead, his brother and a few others who managed to flee are the only survivors left. Now that these soldiers are dead, they have no guides left to lead them to the other base. Zhang Shuyu accepts that today's plan was an absolute, crushing failure. They must retreat, recover, and completely rethink their strategy. Meanwhile, in an abandoned room, someone burns books. They just need warmth. Han Feng wakes up in a panic, screaming about a grenade. It seems that was the last thing he remembered. If so, how is he still alive? And where is he? All these endless questions keep spinning in his head. Luckily, a very familiar face is waiting nearby. The actual savior, who dragged him to safety. When asked what went down, Li Zhengkao cannot even give a logical, rational explanation of those wild events without sounding completely out of his mind. More importantly, he has figured out a general idea of what Zhang Shuyu is planning. As for the details, he has a very willing volunteer to help get answers paid for, with blood and brutal torture. Based on what the captured soldiers confessed, a certain base sent them here to make a shady deal with Zhang Shuyu. Supposedly, they brought food and weapons to trade in exchange for local people. When pressed for a reason, the soldier mumbles they just need construction labor. Honestly, anyone with half a brain can see right through that pathetic lie. In this brutal apocalypse, nobody wants extra mouths to feed. The soldiers keep insisting they are only trying to rebuild civilization, while saving as many lives as possible. To stop any more lies from slipping out of the guy's mouth, Li Zhengkao casually continues his torture by snapping another one of the soldier's fingers. That agonizing pain breaks him, making him confess that their base will definitely send even more men. When asked if any superpowered mutants are involved, the soldier avoids eye contact, trying to pretend he has no idea what Li Zhengkao is even talking about. That reaction basically confirms their base has mutants, which means going up against them is going to be incredibly annoying. Han Feng just woke up, only to witness the cold, ruthless nature of Li Zhengkao firsthand. Realizing they will not squeeze any more information out of him, Li Zhengkao ends the soldier to his eyes. This new base is just another sketchy faction with a bunch of shady, unclear goals that might even be downright evil. They could easily wipe that group out. Or they could just pack up, leave, and find a brand new place to settle down far from the chaos. For now, Han Feng wants to head back to his group. Time to talk. Walking back up to the apartment, the young man weighs their options with the info they have. Honestly, leaving might be their safest bet. But before going back up, he detours to basement level 2. He needs to check the armored jeeps and heavy machinery. He tries his absolute best to sneak around quietly. Then, he hears it. Soft footsteps heading straight toward him. He lunges to strike the shadow ahead. But wait, he just fell hook, line, and sinker for a clever decoy. A familiar figure sneaks up right from his flank. Her fist is aiming straight at his head. Han Feng throws his hand up just in time to block, his arm glowing with a hardened blue and purple light. He does it so smoothly, purely on raw instinct. Surprisingly, it doesn't even hurt. It feels like that crazy accident from earlier unlocked some seriously awesome combat moves he can now pull off. Just as he prepares to counter, a flashlight beam cuts through the dark. The attacker is the nearsighted nurse. Talk about a close call between allies. Once things quiet down, Han Feng catches his crew up on everything and explains the plan to escape. Brother Li is absolutely furious. That bastard Zhang is actually trading living people for basic supplies. On the other hand, the naive nurse quietly wonders if sending people to a place with a better shot at survival might actually be a good thing. But let's be real, Zhang Shuyu has already been to that base. If this promised paradise was actually legit, he wouldn't need armed soldiers escorting him just to make trades. The real problem? No info. Damn it, they are completely in the dark. They don't even know if this base is real. And there's a pretty high chance more hostiles are going to hit their building very soon. Right now, they need to lock down a reliable vehicle, just in case they have to make a fast escape. On the bright side, they've got plenty of heavy vehicles parked down here to choose from. Too bad, they don't have keys for the best vehicles. Brother Li snoops around the remaining armored jeeps and stumbles upon a whole crate of weapons. They might as well let the little devil stash all this sweet loot inside her storage for later. The crate was pulled right from a melted jeep. It is actually the very first time Han Feng has seen the aftermath of his own subconscious rage. Meanwhile, the girls find themselves totally distracted by something else. Tucked away in a far corner of the second basement level, a massive curtain has been hung to hide something. The nearsighted nurse swears she can hear faint noises coming from behind the heavy fabric. Our little devil pulls her largest flashlight from her storage space, shining a bright beam forward as the other three work together to yank the curtain down. When the curtain finally drops, you better believe everyone is left staring in absolute shock and disbelief. Right there, buried under the freezing snow, is a massive, crudely dug tunnel that leads to some completely unknown destination. Whoever carved this thing out must have been absolutely unreal. It really feels like what that captured soldier confessed is just the tip of a massive iceberg. This neighborhood is definitely not safe anymore. Brother Lee checks their surroundings and discovers some frozen drainage pipes running right through the area. Before things go any further and they get carried away, Han Feng calls a halt and pulls everyone out of the dark tunnel. An expedition like this requires much better preparation. They need to turn back right now and properly plan their next moves. So, they pack up some handy survival gear, plenty of food rations, and even some explosives, just in case things get wild. Armed with solid weapons and extra food, they now have enough to survive out there for a while. Han Feng makes it crystal clear that this first trip is strictly for scouting. If any emergency hits, they are going to haul tail straight back to the base. Of course, all this heavy preparation would be completely impossible without the little devil and her insanely handy pocket dimension. While Han Feng and Brother Lee head out, the girls stay behind. Han Feng makes sure to reinforce the room's walls and entrance. This keeps them completely locked in, so no outside intruders can cause trouble. The girls see them off, and Han Feng throws them a reassuring look. The little devil proudly announces that her true eyes will bestow a divine blessing upon her adventuring disciples. With what they know now, Zhang Shuyu is far from being the only threat. Something much worse could crawl out of that dark tunnel at any second. The absolute main goal of this scouting mission is to track down a brand new safe haven. The two brothers officially step into the abyss, pushing forward with courage. They expected the underground to be warmer, but boy were they wrong, everything is completely frozen over. So, it is a total miracle that someone managed to dig through this. 15 minutes into the trek, they run into some incredibly rough terrain. 30 minutes later, the tunnel splits off into multiple paths, branching in every direction. Picking a path at random, they spend another full hour walking, climbing, and descending deeper. Whenever they spot a manhole cover, Brother Lee climbs up first to see if they can break it open from below. The snow has blocked everything above ground, leaving the pair wandering for so long that they can't even remember where they started or which direction to take next. Fortunately, they spot another cluster of drainage pipes and a sign pointing toward a nearby neighborhood. They follow the line of pipes until some brick and mortar structures finally come into view. Like a gift dropped straight from heaven, they stumble upon a map of the underground sewers. They've been walking for half a day only to find they're still right next to their starting neighborhood. Ignoring Lee's frustration, Han Feng suddenly whispers for him to turn off his headlamp. He catches the sound of speeding vehicles nearby. It's a military convoy, and they're heading straight toward the residential area of Han City. Han Feng and Lee manage to dive out of sight just in time. These vehicles definitely belong to the special forces. They must be utilizing these underground trucks to transport workers to the site of their supposed utopian base. Lee comes up with a great idea of tailing the tire tracks to follow the trucks. Funnily enough, he actually knows a back entrance to Han City. A year ago, an old lady fell down a manhole there, and he rushed in to save her. He swears he still remembers the exact path to that spot, bragging that his sharp memory made him a top student in high school. But when they reach the spot, the manhole cover is frozen solid. It might be slightly off-center, but they can still try another cover further down the line. Lee climbs up and tries pushing it 3 more times, but each attempt only brings him more embarrassment. By the time they reach the 4th and furthest cover, Lee almost cries with joy as it finally budges. Fortunately, they exit right into the underground parking lot of the Han City district. Seriously, this story really loves its parking lots. Han Feng tells Lee to stop bragging and keep his voice down, since they're in enemy territory now. Keeping low, they crawl through the parking lot, using the cars as cover. Along the way, they spot frozen corpses and clear signs of a violent struggle. Over by the back wall, a few men are forced to smash concrete with heavy sledgehammers. Guarding them is a pair of Special Forces soldiers, clearly unhappy about babysitting civilians in a dump with terrible rations. It seems the military squad has no say in their deployment. Han City is now fully under the thumb of the warlord. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. The soldiers scream at the workers to run, because their actual heavy labor force is breaking through from the other side. The wall they were working on cracks and crumbles. Before the workers can even reach safety, a massive explosion throws them back along with huge chunks of rock. And stepping through the dust is a giant, bald kid with an incredibly eerie glint in his eyes. The creature is so massive he barely looks human anymore. He must be the one who dug this tunnel straight to their block without anyone noticing. Either way, Han City is a complete trap. If our duo gets spotted, they are dead meat. After digging the fresh tunnel, the giant kid demands snacks, and the guard promises to feed him once the path is fully cleared. The massive kid hates that answer. Veins bulging on his neck, he slams his fist down and completely shatters the concrete floor. Tremors ripple all the way to where the two are hiding. That is their cue to get the hell out of this place. They crawl away cautiously, trying hard not to attract any unwanted attention. Lee is sneaking away perfectly until he inhales a cloud of dust from the impact, and he just can't stop himself from letting out a loud sneeze. Hearing his partner ruin their perfect getaway, Han Feng freezes. Just like that, they're exposed as guards spot them crawling and immediately order a chase. All they can do now is run as fast as possible without dwelling on their mistakes. The giant kid is incredibly fast. Even with their head start, the mutated brute is snapping right at their heels. Getting within range, the massive kid smashes the ground again, causing the sewer system to collapse around them. The ground turns into a jagged mess, making it almost impossible to keep running. They're fresh out of options. Han Feng urges Lee to keep running while he buys some time, figuring it's a perfect chance to test his abilities against another Esper. Unleashing a purple glow, he coats the torn tunnel floor. The giant kid steps forward only to feel his boots sinking into the ground like jelly. He struggles to pull himself out of the sinking mud, but his massive weight only drags him down faster. That's when he realizes Han Feng is also an Esper, and definitely someone worth capturing alive. But that's going to be tough, as Han Feng now uses blue light to solidify the floor he just softened. Restoring the concrete to its original solid state is quick and easy. Furious, the giant kid now only wants to crush the guy trapping him with weird tricks. Han Feng breaks into a cold sweat. Even with his combined powers, the giant is about to break free through pure rage and muscle. Meanwhile, Lee is making a pretty clean getaway, but seeing his brother in deep danger, he spots a few loose metal pipes scattered on the floor and gets a sudden idea. By keeping his continuous stamina skill activated, that giant overgrown kid is slowly being drained of all his strength, leaving Han Feng just inches away from completely trapping their only pursuer. He could have won this battle of attrition easily. If only brother Lee was not so overprotective of his younger brother. Ditching their escape plan, the loud gangster grabs a pipe and charges into battle. With the giant infant pinned flat on the ground, brother Lee finally has a perfect shot to deliver a devastating blow to that bald head. Too bad, his full power swing does absolutely zero damage, only succeeding in making that bloated fat bastard even more furious than before. Again, for the second time, brother Lee's sheer stupidity drags Han Feng down. The fading giant suddenly gets a second wind, fueled by a burning rage to bury these two annoying pests alive. Brother Lee immediately turns tail and runs. Han Feng must drop his trap. Back to square one. What a painful setback. Brother Lee had good intentions. He did not want to abandon his brother, but it did way more harm than good. Luckily, after several minutes of sprinting, they somehow shake off that massive meatball. With loose rocks completely blocking the path behind them, they are finally safe from immediate danger, at least for now. But now, they have a whole new list of problems, starting with figuring out exactly where they ended up running to. Brother Lee reassures Han Feng that the sewer map they saw earlier is permanently burned into his genius brain, meaning he will lead them straight to safety. The cheerful gangster picks a tunnel and confidently starts walking forward. Han Feng is not buying it. Not at all. 10 minutes later, brother Lee shouts about recognizing the pipes on their left. 20 minutes after that, they are still just blindly following random pipes, and by the 40-minute mark, he actually begins doubting his own sense of direction. Fortunately, Han Feng feels a soft breeze nearby, allowing him to take over the lead and follow the direction of the wind. They finally reach an upward path, showing them a literal light at the end of the dark tunnel. Brother Lee leaps ahead, acting like he was the one who discovered the exit. They carefully scale an icy wall, avoiding any slips on the slick grooves. They finally reach the top. Freedom. They get their first real look at the outside world. It is dark and gloomy, though the snow has calmed down a bit. The world they once knew is dead. Everything is completely frozen in time. Brother Lee climbs out of the sewer tunnel and confirms that the surface, which used to be open water, is now solid ice. Han Feng scans the horizon and spots a structure that looks exactly like the Peak Building. The Peak Building is supposed to be the tallest structure within 5 kilometers north of their home, which means they wasted tons of time traveling in the absolute wrong direction while escaping that underground threat. For context, their Happy Apartments complex is located in the southern third ring of Hunchuan City. Instead, they are way up in the northern fourth ring. Total disaster. The underground tunnels are completely ruined. Their only choice is to trek across the surface to get back to their home district, which means they first have to cross through Jingshan. Given the brutal conditions, making it home today is virtually impossible. Naturally, Brother Lee starts bragging about his endless connections in Jingshan. He claims he can get them a hot meal and a warm place to rest, but as he happily goes skipping down the snow-covered streets, He immediately slips and completely wipes out, though a deep snowdrift thankfully cushions his fall. It is a clear sign to slow down since the roads are getting incredibly slippery. And as night falls, the heavy snow starts piling up. They need shelter. Fast. So both of them push forward to cover as much ground as they possibly can. While scanning the area for any potential campsites, they are still 3 kilometers from Jingshan, and the raging blizzard is only getting worse by the second. If they can just endure this freezing cold for 1 more hour, they will finally reach a familiar area. Within minutes, it is clear they either pick up the pace or freeze to death. To make things worse, they spot 2 dead men frozen solid right in the street, leaning against fully packed bags that show they prepared well, yet the cold still won. There is absolutely no food in those bags, which explains why they risked heading out to scavenge. Honestly, this is just the harsh new normal of their world. With the blizzard growing increasingly violent, finding a spot to rest and continuing this freezing journey tomorrow seems like the only smart move. No way. Neither of them wants to end up like those 2 frozen corpses. The pair finally reaches Jingshan district as the storm hits its peak, and surprisingly, a few villas here are not buried in snow. As they head toward a potential campsite, they spot several shadows moving through the heavy snowfall. Who else is out here? Brother Li volunteers to go ahead and talk to whoever is standing out there. Before Han Feng can even warn the reckless gangster about the extreme danger of talking to strangers, Brother Li has already wandered off. 2 armed men immediately grab him, shoving a cold gun barrel straight against his temple, leaving Han Feng completely cornered with his foolish companion held hostage. He tries to sneakily grab the gun tucked in his belt. Boom! A warning shot rings out, showing they are not playing. The robbers scream at him not to pull any tricks, before immediately starting an argument over whether they should keep their hostages alive and in one piece. They really did not want to end up carrying dead bodies up that hill, forcing Han Feng to hand over his weapons. With a cold gun barrel tapping his forehead, he knew he could easily survive and heal a bullet to the brain with his powers if he decided to fight back, but taking that risky path would absolutely get Brother Li killed. So he surrendered peacefully, and they got marched up the hill while the thugs bragged about capturing armed prisoners like they did something huge. Han Feng tried to act all respectful. They already handed over all their gear and supplies, so letting them go now should be safe, right? But these thugs have other plans. Han Feng actually suspects they are being dragged into a cannibal lair to become some emergency meat supply. But honestly, this private location is actually pretty amazing. From up here, you can overlook the entire city of Hunchuan. And when they arrive, a thug opens the massive villa gate with an automatic remote, which means this place actually still has power. Since the city grid went dead ages ago, this villa must be running on a generator. Even though everything is totally frozen and buried in snow, the build quality of these villas is clearly top tier. To Han Feng's surprise, they even built some solid defense structures all around the property. But wait, right here is where a pretty devious plan starts cooking in his head. If they can just wipe out these useless captors, he could totally turn this place into a fortress with his little demon king. But his sly little chuckle gives him away, earning him a sharp slap right to the back of his head. The thugs order them to dig out a section near the defensive wall, promising to free them and return their gear if they just behave and finish. All they have to do is keep their heads down, dig, and not try any funny business. Tao Zi, the big dumb muscle of the duo, gets ordered by Brother Jiao to watch their new manual laborers. But Big Tao Zi is already getting sick of his partner bossing him around, so he vents his anger by threatening to shoot the prisoners if they do not start digging. When they ask him to at least take off the handcuffs, Tao Zi just snaps and forces them to dig with their hands bound. So Brother Li and Han Feng have to play along. A superpowered healer and a tough gangster, reduced to basic snow shoveling slaves. Honestly, there is absolutely no guarantee these dirtbags will actually let them go once the digging is done. Han Feng glances around the massive yard and spots a giant pile of snow sitting right next to a truck. Looking closely, he spots frozen arms and legs sticking straight out of the snow. Yeah, this is a pretty terrible sign for their survival. Han Feng quietly points out the frozen pile to Brother Li. The tough gangster almost loses it when his brain registers those are real dead bodies. And there is a pretty good chance their captors are the ones who put them there. One thing is for sure, they cannot just... Han Feng cooks up a quick plan and whispers it to Brother Li. To kick things off, they immediately start screaming and hurling insults at each other. They pretend to argue about the best way to shovel snow, making the work look incredibly messy and difficult. Tao Zi notices the commotion, aims his gun, and barks at them to get back to work. But the two just keep bickering, putting on a flawless Oscar-worthy performance. Tao Zi finally gives up trying to separate them but demands the digging be finished before sunset. The second he carelessly turns his back on them, the shouting instantly stops. He strolls back to his spot. Watch this. In a split second, a heavy shovel knocks the giant out cold, and our boys successfully secure their first loaded gun. Meanwhile, inside, the smaller thug is relaxing on a couch with a dirty adult magazine. He is basically drooling over the pages, thinking nobody is going to ruin his private session. But before he can unzip his pants, a cold metallic glint flashes in front of him as he looks up into a gun barrel. Our duo playfully jingles their handcuffs, mocking him for getting caught with his pants down. Talk about an absolute, instant karma reversal. The captors are now the captives. These guys swear they are just basic debt collectors who got stuck at this villa when the apocalypse hit. They swear to God that the frozen body pile outside has absolutely nothing to do with them. Sure, they are ruthless debt collectors, but they draw the line at slaughtering dozens of innocent people. Han Feng holsters his weapon, actually believing them since they seem pretty harmless. He tells them they are free to go. Brother Li does not buy it for a second, warning that they cannot let loose ends walk away. But hey, Han Feng already promised. But of course, freedom comes with a tiny condition. Tao Zi and his buddy get kicked out into the freezing apocalypse wearing nothing but underwear. It is only a matter of time before the brutal frost takes care of them for good. Side quest officially wrapped up. Now, it is finally time to prep for the long trek back home. Today started with a simple plan to scout the tunnels a bit. But due to some completely unexpected mistakes, they ended up wandering way too far from their mission and their base. Back there, Han Feng can only hope and pray that his allies in the neighborhood are still safe. Speaking of those allies, Lai Chinhao just joined the nurse and the little demon girl inside their reinforced room. They are still anxiously waiting for the other two to return. But the old man insists that instead of worrying about them, they need to focus on their own survival. A few hours after the scouting duo left, an army emerges from the tunnel, and among them is a baby-faced giant who can actually manipulate earth elements. Truong Thuvu welcomes them. With these powerful allies joining forces, the entire area officially falls under the direct command of Mr. Truong. Naturally, this instantly makes Chin Hao's faction public enemy number one. Right now, Truong Thuvu is surely tearing the entire building apart just to track him down. The old man can only laugh at how foolish the residents are. That army did not come to save anyone, and those people won't realize they have been sold out until the day they die. Surprisingly, the little demon girl actually speaks normally for once. She believes the residents are simply choosing to submit, hoping it gives them a better chance of surviving in this chaotic world. Humans truly are such simple creatures after all. After dropping some deep philosophy, she falls fast asleep, and the nurse tucks her in. Somehow, the thought of choosing to submit makes Lai Chinhao remember his own past life. He used to be a highly formidable boxer, a champion celebrated by many, though back then, defeat was always lurking just around the corner. Inside the four corners of that ring, he was a warrior, but a deeply vulnerable one. Standing in his corner was his coach, who did absolutely nothing but scream insults while he was getting brutally beaten. All that coach ever cared about was securing the highly coveted victory. He built Lai Chinhao into the man he is today. Yet, he could just as easily take everything away in a heartbeat. Even now, in his old age, those memories still haunt him. Chinhao turns to the girls and urgently tells them they need to pack up and move. Truong's loyal dogs are definitely searching every single apartment for any rebels. They simply cannot stay in one place for much longer. Unfortunately for them, it is already a bit too late. And just like that, the trap snaps shut. The reinforced door gets violently smashed open, leaving Chinhao, the nurse, and the little demon girl completely exposed. Seriously, how did they get well? That is because the oversized superpowered giant baby literally sniffed them out, and he is drooling now that his targets are right in sight. Down in the basement, the troops are busy packing massive crates of mysterious sausages and loading them directly onto the trucks. The faction leader receives a headcount report. They will be transporting a total of 97 refugees and 126 food crates. Moving this much precious cargo back to their home base is not going to be an issue. The scar-faced captain puffs on his cigar, asking about the 3 special forces soldiers he sent ahead as a vanguard. Terrified, Mr. Truong confesses those soldiers were killed by a man named Han Feng, completely wiping his own hands of any blame. Hearing about his dead men clearly makes the scar-faced boss Truong Thuvu quickly adds that Han Feng is a superhuman, claiming his own men can confirm the guy used some kind of light-based power, trying hard to prove he is a reliable partner. Mr. Truong even mentions how he did all the dirty work, and produced those sausages using that highly mysterious meat. But before he can slip up and say something he really should not, the scar-faced captain quickly shuts him up. Mr. Truong is just desperately trying to prove his worth to guarantee his own safety. In reality, the scar-faced captain is actually quite pleased with his contribution. He has done enough to be welcomed as one of them, and this captain never hurts his own brothers without a very good reason. For now, he will send men to track down this Hanfeng guy for questioning, strictly speaking. You see, he absolutely detests liars. And get this, the tracker he sends to hunt down this supposed superhuman is none other than that giant baby. After kicking the door down, the brute simply asks if Hanfeng is inside. Lai Chinhao grabs the little demon girl and uses his body to shield the nurse. Anyone who can easily break down a door reinforced by Hanfeng is definitely bad news for them. Even more alarming, Lai Chinhao's instincts are screaming at him to run away immediately. The overgrown child standing before him smells exactly like a wild beast. His years of fighting experience say one thing: he stands zero chance in a brawl. They need to get out of this room fast. The old man tries to smash the window with his elbow, but nearly breaks his own bones upon impact. Unfortunately, that glass pane was also part of Hanfeng's heavy reinforcement project. Finding no easy way out, Chinhao urges the girls to run while he tries his best to hold off the monster. Before things get too crazy, the nurse calmly approaches the giant baby and insists they have no idea who Hanfeng is, claiming there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Surprisingly, the monster completely buys her innocent act and even goes as far as to apologize for making such a big mess. Nurse Jin sighs in relief while Li Zhengjiao just stands there frozen. On his way out, the giant baby checks the room number printed on the outside and reads 1804. He was on the correct floor after all. Realizing that girl just lied straight to his face, Big Baby slams his massive palm down, making the entire floor shake and tilt. Li Zhengao clings to the window and notices it can slide open. He quickly grabs the girls and throws them out into the white, snowy void. Before falling, Nurse Jin sees the monster just inches away from crushing the old man. If there is one thing Big Baby hates, it is dishonest people. From the 18th floor, the girls fall freely toward the snow-covered ground. While the neighborhood is in absolute chaos, Hanfeng and Brother Li find a brilliant way to head back home, using some damn snowboards. Every single mistake Brother Li made since they left gets completely forgiven now, all thanks to this genius snowboarding idea. Naturally, he cannot stop bragging about how he used to negotiate billion-dollar contracts with high-end clients at luxury ski resorts. These snowboards make their trip back to Xingfu District incredibly fast, fun, and easy. They finally get back outside, hunting for an open window. But watch this: right as they search, the 18th floor blows, throwing the girls into a free fall. Staying calm, the little she-devil opens her storage dimension midair and dumps every soft mattress she has right onto their landing zone. Even with a 4-story pile of thick snow below, the girls still make a massive sound when they hit the ground. They seriously almost crash right on top of our guys. Thankfully, the mattresses and snow absorb the impact of their high fall. Hanfeng dives into the crater they made to pull them out, utterly confused by what is going on. Nurse Jin explains that a terrifying monster suddenly broke into the apartment, muttering Hanfeng's name. Speaking of that beast, he does not have the patience to take the stairs and is running entirely on pure adrenaline. Nurse Jin drags Hanfeng and their little chibi mascot out of the snowbank. That monster hates being called a monster. He is a good boy. Just when Hanfeng thinks they are safe from the burrowing beast, he runs right into Big Baby again, pushing past his physical limits. Nurse Jin screams at the useless onlookers to run for their lives. While the group flees, they all turn to Hanfeng, desperate for a quick plan to lose this monstrous stalker. They are looking at a very painful end, because Big Baby is hungry and wants a quick human snack. Finally, Hanfeng gets an idea. He stops running, tells the other 3 to keep moving, and fumbles for something in his pocket. He pulls out a pouch and winds up his arm, throwing a baseball-style pitch charged with his bright blue glow. He tosses the pouch to the hungry creature. The contents inside immediately react to the blue light, growing at a terrifying speed. Big Baby opens wide to catch the pouch. He bites down like a starved animal and tastes delicious, rich soybeans. You know this is going to hurt. Hanfeng whispers an apology before activating his glowing power. Hundreds of seeds deep inside Big Baby's mouth and throat suddenly burst, rapidly growing into mature, thick plants. Wild vines and massive leaves violently erupt from the beast's facial openings in an absolutely savage display. Right on cue, Big Baby starts suffocating as those massive bean plants block his airway. He frantically grabs the leafy obstructions, trying to rip them out. The violent tugging tears his throat apart, sending fresh blood splashing onto the pristine white snow. His absolute fury toward Han Feng spikes to a new level. He has been outsmarted yet again. Big Baby roars out useless threats, but his target has vanished. Left with nothing, he throws a tantrum in the snow, acting like a spoiled kid denied his favorite treat. The Special Forces team finally drags themselves out of the basement to seal off the perimeter. Captain Scar gives a brief speech to motivate his men, reminding them that in this world of endless snow and ice, there is absolutely nowhere left to hide. They will easily flush out those little mice. Curious, he walks straight toward his injured star pupil. The giant kid explains what went down and how bean sprouts instantly grew inside his own mouth. This immediately sparks Captain Scar's interest. With Han Feng's bizarre ability, their severe food shortage could be solved instantly. He radios his men, who've already captured the old man upstairs. His mind is busy cooking up a plan to draw Han Feng out. The group successfully escapes, putting a very safe distance between themselves and their pursuers. Nurse Jin fills them in on everything that happened while Han Feng and Brother Li were away on recon. She warns Han Feng that the freakish monster is targeting him specifically. Anyone who can easily smash through steel doors and reinforced walls is someone they must watch out for. After all, even heavy explosives could not breach Han Feng's fortified shelter. Tears nearly spill from Nurse Jin's eyes as she remembers how Li Zhenggao willingly sacrificed his own safety to keep them safe. Han Feng coldly accepts the reality that Zhenggao is likely dead. All they can do is push forward so his sacrifice doesn't go to waste. Neither Nurse Jin nor the little devil are about to accept his negative attitude, especially not right now. They are determined to save the old man, and even Brother Li agrees they owe a massive debt to Li Zhenggao. It's not that Han Feng doesn't want to go back, but rushing in blindly with zero plan feels like a complete suicide mission. The girls were right. Li Zhenghao is still alive, though barely. They're parading the badly beaten, bleeding old man through the heavy snow. Look at this guy's ego as Captain Scar yells through his megaphone. He is dead sure that Han Feng is hiding nearby. Captain Scar loudly assures the group that whatever went down before was just one giant, unfortunate misunderstanding. Witnessing Li Zhenggao paraded down those freezing, snow-covered streets, Nurse Jin almost jumps straight out of her hiding spot. Captain Scar wants Han Feng to join their ranks. As long as he cooperates, his wife, child, and brother will all receive high-class treatment, living comfortably like top officials in the base. That broadcast leaves the group completely baffled. It looks like the enemy is working with some seriously wrong information. The old man doesn't react at all. Captain Scar turns to him, asking if Han Feng is really that heartless, completely ignoring his own brother's life and death. Li Zhenggao just chuckles, quietly revealing that he only met the kid a couple of days ago. That honest answer earns him a brutal, face-shattering slap. Captain Scar cannot believe this old fool risked his life to shield a few girls he barely even knew. To make it worse, Zheng Hao adds that Han Feng only met those girls a few days ago too. They are not his family at all. Captain Scar is absolutely losing his mind over how horribly wrong his intel was. So, he switches up his strategy on the fly, trying to convince Han Feng to stop throwing his life away for total strangers. If it is girls he wants, he can literally pick as many as he likes from the base. For a split second, Han Feng almost jumps at that sweet deal. Brother Li and Nurse Jin have to physically hold him back, proving grown-ups are just untrustworthy. That is when the little devil steps up with a crazy plan to save Uncle Zhenggao. Down on the street, Captain Scar is grinding his boot into the old man's broken arm, torturing him for info. Too bad for these military dogs. Zhenggao is tough as nails. Instead of giving them answers, he is actually more interested in questioning their so-called sanctuary. Captain Scar just spouts the exact same vague garbage as everyone else, claiming their camp is saving humanity. He calls it a noble mission that ordinary people could never comprehend. Zhenggao just laughs out loud. That scripted response is clearly a rehearsed, flat-out lie. Well, since the old man is dying anyway, Captain Scar leans in close to his ear and whispers the dark truth. In these frozen, ruined cities, what living thing is still thriving in massive numbers? A population so huge that they can be hunted down and eaten without any limits. Zheng Hao had already suspected the worst, but hearing it straight from the monster's mouth still sends shivers down his spine. These monsters are herding survivors like cattle for slaughter. The living consume the rations, and the dead become the food. Just as Captain Scar raises his gun to blow Zhenggao's brains out, a random shower of items starts falling from the sky. On closer inspection, the soldiers are completely stunned by a sudden rain of cigarettes, alcohol, and food. With fresh meat and vegetables mixed in, the giant actually leads the rush, as soldiers scramble into the snow to grab whatever they can. Captain Scar desperately tries to stop his men from losing their minds. He fires his pistol into the air to regain control, but it does not work. He braces himself. This is a classic, textbook distraction. Any second now, you know a deadly ambush is about to hit. A loud crashing sound in the distance catches his attention. The wall of a nearby building completely caves in as a massive bulldozer smashes through, leaving a giant gap. Behind the wheel is Han Feng, fully prepared to get his hands bloody. From the little devil's perspective, her brilliant master plan goes like this. First, she rains down some delicious food from above to lure in those hungry sheep. In reality, that just means throwing a bunch of random junk to cause absolute chaos among the enemy ranks. Han Feng will then crash into the flock of sheep using his metallic beast form, rescuing their wounded ally in the process, which translates to smashing through with a bulldozer to rescue Li Zhonggao. Unfortunately, Han Feng is the only one in the group who can actually decode her wild fantasies. With the plan set, all four of them move out, following her chaotic instructions. No matter how simple and primitive the plan is, they are not even sure if the soldiers will actually bite. As for that metallic beast, she conveniently has a giant industrial vehicle stored away in her pocket dimension. Han Feng never thought his evening would be spent driving a massive piece of construction equipment. Still, controlling something this powerful feels pretty damn good. The bulldozer lands perfectly, plowing through the thick snow as if it is not even there. He quickly steers toward the soldiers, sweeping them aside with the massive front blade. The troops are too busy grabbing loot to even realize they are being thrown like ragdolls. Captain Scar turns to his giant soldier. He is their absolute last hope to stop that rampaging bulldozer. On command, the baby-faced giant mutant jumps right in front of the speeding bulldozer. Convinced that no one is stronger than him, the giant baby actually tries to push the massive bulldozer. Han Feng knows the kid is powerful, but trying to muscle a heavy machine like that is just pure insanity. Using the front plow, he catches the mutant completely off guard, scooping him up and tossing him into the air with a single lift. After a dozen wild spins, his head plants straight into the freezing snow. Captain Scar screams at Han Feng to stop, threatening to blow the head off Li Zhonggao. But inside that heavily insulated bulldozer cabin, Han Feng can't hear a single word from the outside world. So, he just keeps driving straight ahead, completely ignoring the empty threats of the scarred captain. It is a massive game of chicken, and Captain Scar totally loses his nerve, diving out of the way while cursing the young man's absolute ruthlessness. Now, all that's left is to grab the old man and get out of there. The rescue mission is a total success. Next up is the Great Escape. From inside the cabin, Han Feng uses his purple light to soften the metal bed, where Zhonggao is lying to give him a much smoother ride. With their patient settled comfortably, they floor the gas and smash straight into one of the nearby skyscrapers. Han Feng signals the others, and they quickly jump on. Brother Li, the nearsighted nurse, and our little demon girl smash through a skyscraper window and scramble onto the roof of the bulldozer. As they speed away, the enemy soldiers finally recover, grabbing their rifles and spraying bullets at the escaping metal beast. Scrambling into jeeps and armored trucks, they chase after the group that just played them with such a simple plan. They fire back in anger, but honestly, their terrible aim could use some serious practice. Captain Scar is practically screaming at his driver to slam on the gas. Unfortunately for them, the snow piled on the road is just way too deep. Their tires keep spinning, completely losing traction. Now, check this out. They are chasing a massive bulldozer that easily plows through absolutely any obstacle in its path. Talk about an unfair matchup. Their camp only has a few valuable assets to begin with, and to make things worse, that bulldozer actually belongs to them. It is the lead vehicle used by their own vanguard team. That fact alone drives the captain absolutely insane with rage. No matter how hard they try to catch up, the icy roads are just too slippery. One of their jeeps swerves wildly, blocking the entire road and causing a massive pileup that forces everyone to call off the chase. The captain's windshield gets smashed by a stray gas canister, nearly blowing them sky high. Looking ahead, they see a massive barricade of household trash blocking their path, blocking their only exit. Our little demon girl steps up to save the day once again by dumping even more random junk onto the street. This is purely to stop them. Standing proudly on the roof, she is extremely pleased with her contribution to the mission, leaving her enemies totally helpless against her powers. She looks incredibly cool until the freezing winter air makes her let out the most adorable sneeze. The group keeps driving for several hours to make sure they are totally safe. By now, everyone has piled into the cabin with Han Feng, and it is getting insanely cramped in there. Brother Lee begs for a turn at the steering wheel while the poor old man is literally freezing to death in the back. Their next destination is that sweet hillside villa Han Feng and Brother Lee spotted earlier. It is a pretty solid spot for them to set up camp. Everyone agrees on the plan, but the bulldozer is suddenly starting to act up. Luckily, they have the little demon girl's pocket dimension. So Han Feng politely asks her to pull out some oil to keep them running. This paranoid little weirdo opens up her storage space and starts pulling out bottle after bottle of cooking oil. Well, at least it is not baby oil. But get this right, at that exact moment, the engine finally sputters and dies. With the cabin overflowing with cooking oil, Han Feng gets a massive headache. He quickly clears up the confusion and tells her to pull out the actual fuel he prepared beforehand. The little demon girl fumbles through her pocket dimension for a minute, getting more and more embarrassed by the second. Turns out, she accidentally threw their entire fuel stash right into that massive roadblock, along with the sofas, fridges, and other appliances. Even their generator got tossed in. Hearing this, everyone in the cabin just freezes in sheer horror. They basically threw away all their most valuable survival gear. Han Feng had prepared an entire year worth of fuel, and now they are completely empty-handed. She tries to calm him down by pulling out some cooking gas. She even offers a few buckets of coal in case that helps. Han Feng doesn't even know what to do with this junk. But as he holds a piece of coal, a wild idea suddenly hits him. Based on his countless experiments with his bizarre light powers, unsprouted plants would always transform into a highly flammable substance just like coal. On the other hand, raw meat turns into a mysterious black liquid with similar properties. With absolutely no other options left, he decides to take a massive gamble, asking for a metal bucket, and once everything is set up, he focuses his strange green light directly onto a slab of meat. While strengthening meat properly is super tough, ruining it on purpose is incredibly easy. A single slab is enough to fill half the bucket with that mysterious black sludge. Everyone backs away from that nasty, sticky smell, but Han Feng is already completely used to it. Pulling a lighter from his jacket, he sets the liquid on fire. Turns out, the stuff is highly flammable, exactly as he predicted. He is pretty pleased with himself. Still, Li Zhenggao looks pretty skeptical. Surely they cannot actually replace real fuel with this sludge, right? Well, unless they want to dump the bulldozer and walk through a deadly blizzard, they have zero choice but to give it a shot. So Han Feng gets to work, whipping up a few more buckets of that nasty, melted zombie juice. He turns the key, and against all odds, the massive bulldozer miraculously roars right back to life. Talk about a walking, talking survival kit. Their heavy vehicle keeps plowing through the freezing dark. Halfway there, the little demon king starts handing out snacks to everyone. She literally pulls out an entire shelf packed with treats for them to choose from. Zhenggao asks how much stuff is actually packed inside her bizarre pocket dimension. That is when he suddenly remembers the news about a massive supermarket being mysteriously cleaned out overnight. Yep, he connects the dots. While the group happily munches away on their favorite snacks, the hillside villa finally comes into view. With this heavy bulldozer, they can probably plow straight to the top in one clean run. But right as Han Feng slams his foot on the gas, the engine gives out and straight up explodes. That sketchy homemade fuel was definitely the culprit here. Luckily, the machine held out just long enough to get them close to their destination. They are only a few steps away from a warm, cozy shelter. So yes, they actually brave the raging blizzard on foot. On the climb up, they spot those frozen bandits Han Feng kicked out earlier. Left with no winter gear, they are solid ice now, and our group does not even spare them a glance. The whole group heads straight inside the safe villa. Once inside, they are shivering violently from the deadly cold, right on the edge of severe hypothermia. They quickly find the fireplace, toss in some coal, and huddle tight around the growing warmth. Finally, they can take a real breath of relief. They successfully survived the hunt by Captain Scar and his elite troops. Seriously, there is absolutely nothing better than huddling around a warm fire during a deadly blizzard. Even the usually serious old man cracks a smile. He has to admit, this villa is a pretty perfect spot to dig in. The wind naturally sweeps the snow downhill, meaning the hilltop will never get completely buried. Any intruders trying to climb up would be spotted instantly. It is easy to defend, brutal to attack, and makes for a perfect long-term base if they want it. While Li Zhenghao is busy asking these serious questions, everyone else is already unpacked and settling in. Han Feng sets up the generator, the little demon king pulls out some snacks, and Li is drooling over a 9th-generation Triple S console. Yeah, these guys definitely plan to stay a while, especially since their old generator got left behind. Luckily, the previous owners of this villa were totally prepared and already left the backup generator fully fueled. Han Feng tinkers with the control panel for a minute and gets it running. Just like that, they finally have power again. He suggests throwing a big celebration party tonight, but the girls are way more interested in taking a hot bath. Nurse Jin gets pretty excited at the mention of a bath. She admits she hasn't showered since the blizzard started, so warm water sounds heavenly. Just thinking about her sweet scent and imagining Nurse Jin in the bath has Han Feng blushing red as a tomato. He quickly assures her that getting that hot bath ready is his absolute #1 priority tonight. That is easier said than done. Once he checks the basement, he realizes it is going to be a struggle. The pipes are frozen solid, and the built-in heater is totally busted. Even the bathroom itself is a total mess, covered in layers of thick snow and ice. The pipes are a lost cause, but they can still salvage this if they use the tub. First, they surround it with portable heaters and pile it high with snow. Next comes the secret weapon. To make this dream happen, a few high-power electric heating rods. With all this gear running, they manage to melt the snow into usable water. They watch the heating rods closely, but the temperature rises way too slowly. Hours pass, and every single time Han Feng checks, the water is still freezing cold. Just as he goes to pull his hand back from checking, a stray electric spark from the heater zaps him. He jerks his hand back and notices something weird. That tiny electric spark somehow triggered his mysterious red light to activate. When he checks the water again, the ice chunks are gone, and it is suddenly quite warm. Looks like his red light has some serious fast heating powers. With the bath finally ready, the girls rush inside. Nurse Jin is laughing happily, completely revealing her legendary curves. Yeah, we definitely cannot show you guys any of that on screen. Especially with the little demon king right there watching. She opens her dimensional pocket space and pulls out a massive pile of scented bath bombs. We are talking high-end shampoo, conditioner, skincare oils, and moisturizers. Honestly, she just created a literal paradise for the girls. Overjoyed, Nurse Jin hugs the little demon king tight against her chest, and they end up soaking in that warm water for hours. Honestly, you can't really blame them. This is literally heaven on a frozen earth, with all the girls left completely alone and wearing absolutely nothing. Nurse Jin starts teasing the demon queen about her tiny petite frame, which genuinely offends her since she's already 21 years old. They never asked her real age. Everyone just assumed she was some middle schooler. She claims her demon queen powers grant her eternal youth, making the others joke that she needs to be locked up and studied in a lab. Right outside the bathroom door, Han Feng is eavesdropping on the girls, listening intently to the dripping water. Brother Lee drags him away to game, and Han Feng somehow plays it cool, totally professional. But an old gangster knows a fellow creep when he sees one, and no amount of fake calmness can fool him. He proudly claims that a real man would openly peek at the lady's finest assets without any fear. In fact, he'd gladly go and do it right now. Han Feng practically has to drag him away from the bathroom door before he actually does something totally illegal. Our main character settles in, playing video games in the comfort of his living room. As Li Zhenggao watches him, he just cannot believe these young guns still have the heart to game in this cozy setup. They honestly have everything they could ever ask for. Who wouldn't want to just unwind and play? After all, they are staying in this villa for a pretty long time. Boredom is going to kill them long before this freezing weather ever gets a chance. Han Feng knows Li Zhenghao's background is definitely anything but ordinary. But as for him, he just wants to live a cozy, comfortable life. As long as the old man does not drag everyone into he can stay as long as he likes. But speaking of his background, Li Zhenghao feels absolutely compelled to tell Han Feng his real identity. He is about to confess his secret mission when the young man cuts him off. Han Feng has zero interest in getting dragged into anything complicated or troublesome, and he is sticking to that stance. Locking eyes, the old man clearly sees the sheer seriousness on Han Feng's face. With a heavy sigh, he respects the young man's boundary. Li Zhenggao promises he will leave the moment his injured arm is fully healed. Old Li and Han Feng go back to playing games and teasing each other. Just then, the girls walk out of the bathroom wearing cute new robes. Old Li grabs Han Feng, dragging him to share a bath to save precious water. After some struggling and wrestling, Han Feng just has to accept it. This bath is happening, whether he likes it or not. He gets dunked right into the warm water. Honestly, though, it feels amazing once everyone is fresh and clean. Finally, the feast. They go all out, setting up a massive table loaded with every delicious dish you can imagine. Absolutely stuffed. Everyone heads back to their rooms. Best sleep of their entire lives, hands down. A few days pass. After settling in, Han Feng gets right to work reinforcing the walls, roof, and fence. Since he has plenty of time and resources, he actually remodels one of the top floor rooms. The result? A fully functional, shared sauna. He mostly chills in there, enjoying the steam. At the same time, he uses the watchtower window to scan the hills below. But today, a few mysterious figures are creeping closer and closer to their snowy fortress. One figure limps painfully before collapsing face first into the deep snow. The group rushes out to rescue him, and old Lee gasps in shock. He actually knows this guy. He is none other than Brother Zhang, one of Director Liu's top guys. Han Feng actually recognized this guy. Director Liu was the terrifying mob boss who had sold him those weapons in the past. A few hours later, Zhang woke up with a brutal headache, completely disoriented. He looked around and saw Brother Li, which only made him even more confused. Zhang recognized Han Feng too, even though they had only crossed paths once before. Once the guy finally calmed down, they managed to get him to share his story. Just a few days ago, a brutal squad of soldiers completely ambushed their office. A ton of his brothers ended up badly hurt or dead. Hearing such terrible news, Brother Li absolutely lost it. He immediately demanded to know what on earth had happened to the director. You see, Director Liu actually took Han Feng's advice and hoarded tons of supplies before everything went completely downhill. They had plenty of food to total stranger, so he made it clear he was staying put in his safe villa. No direct help. But he wouldn't let the three of them leave completely empty-handed. On top of that, he reminded Zheng Hao and Li Zi to keep all this superpower stuff quiet, for very obvious reasons. While Cheng was recovering, Han Feng took decent care of him, though they couldn't exactly serve him any lavish meals just yet. To avoid raising any suspicion, they even set Cheng up in the simplest room possible, so nothing looked too luxurious. By departure day, every single bag was packed tight with gear, guns, and ammo. Han Feng totally got the need for firearms and instant food. But here's the kicker. Cheng's only request was for a massive stash of cigarettes. Out in the wasteland, regular money was totally useless now. So, whenever the big factions traded supplies, cigarettes were used as currency, along with essential snow skis. Han Feng smiled as he sent the three of them off, while Cheng bowed deeply to thank Han and sister-in-law Jin. He swore the rebel army would repay this generous favor. Leave here? Her face flushed. It got so hot she felt like she could melt the surrounding snow. Now, with only Han Feng and the two girls left in the villa, he felt even more motivated to keep their home secure. To keep a solid eye on the hill, he set up several surveillance cameras all along the perimeter. He positioned them throughout the neighborhood to get a clear view of absolutely everything happening nearby. Once security was locked down, he went right back to his carefree routine of gaming and eating snacks until Nurse Jin ran out of the kitchen today, screaming and waving a knife. Shaking all over, she tried to explain the absolute nightmare to Xiao Chuchu. They were officially down to their very last head of cabbage. Han Feng was stunned. He immediately demanded to know what fruits and veggies they had left. Chuchu told him they still had plenty, and by plenty, she meant roughly 3 shopping carts full. She was never big on greens, so she barely grabbed any when clearing out the supermarket. The only veggie she actually liked was cucumber, so she had a massive pile of those. Talk about a massive slip-up. They had been eating through their supplies without doing any inventory, and fresh food was almost completely gone. As of right now, Han Feng could only use his upgrade powers on soybeans, wheat, broccoli, and meat. Every other test failed completely. With only 1 cabbage left, he had to find a way to replicate it. With everyone's health and happiness resting squarely on his shoulders, he took the cabbage to the living room and racked his brain for a fix. With no other option, he had to pray to the heavens and hope his green glow would do the trick. His very first attempt instantly turned the fresh vegetable into a pile of charcoal, so he peeled off another leaf and tried again. But without changing his basic approach, he just got more burnt coal. He kept repeating the process until the cabbage was completely gone, then moved on to carrots and potatoes. The two girls just stood back, watching his struggles like it was some free entertainment. By the end of the day, he had ruined every single vegetable he touched without a single lucky break. When Nurse Jin came to check on him, Han Feng felt absolutely terrible for destroying their entire fresh food supply. Xiao Chuchu didn't really care about the loss, since she still had her endless supply of cucumbers. Plus, they could always make up for the missing nutrients with vitamins. Since his superpower was a dead end, Nurse Jin suggested they try planting an actual garden. She used to grow veggies on her balcony all year round, so as long as they had enough light and warmth, they could pull this off. To get started, they need some planter, shelves, dirt, and nutrient solutions, using LED lights to mimic the sun. While they're mapping out this garden, Shu Qi, who supposedly looted a whole supermarket, claims she doesn't have a single useful item. Ji Yeon and Han Feng definitely didn't account for her being this useless. Outside the villa, the two try to dig up some soil from the yard, but the ground is completely frozen solid, making it impossible for their shovel to pierce through. Ji Yeon tries using her superhuman strength next, but she hits it so hard the shovel head flies straight into the sky. They are just wasting time in the freezing cold. So Han Feng suggests heading back inside to brainstorm, wanting to punish her for not having the essentials in her stash. Our little devil gets tasked with making planters out of empty plastic bottles, and surprisingly, she's doing a killer job. She already has tons of finished pots waiting for dirt. Recycling is actually a pretty useful skill to have in the apocalypse. With her working so hard, these bottles might actually hold their future food. Meanwhile, Shu Qi grumbles at them about the soil they failed to dig up. They're barely at the starting line of gardening, and they're already pretty clumsy. That frozen ground is a massive obstacle. Shu Qi suggests using heating rods to melt the ice, but the range of the heat would be pretty limited. Now watch, because finding a way to flash melt that ice is about to get absolutely wild. That idea has the little devil jumping out of her seat, demanding the bathwater apostle use his real power. Han Feng gets her point instantly. His red light did warm up her bathwater in a flash before. If he can crack the secret behind how that happened, he can easily thaw out the frozen dirt outside. So he dunks his red glowing hand into a bucket of water for 20 minutes, but absolutely nothing happens. Han Feng retraces every single detail from that warm bath incident, trying to figure out what triggered the heat. Then it hits him the secret is getting electrocuted. He turns to the little devil and asks for anything that can give him a good shock. She instantly pulls out a heavy-duty power strip, basically telling Han Feng to stick his finger in and end it all. Yeah, she's literally telling the kid to commit suicide. But after rummaging through her stash, she finally finds the perfect tool. A low-voltage self-defense taser, or as she calls it, a basic magical lightning wand. Even though the label says it only causes mild numbness, Han Feng is still pretty nervous about zapping himself. Choosing to trust the little devil this time, he switches on the taser and dunks his hand right into the water. Seriously, don't ever try this at home. It literally makes his eyes roll back, but hey, it actually works. Now watch how he excitedly runs outside to shock himself just to get some dirt. He still doesn't fully understand the science behind it, but he knows it gets the job done. He presses his red glowing palm against the frozen ground and carefully pokes his arm with the taser. This time he handles the shock much better, and the thick ice packed in the soil literally explodes and melts. In his hands is a small puddle of warm water and some usable dirt. Han Feng is absolutely thrilled. This is the first time in ages he's seen normal, unfrozen soil. He digs up enough to fill all the makeshift pots they've prepped, and the initial setup is finally complete. Thankfully, Shu Qi has tons of different seed packets stashed away in her inventory. Han Feng just wants to grab a few random packets and call it a day, but Ji Yeon insists the freezing temperature will kill off most plants. Just as you'd expect from an avid gardener, she handpicks a few varieties that should, in theory, survive the bitter cold. The group sets up in the empty basement for better heat retention, packing it with high-power LEDs and space heaters. They go all out, but the temperature is still way below the ideal zone. If they can't warm up the room, the seeds won't sprout. Despite their pretty solid setup, maybe Han Feng can try boosting their growth using his green light ability. He gives it a shot, completely tuning into the seeds, manipulating his energy and flow like he's playing a rhythm game. To his surprise, it actually works. He successfully gets some leafy greens to sprout. He applies his green light to other seeds next, but the results are mixed, with quite a few failures. Through endless trial and error with fresh seeds, Han Feng and Ji Yeon managed to raise dozens of tiny sprouts. Unfortunately, the sprouts start dying off a few days later under the relentless cold. Even with the heaters cranked up, the room only reaches about 10 degrees. They have to figure out a way to kick the temperature up to at least 20 degrees. Maybe by bringing down more heaters. But there's only so much those can do if they can't improve the heat retention. Logically, the deeper underground you go, the better the heat retention. Maybe they can dig further down right from this basement. Ji Yeon totally agrees. With her insane physical strength, adding another basement level to the house is going to be a breeze. Before they had to resort to hard manual labor, Han Feng wanted to see if he could speed up the process with his special light. He knew his green and red lights were pretty useless against concrete, but maybe he could use the softening power of his purple light. Unsurprisingly, it worked quite well, but there was a catch. The softened stones looked and felt like soft mud, Yet they remained as hard as rock, left with absolutely no other options. Han Feng tried combining all three of his unique lights, playing with their combination order, and changing the rhythm of the energy. Sadly, it all failed. The failures just turned plants into charcoal and meat into fuel, but didn't actually change the properties of the concrete. Maybe this is just the difference between organic and inorganic matter. After a few days of constant failure, Han Feng was reaching his absolute limit. Frustrated, he slammed his fist, coated in red light, straight down onto the concrete floor. And then, he found something wild. When the red light intensity hits a certain level, it completely shatters anything in its path. To put this discovery to the test, he set the young plant sprouts aside and started demolishing the concrete floor. He unleashed the red light completely, expanding its range as wide as possible while slowly raising its power. It was a massive success, allowing him to demolish the floor with extreme precision. Those stubborn rocks that had given him a massive headache finally crumbled. The results were absolutely incredible, but there was a painful catch. Breaking even a small chunk of floor left him completely exhausted and crawling. Now, he had to get used to pushing this power to its limits as many times as possible every day. With the fastest digging method finally figured out, Han Feng took charge of the excavation. Meanwhile, Nurse Jin helped out by using her own muscle power to carry the broken rocks outside. The entire operation took them a whole week to complete. They dug 10 meters below the basement, creating a brand new 20 square meter room. After some intensive renovation and remodeling work, their hidden underground greenhouse was finally complete. Han Feng and Nurse Jin felt incredibly satisfied, seeing their hard work turn into a safe home for their little garden sprouts. Next up was Han Feng's absolute favorite part of the day over the last few days. Whenever they climbed up the narrow stairs to the first basement, he always let Nurse Jin go ahead, so he could enjoy a pretty sweet view. She's one of us now, after all. If things keep going this well, they'll be ready for harvest in about 2 months. They had started this little project 2 weeks ago. Their last batch of food ran out 4 days ago, meaning they've been eating tons of broccoli. At this point, Han Feng couldn't stand those damn green vegetables anymore, but he had absolutely no other choice. After all, it was one of the only crops he could reliably grow, using his green, life-giving light. Maybe they could try growing bean sprouts instead, since they grow incredibly fast and are ready to eat. Or maybe he could get a sweet taste of something else. Just then, Nurse Jin slipped, sending a soft, cushiony landing right onto his face. He was completely caught off guard and couldn't even enjoy it. When they returned to the basement, Han Feng kept reassuring Nurse Jin that he was totally fine. He was having a nosebleed, but it definitely wasn't from the fall. Nurse Jin tried her best to inspect his heavy nosebleed, but he was far too embarrassed to let her get close. Once they made it back to the living room, they were greeted by a highly bizarre sight. Su Qiu had drawn a strange, mystical symbol on the carpet, placing a laptop right in the middle while dancing and chanting like she was trying to summon some fifth evil eye. Apparently, that was her ridiculous name for one of their outdoor surveillance camera feeds. She was literally trying to fix their broken camera with magic. Their villa was built right along a steep, rugged mountain cliff. As long as their cameras were properly set up on the mountain path, they basically controlled the entire terrain. Nurse Jen and Han Feng slid down to the faulty camera to perform some quick maintenance, since the raging blizzards were getting worse. Those outdoor surveillance cameras had been acting up quite a lot lately. While Han Feng was busy replacing the broken camera, a faint explosion went off close enough to startle them. With the terrible visibility outside, it was impossible to tell where it came from. Han Feng didn't think it was anything to worry about. There were clearly other people on the other side of the hill. But as long as they minded their own business, they'd be fine. The next afternoon, Han Feng woke up and began his daily routine. First thing on his list was heading down to the second basement to run some quick experiments. After all, the only thing on his mind was speeding up their greenhouse garden. He started by trying to sprout some brand new seeds, but finding the right flow was pretty tough. He realized the rhythm that worked perfectly for some specific plants did absolutely nothing for the others. For every single type of vegetable, he had to start completely from scratch to find a new way. He kept practicing and learning through trial and error for about half an hour. Today was a pretty rough day for the garden, though. In just 30 minutes, Han Feng turned most of their precious sprouts into charcoal. Fortunately, he hadn't touched their very first batch of vegetables that was almost ready for harvest. Maybe he was just overdoing it. Perhaps he only needed a tiny spark of energy to safely boost the plant's growth. Risking their overall progress, he decided to shine some blue light on the first batch for an extra half an hour. He was extremely careful not to overexpose the plants, so he only used a very limited amount of light each day. By the 5th day, The group's hard work finally paid off. Well, paid off in vegetables, that is. Holding a massive pot of Chinese cabbage, Han Feng couldn't stop smiling. Oddly enough, he actually managed to grow a radish shaped like a human foot, alongside some alien-looking tomatoes. The worst of the batch was a giant green cabbage quarantined way off in the corner. Honestly, the veggies boosted by his tiny doses of blue light looked incredibly bizarre. But hey, at least they were healthy. Given their current situation, they would eat absolutely anything edible, no matter how weird it looked. That foot-shaped radish did look pretty sketchy though. Still, they cooked up most of the harvest and threw a massive veggie feast. All their hard work over the last 2 weeks was wiped out in a single meal, and it was totally worth it. Even the Demon Queen completely changed her mind about gardening. Now, she wanted to plant strawberries and cantaloupes for the next harvest. Out of all the veggie dishes, the only thing they had left was a pile of stir-fried cabbage from that giant plant. Nobody wanted to touch it anymore. They just had way too much of it. Moments like this really made Han Feng miss Brother Li. That guy could probably eat absolutely anything you put in front of him without uttering a single complaint. It had already been 2 weeks since Li ventured down the mountain, meaning the food supplies they carried were likely completely gone by now. All Han Feng could do was pray for their safety. Just as they were wrapping up their feast, a loud explosion echoed from the distance. Today was already the 6th day they had heard such alarming sounds, but, confident in their hidden and secure location, it wasn't a major worry for them. After all, the loud blasts usually only happened about once a day, but 3 days later, the explosions suddenly multiplied. This time, a series of rapid blasts literally shook the hillside. It got so bad that it completely shattered Han Feng's peaceful daily life. Those incredibly annoying explosions were seriously starting to drive him crazy. Finally, he grabbed a ladder and climbed up to the villa's roof to scout out exactly what on earth was going on down there. Even with the help of his trusty binoculars, Han Feng still couldn't clearly see what was happening on the other icy hills. He couldn't help but wonder who was brave enough to cause such a wild uproar. The culprit clearly had absolutely no fear of exposing their location, even though the chaos was still pretty far from the villa. If the bombing kept creeping closer, it was definitely going to cause trouble. Han Feng had no desire to test whether his enhancement abilities could withstand a full-blown blast. The main problem was that their defensive wall was just a bit too low and thin. Maybe it was time for some renovations. Even though whatever was happening out there remained a total mystery, upgrading their walls to be much taller and thicker seemed highly necessary. Preparing for the worst-case scenario just sounded like a really smart plan. Gui Gui didn't have any cement left inside her storage inventory, so conventional construction methods simply weren't an option. Luckily, they already had plenty of usable building materials piled up nearby. There were tons of rocks lying around from excavating the basement. First, they stacked the rocks up nice and neat. After that, you just had to pour some water over the whole thing. Before long, the water would freeze solid, creating a pretty sturdy ice wall that would absolutely never melt. With the freezing temperatures staying totally constant, a rock-filled ice wall might actually be stronger than regular concrete. These 3 musketeers went completely all out on their new project. They built it taller and thicker, with each of them diligently playing their part. When they ran out of stone, Han Feng gathered more by tearing down the empty villas next door. Through relentless hard labor, they managed to finish the massive ice wall in just 3 days. They built the thing so incredibly high that it completely blocked the whole house. Now, they could finally rest easy. But get this, those bombers didn't even give them a single second to admire their masterpiece. The bombardment started up yet again, and this time, the blasts were close enough to be clearly visible from the villa. To make matters worse, the epicenter of the blasts crept closer with every single strike. The bombardment rapidly intensified, and the next shell scored a direct hit on a neighboring villa. The blast sent debris flying all across the hillside, with several pieces of rock actually slamming right into their newly built ice wall. Up on the roof, Han Feng got grazed by a stray pebble. The tiny thing flew so fast, it actually sliced his cheek open. They were incredibly lucky to have finished the wall just in the nick of time. Things could have turned out pretty ugly otherwise. Han Feng rushed inside and hurried the girls down to the second basement level. They hid out in the underground garden for a full half-day before heading back up. On the second night, while he was taking a bath, the shelling started up again and nearly made him drown from sheer shock. He had to bolt to the basement with only a bath towel covering his private parts. On the third morning, the villa right next door was blown completely to pieces, and one of the bombs scored a direct hit on their ice wall. On the fourth afternoon, Han Feng was about to drop a bomb in the restroom when the actual bombs outside made him hold it in. To make matters worse, he almost flashed his little brother to the Demon Queen. By the 5th day, he had finally reached his limit. Han Feng grabs his sniper rifle, throws on his ski gear, and gets ready to venture into the war zone. They had been hiding in the basement every day. No food, no water, no sleep. Pure torture, armed to the teeth, completely furious, but looking cool as hell. Han Feng plans to hunt down whichever lunatic is turning this frozen wasteland into their personal bombing range. He reminds the girls to look after themselves and stick to the safety protocols until he gets back. Skiing down the hill goes smoothly enough, but on his way down, Han Feng sees the absolute devastation of those shellings firsthand for the very first time. He spots shredded pieces of military uniforms scattered all over. A clear sign the army might be mixed up in this. Maybe the big guy and the scarred captain are caught up in this mess too. As he pushes deeper into the absolute chaos, Han Feng finds more and more blown-up corpses lining the path. To stay on the safe side, he decides to climb up to higher ground to scope out the situation below. Up here, the freezing air really burns his lungs. Peering through his scope, he spots a massive cave that looks like some hidden military base, with a bunch of heavy artillery lined up against the wall. This is probably the source of his massive headache over the last few days. Outside the cave entrance, soldiers creep around like their enemy is waiting right inside. Then, they storm the complex, firing their weapons like absolute madmen. Some kind of infighting, maybe? But before the soldiers can even flood the cave, an insanely powerful, invisible force suddenly blasts them right back out. One soldier gets thrown high enough to crash land right near where Han Feng is scouting. Peering closely at the poor guy, he only sees a mangled mess of broken body parts. It looks like the entire squad got wiped out in literally seconds. Turning his gaze back toward the cave, Han Feng spots a small group casually stepping outside. 3 of them, a little girl holding a bazooka, a pretty stylish boy, and a white-haired woman wearing glasses and a very fashionable coat. For a split second, she looks like she just spotted something highly entertaining. She looks directly at Han Feng's hiding spot and smiles, her purple eyes absolutely mesmerizing. If you ask me, she is the ultimate definition of a gorgeous older sister type. Han Feng feels his blood run completely cold. He is hundreds of meters away and way above her, yet he feels exactly like a helpless prey being cornered. Han Feng stays pinned to the ground, his survival instincts screaming at him. Peering through his scope again, he sees the little girl aiming her bazooka right at him with a totally psychotic smile. She pulls the trigger, blowing up the entire hilltop where he was hiding. Luckily, he slides out of the blast radius just in the nick of time. It is pretty clear now they somehow spotted him from that crazy distance. Those 3 are bad news. Han Feng decides to retreat even further before planning his next move. After the blast, gunshots erupt everywhere as the surviving soldiers desperately try to hold their ground against the trio. They retreat in sheer terror, spraying their entire clips wildly. But unfortunately for these helpless men, the boy is already there to block their exit, raising the snow like a massive tsunami, and he does it with a completely blank face. With a simple push of his hand, the snow implodes, triggering a massive icy explosion. Han Feng has to admit he is completely out of his depth here. The massive blast triggers a violent avalanche, and there is absolutely no way to escape it. Tons of unstoppable snow crash down the hill, looking like it will run forever until the entire terrain is rearranged. Once everything finally settles down, a faint red spark can be seen flashing from beneath the blanket of snow. Using that red light, Han Feng digs his way out of the deadly snow, dragging another survivor along with him. He almost suffocates to death, but survives thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes. Now, he drags the unconscious soldier down the snowy path. Luckily, he spots a nearby dam and moves. Otherwise, he would have been completely crushed by that massive white wave, dragged down to a pathetic death. That emotionless kid must have the power to control ice and snow. Seriously, that is the most broken ability possible in a frozen apocalypse like this. Hopefully, this rescued soldier can give him some useful info about that terrifying trio. Han Feng scouts around and finally finds a building tall enough to avoid being completely buried by the avalanche. He drags the soldier into an abandoned room and ties him up tight just to be safe. Now that they are out of immediate danger, Han Feng slaps the guy across the face with his gun to wake him up. The second the soldier opens his eyes, he completely folds and begs for his life. Han Feng has not even asked a single question yet, and this guy is already spilling his guts. He had so many creative interrogation methods lined up in his head. Too bad he will not get to use any of them today. Han Feng pulls up a chair and demands to know everything about the woman and 2 kids who easily wiped out a whole military outpost. The soldier literally shivers at the mere mention of his worst nightmare. Those three are flat-out monsters. One controls ice magic, another releases devastating energy waves, and the last one is basically a walking human bomb. Han Feng demands a closer description of those superhuman abilities. Starting with the woman, Jiang Ruqing can unleash massive energy waves with just a simple flick of her hand. With one simple gesture, she can send an entire battalion flying like broken kites in a storm. The crazy little girl possesses explosive magic, capable of turning absolutely anything she touches into a deadly, detonating bomb. And the boy is a complete menace to society. He freely controls ice and snow, making himself almost completely untouchable in battle. While the soldier keeps cursing those powered people as literal monsters, Han Feng sinks deep into his own thoughts. Having overpowered abilities of his own, he cannot really blame the three of them for freely unleashing their wild powers. As time goes on, more and more of these powered individuals are popping up everywhere. Han Feng has one more question for this poor soldier. He wants to know exactly who was responsible for the bombing near his hillside villa. The soldier swears they had nothing to do with the shelling. Their camp was taken over by those three monsters a long time ago. Today was actually the battalion's final, desperate attempt to reclaim their base after getting reinforcements from their headquarters. Those random bombings still make Han Feng furious, but punishing the culprits is definitely going to be easier said than done. The cold bodies he walked past on the hill earlier were almost certainly slaughtered by that woman and her little brats. How in the world do you fight a squad that's this ridiculously overpowered? Like, their peaceful life is totally on the line here, and it's making Han Feng furious. Having found the answers he was looking for, he lets the soldier go, warning him to run before he changes his mind. The soldier dashes out into the deep snow without even asking to be untied. Anything to survive. Well, he won't be needing those hands anyway. The second he reaches the open field, he's blown to pieces and completely erased. Right after that, a massive wave of explosions tears through the general area where Han Feng is hiding. One of those blasts almost blows him straight off his feet, but Han Feng quickly reinforces a nearby wall to shield himself. This bombardment isn't random at all. They are clearly locking onto his position, aiming to blow him to pieces with pinpoint precision. He made sure to hide several hills away from those sharp-eyed monsters. Yet, somehow, they still found him. That three-person army isn't even in a rush. They are lounging back at the base, with the little girl proudly testing out her explosive new powers. Jiang Ruqing senses that after their heavy bombardment, the target's energy signature didn't fade at all. In fact, it actually grew stronger. Whoever their target is, he has to be insanely powerful to survive a massive avalanche and direct bomb blasts like that. The woman coldly orders a few more explosive strikes, just to be absolutely sure. If the target is still breathing, they will hunt him down. They can't let a potential enemy wander around freely. The ice boy doesn't seem to care much about the hunt, but the crazy explosive girl is totally thrilled to track him down. Han Feng slumps onto a chair, exhaling deeply after a day filled with ridiculously close calls. He briefly thinks about striking first, but going up against three crazy powered users in a 1-on-3 fight is a one-way ticket to the grave. If he runs back home now, the bombings will just keep coming. Honestly, to protect his peaceful life, he has to take matters into his own hands and end this. He grabs a stone and starts sketching out a tactical plan on the ground. Nearby lies a massive snowfield in front of a dam, flanked by high hills. Camping out on that snowfield are his three deadly opponents. Each of them wields a terrifying ability. That unhinged little girl can turn literally anything she touches into a live explosive. Han Feng figures that his own fortification skill is strong enough to fully protect him from her devastating blasts. The older woman can unleash powerful energy shockwaves from a distance, making her a pretty moderate level threat for now. His absolute biggest headache is the boy who manipulates ice and can trigger those lethal, crushing avalanches. If that kid controls the snow from afar, he could easily bury both Han Feng and the entire dam. Fortunately, our main character already has a sniper rifle ready. At least he can use it to fire back from a safe distance. Unfortunately, he isn't exactly a highly trained marksman. If the range is too extreme, there is a good chance he will miss. Plus, if they strike from the surrounding hills, he won't see them coming. Han Feng racks his brain, desperate to find other ways to wipe out these massive threats. Maybe he could try setting up a snow trap, but that requires knowing their exact marching route beforehand. Besides, that ice boy could easily manipulate the snow and render any trap useless. Then a brilliant idea hits him. He can lure the trio to the lower level of the dam, open the floodgates, and wash them away. It is a pretty promising plan. But how on earth can Han Feng lure them down to that lower level? If he goes down there himself, he won't be able to open the gate from above. By his estimate, that gate is about 7 meters high. He once heard that when people ice fish in the Arctic, the ice layer is usually up to 2 meters thick. With the height of the gate, he can easily access the flowing water below. To confirm his calculation, he decides to head out and double-check. Utilizing his red light, he effortlessly bores through the heavy blanket of snow. If he went through all this trouble to plan this out, and the gate does not release any water, he is done for. Hiding behind a snowdrift, he sends his purple light creeping down to the gate's bottom. Once it reaches the target spot, he boosts the intensity to soften the freezing concrete gate. A tiny section softens. Water sprays out. To avoid revealing his hand too early, he quickly patches it with his blue light. The test is a complete success, letting him unleash the water at will. If he can just bait those 3 downstairs, you know his victory is basically guaranteed. While Han Feng maps out his genius strategy, the trio is already trekking through the frozen forest, completely unbothered by the heavy, blinding snow. Their female leader uses some kind of mental sensing trick to pinpoint his exact location. Grinning wildly, the crazy girl whips out her rocket launcher, absolutely dying to blow everything to pieces. Luckily, Dami Mumi stops Psycho Zixie before she does something reckless. She insists that young Yuan Yi should make the first move. Flush him out. Yuan Yi obediently listens. Bending the snow, triggered from high up the slope, the wave rapidly swells into a full-scale avalanche, completely burying Han Feng's hideout. Inside the building, he is desperately trying to reinforce the walls against the crushing weight of the incoming avalanche. His quick reinforcements keep the crumbling outpost from collapsing under the heavy impact. Grabbing his sniper rifle, he peers through the scope. Target acquired. Tracing the avalanche back to its source, he easily locks onto his enemies, lining up the crosshairs right on the woman's head. Han Feng pulls the trigger without hesitation. The heavy round screeches through the icy air. It flies across the massive distance, screaming straight for her forehead. Unfortunately, Dami Mumi spots the incoming bullet and raises a defensive barrier just in time, sending the bullet ricocheting away. From there, Han Feng just goes wild. He empties his entire magazine in a flurry of increasingly wild shots. Not like accuracy matters anyway, since that barrier deflects every single. Since the avalanche failed to finish the job, now it is the Psycho Zizzi's turn to blow everything up. With their shields still up, the trio charges straight toward his position, while he does not care about his missed shots. It is all part of his master plan to bait them into a trap. Han Feng calmly packs up and climbs the table he turned into a makeshift ladder. The table holds his weight as he reaches the ceiling. Time to dig. He starts cutting a quick exit hole with his red light. Stepping out onto the open roof, he takes a deep breath, ready to unleash the most toxic, insulting trash talk he has cooked up to break them. Han Feng unleashes a barrage of insults and curses so utterly toxic, it would make a seasoned League of Legends player cry. You should see their faces, they are so shocked by this filth, they freeze right in their tracks. Jock instantly turns to pure rage. Zixie wants nothing more than to blow him to tiny, explosive pieces. She reaches out, only to realize her beloved rocket launcher is completely gone. Dami Mumi had already swiped it for herself. The freezing air somehow gets even colder. She does not appreciate being called a slut at all. Time for payback. Dami Mumi furiously pulls the trigger, launching a volley of rockets to signal her absolute, blinding wrath. Even though her mind is blinded by pure rage, her accuracy is still absolutely lethal. Unfortunately for them, Han Feng has already moved on to the next phase of his plan. The guy leaps straight off the roof, deploying a parachute to slowly glide down toward the massive dam. Spotting him gliding down to the snowy plains below, the trio gives chase in a blind fury. Dami Mumi is so utterly enraged that even the normally unstable Zixie tries to calm her. The rage bait works beautifully. They sprint after him, slowly closing the distance on his descending parachute. Little do they know, that parachute is only carrying a decoy. Han Feng actually stayed behind at the dam to execute the most vital part of his strategy. As his purple light softens the surface of the gate, he quietly whispers a chilling goodbye to his enemies. It starts as a slow leak, but as the softened concrete wall gives way, a violent torrent erupts, cascading onto the snow and rushing forward with unstoppable power. But Han Feng is not satisfied with just unleashing one gate. He wants total devastation. Vaulting over the top of the wall, he opens the second, third, and fourth gates. The combined destructive force of 4 open floodgates is absolutely overwhelming, suddenly leaving our trio trapped in a very deadly situation. They had chased him quite far, determined to hunt down the man who had humiliated them so terribly. Dami Mumi tries desperately to use her mental sensing trick, but she cannot detect any energy fluctuations nearby. The first one to actually notice the booming roar growing behind them, by then, it is already too late. The massive flood is right on them. Realizing they walked straight into a trap, Dami Mumi pulls the kids close. Yuan Yi slams his hands onto the snow below, raising a massive snowdrift to gain high ground. But his icy manipulation is not enough to outrun this raging tsunami of water and snow. To protect her squad, Dami Mumi throws up another defensive shield. Yuan Yi desperately tries to surf the snow to safety, but it is already melting way too fast. Inevitably, the barrier shatters, leaving them on the brink of being swallowed whole. Even though she trips, her maternal instincts kick in as she grabs the kids to avoid the worst. Just in time, she manages to summon another barrier. This glowing, transparent shield is the only thing keeping them from a truly miserable end. In mere moments, the frozen surface of the dam completely transforms into a violently rushing wall of water. Standing high on the wall with his binoculars, the man who caused this chaos scans the area. But with the distant hills completely blocking his view, he can't actually see what's happening. Honestly, he figures even if those three villains somehow survive drowning, the freezing cold of this new ice age will definitely finish them off. That's enough peace of mind for him to head back to the cavern base and destroy every single cannon. Don't you love this? Han Feng can already see his peaceful, carefree days returning. He crafts some makeshift snowshoes to trudge through the thick snow drifts without sinking, heading straight for the military outpost. Seriously, it'd be amazing if he could just walk on snow like it's flat ground. But that is impossible for now. Because of the treacherous terrain, the trek takes some time, but he eventually reaches his goal. Grabbing an assault rifle on his way, he cautiously approaches the weapons depot. Even though he's cleaning up the remaining threats, it's always better to be safe than sorry. It would be an absolute tragedy to get taken out by a stray bullet after completely outplaying 3 elite power users. Unleashing his purple light, he targets the 2 cannons parked outside, rapidly altering their physical properties. The solid metal weapons melt away like butter. He wants to do the same to the stockpiled ammo, but hesitates, realizing they might detonate under the heat. A massive explosion out here would definitely attract unwanted attention and trigger even more trouble. So, Han Feng decides to leave the shells alone for now. After all, without any actual cannons, they're basically useless lumps of metal. With the perimeter secured, he quietly slips into the dark tunnel, leading deep into the cave. Once inside, he discovers a massive weapons stash packed with enough heavy firepower to easily obliterate an entire small city. It's a real miracle his villa was only attacked by small mortars before. If they had deployed any of these heavier guns, that snow wall he built would have been completely useless. Just looking at those colossal shells sends a cold shiver down Han Feng's spine. These are literal weapons of mass destruction. No matter how many times he heavily reinforces the defenses of his villa, just one hit from a large caliber shell would instantly blow his peaceful life straight into oblivion. So, melting down every single one of these giant cannons is a total no-brainer. Han Feng immediately gets to work, systematically reducing those heavy metallic threats to useless piles of junk. It takes quite a bit of time, but he completes the job easily, turning those massive, giant barrels into nothing but pitiful puddles of melted metal. Venturing deeper into the base, he stumbles upon endless crates of supplies, definitely enough to fully equip a medium-sized army. It is honestly no wonder those desperate soldiers fought so hard to reclaim this supply goldmine from that extremely annoying, power-using trio. But with Han Feng being completely on his own, hauling away all these valuable resources is simply impossible. Still, he worries someone else might find these gun crates. But you know what? If that delusional girl Chu were here right now, collecting all of this would be a total piece of cake. Just imagining the beautiful sight of Chu vacuuming all these supplies into her private spatial storage gets him incredibly excited. Maybe he should head back to the villa and bring her over. Having all this sheer firepower in their hands would make them incredibly secure. After finishing a thorough sweep of the outpost, Han Feng finally heads out. But as he walks out of the dark tunnel, a hail of sharp rocks suddenly rains down right on him. Taking a closer look, he spots mysterious, glowing handprints etched onto the surface of every single stone. Instantly, the stones light up with a deep crimson glow, triggering a devastating blast that completely rocks the cave. Unleashing the combined force of dozens of energized charges, the culprit stands triumphantly atop the cave entrance. It's Zir. And she finally feels a whole lot better after blowing. Using her telepathic powers, Dan Mimi checks the dust to see if he is dead. Her calm expression instantly morphs into pure, unadulterated shock as her mental sweep passes through the blast radius. But as the thick smoke gradually clears, it reveals a perfectly safe Han Feng, standing strong while radiating a dim green and purple light. The second he sensed the exploding rocks, he quickly threw on his heavy winter gear and reinforced his armor to survive. Without that full-body suit protecting him, he'd be absolute history by now. Glaring upward, he curses his terrible luck as he realizes those explosive rocks came from right above the entrance. Channeling his destructive red aura, he aims directly at the cavern walls, ready to pay them back in full for this annoying ambush. In a flash, the crimson energy completely blankets the cave entrance. Instantly, the concrete walls crumble, disintegrating under his overpowered ability. Before they can even process what is happening, the entire trio goes plunging down, along with the collapsing structure. Zier falls hard on her butt, Yuan Yi bangs his head, and Dan Mimi is knocked out cold before struggling to sit up, screaming at the kids to get back on their feet. Spotting Han Feng standing over them, with his assault rifle locked and loaded, she desperately tries to drag the two kids to safety. With a ruthless grin, Han Feng fires his weapon to make sure his tormentors don't get away. Putting the safety of those kids first, Dami Mimi ends up falling behind. A bullet tears right into her leg, completely cutting off her escape route. The other two manage to dive into a safe spot just as their leader gets completely taken down. Realizing the tables have turned, Dami Mimi surrenders under a very hostile gun barrel. Meanwhile, Zier aggressively demands that Han Feng release her older sister right now. Deep down, he is genuinely terrified of this crazy little girl. The blast from those exploding rocks almost took his life just a single second ago. If he shoots the woman first, he might not have enough time to block another exploding rock. But if he targets the girl first to stop the blasts, the woman will definitely slam him with powerful energy waves. Not to mention, that boy could easily bury him in the snow from out of nowhere. Weighing his options, Han Feng decides to talk it out. Being completely honest, he states right off the bat that there is absolutely no bad blood between them. If they stop bombing his home, he is fully open to a peaceful deal. This leaves Demimimi completely baffled. While Zier just looks totally lost, the wild girl asks if Han Feng actually lives in one of those fancy hillside villas. Han Feng vents furiously he was just minding his own business. Yet they kept blasting him with dangerous explosives every single day. Questioned by her older sister, Zier apologetically explains that she simply cannot stop blowing things to pieces. She literally gets uncomfortable if she doesn't blow things up daily. Besides, thinking about all those rich folks living in luxury villas makes her want to bomb them to pieces. Someone seriously needs to lock this crazy kid up. Now, it starts to become clear that Han Feng has absolutely nothing to do with those soldiers who failed their ambush earlier today. What a crazy coincidence, he literally just showed up at the exact same time as those amateurs. With both sides realizing they nearly killed each other over a complete misunderstanding, Demimimi sincerely apologizes with actual, painful tears welling up in her eyes. She even tries to flatter Han Feng, calling him a very handsome guy. Even with a stunning beauty standing right before him, Han Feng cannot just let his massive anger vanish. He calls out her fake tears, but she is actually crying from the intense, raw pain of her bullet wound and heavy blood loss. Han Feng finally softens, agreeing to let the trio head back to their military base. Fortunately, this place is packed with the medical supplies needed to extract the bullet and patch her up. Han Feng keeps his gun trained on them while watching the operation. As the bullet is pulled out, Dami Mimi remains shockingly calm. Honestly, if he were in her shoes, he would be screaming and crying in absolute agony. He also notes the young girl's incredibly skillful medical hands. One thing is for sure, this weird group has a highly mysterious background. After the wound is fully bandaged, Han Feng lays out his terms of peace. From today on, the hillside villas will be a strict no-bomb zone. Both sides can easily coexist without bothering each other. Dami Mimi quickly agrees to the terms, once again apologizing sincerely for the incredibly reckless behavior of Zier. To prove her total sincerity, she allows Han Feng to take any resources he wants from inside the military base. Zier tries to protest, but a deadly glare instantly shuts her up. If it was not for her insane obsession with bombing the rich area, this whole misunderstanding would never have happened, and she would not be shot. Seriously, just moments ago they were trying to rip each other to shreds in a bloody fight. Now, her whole attitude has completely changed. Feeling quite curious, he asks her how on earth she was able to pinpoint his exact hiding spot during their shootout. Before giving her answer, she requests that he put his weapon away since they are officially allies now. But Han Feng is no fool. A few sweet words are definitely not enough to earn his trust. Knowing this, Dami Mimi explains that she simply utilized a special superpower technique that literally anyone could learn with effort. She explains that even before this extreme climate disaster started, Some people already possessed supernatural abilities. These superhumans emit unique, invisible waves similar. If you learn to see these distinct waveforms, you can easily track down the approximate location of any superhuman. Han Feng lingers to chat with the woman for quite a while. Now, he finally has a basic grasp on how to sense these superpower waves. Learning that superpowers can grow stronger based on the user's mastery, he asks if a single person can actually awaken multiple different abilities. According to what she knows, different supernatural powers are usually completely incompatible with one another. This means a person can only have one single ability. This means his red, green, and purple light emissions are three distinct powers that theoretically should not exist in one body. After spending hours deeply discussing superhuman powers, Han Feng finally holsters his weapon and formally introduces himself as just a normal, everyday off-dummy. Mimi also introduces herself by her real name, Jiang Ruqing, a teacher, sealing their agreement with a firm handshake. She expresses hope for a solid partnership now that the threatening gun is no longer an issue between them. However, Jiang Ruqing's eyes turn ice cold as she recalls all those nasty insults he threw her way when they were hunting each other at the dam. She absolutely hated being called a cheap slut and a damn ugly hag. Next to her, Zixie laughs like a maniac as the entire room glows with her crackling, explosive handprints. The crazy girl just waits for her sister's signal to blow the room up. While Han Feng clutches Miss Jiang's hand, he decides to bluff his way out with absolute, fake confidence, reminding them that the previous blasts did not even scratch him, so he is not afraid. But realistically, if this place actually blows up, he is looking at severe injuries or outright death. In a bone-chilling voice, Miss Jiang reassures him that their partnership is still very much active. All she really wants is an explanation for those nasty insults he spat out earlier. The intense pressure is getting heavy. He plays dumb while trying to wrench his hand free, but her gorilla grip forces him to change his strategy immediately. He quickly calls Miss Jiang a deeply graceful, elegant woman, wise, gentle, beautiful, radiant, and incredibly talented, basically every man's absolute dream. She instantly blushes, ordering Zixie to stop threatening a good ally. She lets go. Miss Jiang finally frees his hand, leaving it throbbing from her brutal, vice-like grip. Meanwhile, Zixie still refuses to accept a smelly guy as their ally, so Han Feng pulls the same trick, praising her to the heavens. He hypes her up as an incredibly energetic, adorable, completely innocent, and sweet young girl. And check this out, his sweet talk actually works, making her blush and completely taming the wild ZZ. Both Miss Jiang and Han Feng worry this kid might be a bit too easily swayed. Meanwhile, little Yuan Yi is fast asleep, dead asleep. You would think he actually pays the rent around here. With everything settled, it is time for Han Feng to leave, planning to bring a recruit and gather supplies over the next few days. The fuel for his generator at home is running pretty low, so a quick restock is exactly what he needs. Miss Jiang happily shows off her vast stockpile, assuring Han Feng he can take whatever he needs. Since it is dark outside, she invites him to stay the night and leave at sunrise. Han Feng will not let past friction stop him from experiencing a very different kind of touch. Too risky. With the chaotic Zixie lurking around, there is no way he can feel safe at all. Against his original plans, he slips out of the room, heading into the freezing, snowy plains to make his way home. Once he is gone, Zixie asks her sister if it was really okay to leave out key details about their powers. Miss Jiang intentionally kept that info hidden, planning to use it as a powerful bargaining chip. She then tells little Yuan Yi to stop faking sleep now that their guest left. Quite an actor. The little brat absolutely loathes talking to strangers and prefers to fake being asleep. Since he used his abilities quite a few times today, Miss Jiang asks if he feels any weird changes in his body. ZZ does a complete head-to-toe inspection, even checking the boy's butt while laughing hysterically the entire time. And surprisingly, she finds exactly what she was looking for right on Yuan Yi's backside. Honestly, Miss Jiang is incredibly relieved that only his butt was affected, but for his safety, they will definitely limit his power usage from now on. Outside, the temperature is hitting rock bottom as a lone figure trudges through the snowy hills. Despite the freezing cold, the brutal physical toll of the day, and the incredibly long walk back to his hillside villa, Han Feng's energy. Suddenly, he feels something incredibly wrong with the way his heart is beating and pumping blood. He drops down on one knee in agonizing discomfort. It feels like he cannot even breathe anymore. Han Feng quickly realizes that he might not survive much longer in this brutally harsh, freezing environment. Fortunately, he makes it to the tree line where he previously hid security cameras. He locates one of his hidden cameras, and desperately tries to signal for help. Unfortunately, there is absolutely no one back in the villa who is actually watching the connected live feed. Nurse Jin is completely buried under a heavy blanket, sleeping peacefully with several space heaters blasting around her bed. Quite in contrast to her neat, warm room, Su Chushi is completely dead to the world, sleeping on that messy anime-themed bed. Surrounded by clutter, Han Feng realizes he might be in deep trouble. Seriously, he is on his own now. Both of his housemates are probably fast asleep, leaving him completely on his own in the freezing cold. Meanwhile, his heartbeat is growing wild and erratic as a bizarre, glowing pattern begins to spread across pure agony. A sudden, sharp chest pain hits him harder than anything he has ever felt before. Overcome by sheer exhaustion, he collapses into the snow, knocked out cold. His body temperature plummets rapidly, but then, by some absolute miracle, something changes. Han Feng finally opens his eyes after who knows how long. Through blurry vision, he spots Nurse Jin standing under the ceiling lights of his room. Still in pure fight-or-flight mode, he panics, leaps off the soft bed, and tumbles onto the floor, completely flashing his bare butt. He made it. He finally realizes he is back inside the warm, absolute safety of his villa. He also realizes he is completely naked, and his housemates are standing right there. Han Feng got incredibly lucky. Last night, Nurse Jin was hungry. On her way to the kitchen, she happened to glance at the security camera monitor. She quickly threw on a coat, ran down the hill, and used her superhuman power to rescue him. It was actually pretty easy for her. To help his freezing body recover quickly, she dragged him into a warm room and stripped off all of his snow-soaked clothes. Nurse Jin ran a few basic medical checks and could not find any visible injuries on his body. He had simply collapsed at the bottom of the hill for unknown reasons. The last thing he remembers is a sudden, sharp pain in his chest. After making sure he was fully stable again, Han Feng sat down and explained to Nurse Jin and Chu Cho everything that happened the previous day. Nurse Jin is still trying her best to figure out what triggered his terrifying near-death experience. She suspects that the extreme cold and sheer exhaustion might have triggered a severe case of angina. Chu Chu, on the other hand, is way more interested in Han Feng's insane 1 versus 3 fight. Remembering that Miss Zhang is waiting for him to grab some supplies, he eagerly invites Chu. Not happening. Nurse Jin completely shuts that idea down, ordering him to stay in bed so he does not strain his heart. She also bans Chu Chu from bothering Han Feng for the next few days. For the next 5 days, Nurse Jin takes excellent care of him, helping him make a full recovery. During those 5 days, Han Feng spent every waking moment practicing the special superhuman sensing technique he learned from Miss Zhang. After focusing with all his might, he finally senses Nurse Jin's location and catches her sitting in a very awkward position on the toilet in the bathroom across the house. The poor woman suddenly gets this creepy feeling like someone is watching her. Talk about a massive upgrade. Han Feng realizes he just unlocked a godlike power. Meanwhile, Miss Zhang is sitting in her wheelchair back at the base, getting seriously worried about him. She thought he would be back quickly, but 8 whole days have passed since he left. But all her anxiety melts away the second she senses his presence heading straight back toward the base. She is pretty surprised to find out he has 2 other powered individuals with him. Finally, these 2 groups of elites are about to meet. With a warm smile, Han Feng enthusiastically greets Miss Zhang. While he and Nurse Jin pull Chu Qi along on a sled, he turns to his housemates and proudly introduces Zhang Ruojing, Zi Shi, and Yuan Yi as their new allies. Nurse Jin gives a sweet, polite bow, while Chu Chu just stares back with a completely blank expression. The little demon king and the great beauty catch sight of each other and instantly freeze. Chu Chu immediately turns away, climbs onto the sled, and mutters that coming here was a massive mistake. Miss Jiang Qimiao stands right up from her wheelchair, calling out to Chu Chu as her big sister. Can you blame them? Everyone is completely stunned by this unpredictable twist of fate. Gui Gui desperately insists she is just a cute 12-year-old girl, so this lady must have the wrong person. Miss Jiang Qimiao is not buying her ridiculous excuses at all, leaping out of her wheelchair as if she had not been shot in the leg just a week ago. A chaotic scuffle quickly breaks out as she confronts Gui Gui for suddenly vanishing from the research facility and worrying everyone. Chu Chu snaps back, claiming she was just pursuing her dream of staying home and eating herself to death. While the 2 sisters are fighting, the other 4 spectators are left in a similarly confused state. Pure chaos. It takes them quite a while to get things to calm down before everyone finally retreats deep inside the base. Inside, Chu Chu and Miss Jiang Qimiao sit down and explain that they really are sisters. Zhang Ruojing goes on to explain that Chu Chu is her blood sister, but they have different fathers and different mothers. Talk about a confusing description. Miss Jiang Qimiao grew up as an orphan. She was adopted when she was 11 years old, which is how Chu Chu became her older sister. They were inseparable. Their bond back then was even stronger than that of actual blood sisters. Han Feng and Zixi immediately stand up to protest this crazy timeline. No matter how you look at it, Miss Jiang Qimiao should definitely be the older sister here. She completely understands their doubts. It is only natural they would get confused since Chu Chu has always looked so tiny and adorable. To prove she is telling the truth, Miss Jiang Qimiao pulls out an old childhood photo of the two of them together. Zhang Ruojing was a year younger, which was quite obvious back then, but there is basically no difference in Chu Chu's appearance from all those years ago compared to now. If the little demon king is 21 years old, then Miss Jiang Qimiao is only 20. She definitely grew up incredibly fast. Zixi casually remarks that instead of looking like sisters, they now look more like a mother and her daughter. Realizing she just hit a very sore spot, Zixi frantically apologizes. It has been a long time since they last met, so Miss Jiang Qimiao has so much to tell her older sister about what happened. Before starting the story, she glances over at Han Feng, signaling that she wants to share this tale with her sister in private. Han Feng catches the hint immediately and urges Nurse Jin to come along into the cave to search for any useful supplies. No way. Chu Chi steps in and firmly demands that they both stay. As companions personally handpicked by her legendary evil eye, she figured they had every right to know about these massive secrets too. Han Feng and Nurse Jin gladly accepted the invitation to stay and listen. Since it was her older sister's request, Miss Jiang finally gave in and spoke with a wry smile. After Chu Chi left, the research actually succeeded, but the lead professor was murdered and the entire institute was completely destroyed. Talk about a massive info dump right off the bat, leaving out so many crucial details. Han Feng's totally lost. Blank face. Meanwhile, Chu Chu confidently insists that she already knows absolutely everything about it. Miss Jiang adds that hostile factions have risen across the city, actively hunting down and capturing awakened users everywhere. If their true identities ever get exposed, those ruthless groups will hunt them to the ends of the earth. Naturally, Chu Chu already knew that too, leaving her sister desperately scrambling to provide some actual new information. Miss Jiang pulls down her skirt to reveal and explain that overusing powers actually causes bizarre crystals to grow right on an Esper's body. But luckily, she managed to develop a special method to completely get rid of these annoying crystals. Prepare yourself for a shocker. Gigi reveals those dangerous crystals actually grew on Han Feng's heart days ago, and she secretly removed them without him ever knowing. It turns out even Nurse Jin knew about this crucial secret, which he definitely should have been told much sooner. Super frustrated that Chu Chi basically knows every single thing already, Miss Jiang depressingly shares that she has even developed a unique technique to sense nearby power fluctuations. Guigi had no idea about this, while Chu Chi gently asks her sister to stop playing dumb just to comfort her. After all, Gui has always been an unmatched genius in every field. Han Feng finally has to crash this little pity party, demanding to know the actual details of what went down from the very beginning. With dead serious looks, the eccentric sisters ask if he's truly ready to hear about their hellish origins. Though slightly creeped out, Han Feng insists on hearing the entire story. About 2 years ago, an 18-year-old Zhang Ruqing had already graduated with her bachelor's degree, while a 19-year-old Chu Chu had already secured her master's, earning both sisters widespread praise as absolute prodigies in research. They were immediately transferred to a top-secret project after the institute discovered an Esper frozen solid in ice by her own powers. Just 1 year into studying this bizarre specimen, both Chu Chu and Miss Jiang suddenly awakened supernatural powers of their own. But that very same day, Chu Chi completely vanished, never to be seen again. Miss Jiang stayed behind at the lab, continuing her intense research alongside Professor Zi, Shi, and Yuan Yi, which ultimately led to the highly successful creation. Just a few months into their trial phase, the lead professor was brutally murdered right inside the women's restroom. Following that, other researchers tied to the project began vanishing and dropping dead like flies. In the end, the entire facility was completely destroyed, with only Miss Jiang, Zixi, and Yuan Yi managing to escape using their newly awakened abilities. Han Feng deduces that the killer must be targeting this newly developed Esper technology, wanting to keep the monopoly all to themselves. Honestly, that theory makes total sense, meaning the string of murders and the lab's destruction were likely driven by pure greed. From what Zhang Ruqing knows, there is a dangerous hostile organization in the city called Now, who have gathered several espers and sit right at the top of the suspect list. Hearing about other espers immediately makes Han Feng think of those military thugs who tried so hard to hunt them down before. And wait until you hear this, the squad of soldiers Miss Zhang clashed with last week was also linked to now. She actually managed to capture one of their low-level agents, but the prisoner keeps desperately protesting that he isn't a secret agent for now, claiming instead to be from a rebel volunteer army that supposedly helped an entire neighborhood survive the initial disaster. He claims he was eventually captured by that very same rebel group and forced to act as a human shield. By all accounts, the man speaks like a highly cultured and sophisticated gentleman. Han Feng flatly refuses to believe that Brother Li's rebel group would ever do something so low, especially since those guys are basically rough-looking gangsters with hearts of pure gold. Since they are the exact opposite of cultured or elegant, he gets pretty curious about this mysterious prisoner. Han Feng asks them to lead him to the holding cells for a face-to-face meeting, and since they are in a secret military base, rows of cells are already set up. Zishi approaches the only occupied cell, where the middle-aged prisoner is already groaning that he has already confessed everything he possibly knows. The pathetic man keeps whining that he was just a helpless victim of the rebel army's brutal tyranny, claiming he only followed their orders to ensure his own survival. Recognizing that painfully familiar voice, Han Feng immediately steps up to take charge. He absolutely cannot help but gloat at the very man who once forced him to flee his own home. Zhang Shuyu, the once cunning dictator of their neighborhood, is now reduced to a completely haggard prisoner. Han Feng mockingly asks what happened to the supposedly great philanthropist who promised to lead his people to a much better life. Still wearing his fake, slimy smile, Zhang definitely didn't expect to run into the very man he once tried to rob right here. Desperately trying to turn the tables, he keeps insisting that back then, he absolutely had to grab every single resource possible just to save more innocent people. Hoping Han Feng would understand, he is pretty much saying that all of this is actually Han Feng's fault for not cooperating. Naturally, this master manipulator pretends he totally gets Han Feng's decision to prioritize his own safety in such an incredibly brutal, harsh situation. Han Feng is completely sick of this guy's utter garbage. The whole thing is just a cheap, pathetic act that only brainwashed fools would ever believe. As Han Feng sees it, Zhang Shuyu teamed up with those base guys, completely blew it, and is now pretending to be their hostage. Zishi? She absolutely loathes those base scumbags. She is absolutely furious now, hates being played like a fool. But Zhang Shuyu keeps insisting he has never once told a single lie. He admits that he joined the base early on and was quickly appointed as a squad leader. On their very first mission, his squad tried to surround the rebel group but walked straight into an ambush, so they surrendered and immediately flipped sides. Later, he was assigned to a battalion disguised as soldiers, aiming to seize the underground storage inside this cavernous military base. As we know, they failed fast. Very fast. Now he is captured. Zhang Shuyu is definitely a master storyteller, but to Han Feng, every word coming out of his mouth is just pure, unadulterated nonsense. No more talking. Han Feng grabs the bastard by his hair and slams his face directly into the iron cell bars. This pathetic act might have fooled high-rise residents, but definitely not Han Feng. Even with his face bloody and bruised, Zhang Shuyu still clings to his script. Not satisfied with just a few marks, Han Feng starts treating that deceitful face like a bony punching bag. Those thick iron prison bars are not going to stop his brutal revenge. Dazed from the slams and punches, Zhang Shuyu struggles to sit up. Got to hand it to the guy. His dedication to sticking to the script, despite being tortured, is almost impressive. He finally admits he has no more cards left to play. He claims to be a completely helpless prisoner with an absolutely horrible past, swearing on his life that he will never, ever tell another lie. Patience? Gone? Han Feng clicks his tongue, draws his pistol, and racks around. With a barrel pointed right at his face, Zhang Shuyu gets one final chance to spill everything he knows about the base. With clear terror creeping into his voice, Zhang Shuyu repeats that the rebels captured him shortly after he joined the base, so he really knows next to nothing about them. A complete fool? This bastard is determined to play him for one. Han Feng pulls the trigger, deliberately grazing his ear to show he is not playing games. Consider that first shot a very loud warning. Han Feng won't kill him yet, wanting to milk him for info. But look, if Zhang Shuyu keeps up this fake act, he is just a useless liability. With that final threat delivered, Han Feng and Zishi walk out, leaving their high-value prisoner alone to deeply reflect on his options. Walking back to the main room, Zishi praises Han Feng, calling him incredibly cool for beating the prisoner to a pulp. Returning, they find the rest of the group chilling and casually playing cards. Han Feng immediately reveals the identity of the basement prisoner to Nurse Jin and Chu Chu. Wait, is it really Zhang Shuyu? Their jaws instantly drop in absolute, utter confusion. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruqing gets a quick rundown from her sister about everything that went down in the freezing neighborhood. She simply cannot believe she was played like a violin by a literal psychopath. But Yuan Yi completely saw this coming. He firmly believes most good-looking people are secretly bad. Since Zhang Shuyu is tied to the base, that underground vault probably belonged to them originally. It seems the base's patrol squads are constantly being harassed by the rebel volunteers. They are desperately scrambling to gather forces and crush this rebellion. And Uncle Li is likely the one causing them massive headaches. However, during his interrogation of Zhang Shuyu, Han Feng discovered that the current leader of these rebel volunteers is actually Li Zi. Believe it, his good old buddy Li is running the whole show. At first, Han Feng did not buy it, thinking Zhang Shuyu was lying. So he beat the bastard up again, after another beatdown, and still totally lost on the plot. Zhang Ruqing listens as her sister explains more about their deep connections to this rebellion. As of now, the base has taken over the international airport, with nearly 1,000 soldiers standing ready. They have been relentlessly hunting for resources and manpower across the city, drafting young men into their army just in exchange for basic meals. The women they deem ugly, along with the elderly and even raw corpses, are secretly processed into synthetic food to feed the helpless regular citizens. To put it lightly, this base is a completely subhuman organization. If it were up to Zixi, she would happily blow the entire place to ashes. Shocking details? Absolutely. But his housemates do not seem fazed by any of it. Turns out, Uncle Li Zhengkao had already told them all about those sickening, gruesome operations. He realizes that annoying old man purposely kept him in the dark. Now, it is clear that once the base crushes the rebel volunteers, soon they will start focusing all their forces to seize this huge underground storage facility. The villa they call home is quite close. They will definitely be exposed. To prevent this terrible situation from getting any worse, Han Feng decides to bring along some serious weapons and gear to support the uprising. Chu Chu instantly agrees with his sudden proposal. The group moves toward the corridor, where all the firepower is kept, ready for Chu Chu to do her thing. Watch closely, she mutters something about the evil eye's true power, opening her private space to suck absolutely everything inside. The boy is super excited to see such a flashy ability, exactly what he expected from his sister's older sister. Once the guns and ammo are safely put away, Han Feng drags Chu Chu to clean out the fuel and food in the other rooms. While he is checking the list of other supplies they will need, Chu Chu looks like she is about to puke up everything she just absorbed. To keep the team connected, Zhang Ruqing pulls out several military walkie-talkies that have an impressive 30-kilometer range. Han Feng keeps packing tons of military supplies directly into the poor girl. This completely fills her storage capacity. Meanwhile, the brutal battle for the city is still raging hard. Base soldiers have surrounded the remaining rebels, with no sign of Uncle Li Zhengkao anywhere. And Brother Li is starting to believe he just doesn't have what it takes to be a leader. Even worse, the base soldiers have tied the captured rebel volunteers to their armored vehicles to use them as human shields. Once they get close enough, they offer the rebels one single chance to surrender immediately. If not, they will open fire. The soldiers warn the remaining rebels that they have thermal imaging tech to see right through the buildings. Right now, they are spraying bullets at random buildings, hoping to flush out the sneaky rebels hiding inside. They have been patrolling this area for a long time, but their thermal tech still hasn't spotted any sign of Brother Li and his men. The soldiers driving the heavy tanks are just blindly following their captain's orders, even though they have absolutely no idea where the targets are. The 4th squad has totally leveled an entire sector and wasted tons of ammo. But the plan goes on. They receive orders to sweep the next street and keep searching. Leading the hunt is none other than the scar-faced captain himself. And just like the 4th squad, the 1st and 2nd squads have found absolutely nothing. Riding in the same vehicle with Scarface Captain Zhao, a smug young man in a sharp military uniform openly questions the captain. Captain Zhao already has a terrible track record, having let an awakened user escape not long ago, which got him severely punished by his superior officer. Now, he can't even handle a bunch of ordinary humans in a decent time frame, which is clearly getting on everyone's nerves. The captain explains that the buildings in this old district are crammed too close together. Finding those rebel volunteers was never going to be quick, so slowly shrinking their zones and squeezing the perimeter is the right move. After thoroughly annoying the scar-faced captain, the bored young officer steps out of the vehicle. Wait, look at this. He pops a cigarette in his mouth, lighting a blue flame. This smug punk is actually an awakened user. Once the young officer walks away, the captain's driver asks who that arrogant jerk is supposed to be. Captain Zhao describes the annoying punk as something barely even human, then snaps back to the mission, urging all his squads to keep tightening the search grid and not leave a single inch. Not too far from the city, 3 figures are flying across the ground, completely unbothered by the thick layer of snow blocking the road. It is Han Feng, Chu Chu, and young Yuan Yi, who is acting as a human sled by conjuring and sliding over the ice. Sitting comfortably on his custom seat, Han Feng praises Yuan Yi's super handy ability for getting them to the city so incredibly fast. The kid can't help but feel like he's being used as a glorified taxi service. If Han Feng hadn't bribed him with fresh meat and vegetables, he wouldn't even have rolled out of bed for this mission. According to Han Feng's mapping, they'll arrive after taking a left and crossing 2 more snow-packed streets. And just like that, they reach their destination. The underground sewer he and Brother Li used to travel back and forth from their old place is completely buried in heavy snow. But Yuan Yi effortlessly clears their way down. As they step into the dark sewer system, Han Feng strictly warns the other two to stick close together. The pathways down here are highly complex, making it incredibly easy to get lost. Since they are heading to the district ahead, enemies might be stationed there, so they must stay alert for any potential ambush. The trio navigates through the sewer without any trouble, but they run into a massive roadblock right at the very end. Han Feng easily disintegrates the blocking boulders, using his eerie red light. Once cleared, they exit through the second basement level of the Happiness District. Looking around the familiar parking lot, Han Feng never expected he would actually return here of his own free will. All those horrific events happened just a short while ago. Yet standing here now, it feels as if an entire lifetime has passed. Now they must figure out how to find Brother Li and the others. According to Zhang Shui, the rebellion forces currently camped somewhere around the Old Western District, with no specific coordinates. An hour quickly passes as the 3 easily secure a high vantage point in the Western District. From up here, they look down and spot enemy soldiers slowly patrolling, sealing off the area to hunt down the. They figure that following these soldiers will lead them straight to Brother Li. But these armed guys are pretty terrible at this, just running in circles for an hour. Luckily, a massive explosion erupts a few blocks away. Peering through his telescope, Han Feng spots one of the military base's tanks blown to absolute pieces. Looking at a nearby building, he spots Brother Li leading with a bazooka. It looks like an easy win, but the loud blast instantly draws the attention of other enemy squads. They are completely surrounded, so Li demands a megaphone from his men. Amplifying his voice, he curses out the base bastards and mocks the weak soldiers, daring them to come and get him. Their numbers might be heavily depleted, but their fighting spirit burns as hot as ever. Even if they get wiped out, they will drag the enemy down with them. His men would literally follow him to hell and back. Captain Zhao arrives at the chaotic scene and instantly orders his men to shoot to kill. He wants 0 rebel survivors, completely ignoring his superior's orders to locate Mr. Yu, who is held by the volunteers. Furious about losing so many soldiers just to locate the rebels, he only wants blood and completely forgets the bigger picture. The base soldiers obediently follow their captain's brutal orders. Setting up their artillery below, they aim straight at the rooftop where the rebels are holding out. On signal, massive explosions erupt, but surprisingly, their own tanks are the ones blowing up. Zhao pokes his head out of his car, totally shocked. Check this out. A man and 2 kids are gliding across rooftops, unleashing a storm of military-grade grenades. Gi continuously spawns grenades while Han Feng happily chucks them like a bomber plane. Absolute hell breaks loose as tanks and soldiers are blown to smithereens. Captain Zhao catches one glimpse of Han Feng's face, and memories of past defeat come rushing back. Analyzing the situation with tactical precision, he deduces that Han Feng is merely trying to lure him away to rescue the helpless volunteer group. Even so, capturing a superpowered human would please the commander. This might be Zhao's golden ticket to regain his boss's favor. So, he orders his remaining men to ignore the volunteer idiots and chase the brat, throwing grenades from the rooftop instead. Grabbing his own megaphone, Captain Zhao desperately tries to negotiate with Han Feng. He promises him a second-in-command position if he joins the base. Completely unaware of the trap, in reality, Zhao is actively chasing the very guy meant to act as bait. Once the base bastards finally leave, Han Feng and Chu Chu emerge from the snow on the neighboring roof, signaling the rebels to head down. They all meet up on the snowy streets below. Brother Li is finally reunited with his little brother, a deeply emotional moment with tears and snot literally freezing midair. Still crying though. Brother Li proudly introduces Han Feng to his men as his sworn brother, who fought alongside him through life and death. Han Feng asks the volunteers to follow him as he prepares a special gift for those fighting for the right cause. To aid their fight, Han Feng restores several massive artillery cannons he previously melted and gifts them directly to the rebels. Then, he whispers to Li to keep Chu Chu's power secret for their safety. Standing before the giant cannons, "Get ready, because here comes the hype." Han Feng rallies the rebels for a counterattack, determined to turn those base bastards into ashes. Chu Chu declares the volunteers as her sacred apostles, chosen by the tyrant's eye of truth to bring down the purifying fire of absolute karma. Brother Li absolutely loves the eccentric speech, but the older volunteers are just utterly confused, desperately shaking Han Feng for answers. Li wants to learn to fire these cannons immediately, but there is a slight catch. Han Feng only supplies the weapons. He has no clue how to use them. So Brother Li turns to his crew, hoping someone knows how to operate this massive military hardware. Surprisingly, one tiny rebel timidly raises his hand. He used to be an army gunner, put right on the spot. Everyone is now counting on this tiny guy to teach them how to blow things up. The gunner launches into a tedious lecture about manufacturing dates, calibers, muzzle velocity, maximum ranges, howitzer recoil systems, and a mountain of other highly technical jargon. To test his skills, Han Feng simply points toward the building used as the base troops camp, skipping the needless explanation. They just need to blow up the enemies to make sure those base bastards gather inside that specific building. He made sure to leave behind something they absolutely could not resist. Once those greedy pigs lay eyes on it, they will never walk away without tasting it. Just as expected, every single squad lost track of their target somewhere around here. But their spirits instantly soared after making a massive discovery, stumbling right into a giant stockpile of fuel and rations. What an absolute mystery. Why on earth would anyone hoard such incredibly valuable supplies in a dump like this? Captain Zhao theorized that this place must be a hidden rebel base. To play it safe, he ordered his men to sweep the surrounding area and look for any traps. Once they confirm the coast is clear, they can haul every single bit of it away. Supplies are critically low these days, so no matter where this food and fuel came from, they simply are in no position to turn it down. Staring at those stacked fuel barrels, Captain Zhao is suddenly hit by a terrifying sense of impending doom. He stands frozen to the spot as a cold shiver runs down his spine. Just a few meters away, Han Feng signals to fire the howitzers. After a quick crash course on how to operate them, the rebel volunteers take their positions and unleash a devastating barrage of artillery fire. Oh, just look at this. The clueless base troops are happily loading up the fuel barrels, totally blind to the nightmare about to drop on their heads. Suddenly, deafening explosions rip through the entire area as the heavy shells rain down all around them. Those very fuel barrels they were so happily loading up get caught in the blasts, acting as an absolutely monstrous catalyst for the destruction. The oil inside the barrels instantly ignites, turning into a raging inferno that burns everyone nearby alive. Still inside the building, Captain Zhao gets violently thrown by the shock wave. He watches his men burn alive, swallowed by screams of sheer agony and helplessness. Honestly, no one in the history of getting roasted has ever been cooked this bad. The flames might not kill this unlucky captain, but the crumbling building definitely will. And those rebel volunteers? They are not stopping the barrage. They keep reloading and firing until the entire structure is completely flattened. Brother Li is enjoying every single second of it. Even though the deafening blasts are absolutely shredding their eardrums, they know their position will be exposed soon. Once they run out of ammo, they need to move fast. The bombardment rages on for 10 straight minutes. The targeted high-rise completely collapses, swallowed up by a hellish sea of flames. Mission accomplished. Everyone crowds around Han Feng, cheering and praising him as their absolute savior. They could not have asked for a cooler rescue than this. But before they get too carried away, he reminds them to stop wasting time and use this brief window to escape. The volunteers nod and rush over to the cannons, eager to drag these heavy weapons along with them. Han Feng steps in and tells them to just leave those heavy artillery pieces behind. Instead, they are going to plant some mines around the area. When those base bastards come searching, they will get blown to pieces. So, rather than wasting energy dragging howitzers around, the rebels focus all their efforts on packing the entire area with landmines. While the crew is working, Han Feng asks how the rescue of President Liu is coming along. Brother Li admits they do not even know where the president is being held. They have been capturing base officers lately to squeeze them for intel. That is exactly why they have been ambushing these patrol units. As for Uncle Li Zhengao, that old guy split up from them earlier, and they have lost touch. Han Feng figures he will show up sooner or later. For now, they should head back to Happiness District to rest and recover. Before hitting the road, Han Feng leaves a massive stash of weapons and supplies down in the building's underground station. There are enough weapons down there to arm the rebel battalion to the teeth. Honestly, he has already lost count of how many times Brother Li thanked him today. A few hours later, long after Han Feng, Chu Chu, and the rebels cleared out, the surviving base troops stumble upon those abandoned cannons. They immediately report their find to Captain Zhao, who is severely injured and barely clinging to consciousness in his wheelchair. His physical wounds might hurt, but his blinding rage toward these useless soldiers is far worse. He barks out clear orders: find the bastards who tried to kill him, not the weapons they used. Furious and highly irritable, he rolls his wheelchair forward. And wait, did you hear that click under his wheel? He looks down, accepting his fate as his cigar slips right out of his mouth. His very last words are just, "Damn it." 10 minutes of brutal bombardment did absolutely nothing to him. Yet one wrong roll sends Captain Zhao and his surviving troops straight to the afterlife. Far away from the blast zone, Han Feng enjoys the celebratory fireworks from a rooftop in Happiness District. He silently wonders which incredibly unlucky bastard just got a taste of those deadly landmines. Brother Li sneaks up behind him, breath reeking of booze. A good brother always drags his buddy into a celebratory drinking session. Inside one of the larger apartments in the district, the rebels are drinking themselves blind and stuffing their faces with hot food. Yuan Yi also returns, serving as the grill master for everyone. After hearing those two massive, worrying explosions, the base dispatches more troops to investigate what on earth just happened. A powerful officer with supernatural abilities leads the squad. Seeing the sheer devastation, he orders his men to clear out the bodies and collect the charred remains. Food has been incredibly scarce in their camp lately. Charred human flesh shouldn't go to waste. Right at the blast center, he uncovers Captain Zhao's remains and reports back to the commander that Zhao was ambushed and died a hero's death. The commander couldn't care less. He simply hands the search mission over to the pyro officer. The fire manipulator gladly accepts the assignment from his highly esteemed commander. Before starting his fresh mission, the fire manipulator swings by the temporary command post of Brigade B. It was originally a scenic rooftop cafe, belonging to one of the base's elite espers. Zhang Zhongshu has officially stepped in as the new captain of Brigade B. He claims there is a raging blizzard outside, and only absolute idiots would work in such hellish weather. Instead, he would much rather sip on some hot coffee. Besides, his lazy self has underlings to handle all the grueling work out there. He divides the depleted squads into 3-man teams to maximize their search grid. He has zero tolerance for lazy bums, including the surviving deputy of the late Captain Zhao, and this sudden change of command is terrible for him and everyone in the brigade. Back then, at least Captain Zhao braved the exact same hardships alongside his men, but this new boss is just a lazy punk cracking open a box of rice balls. Captain Zhang Dongshu predicts that the rebel volunteers will eventually run out of rations, forcing them to crawl out of their safe house just to scavenge for a bite. And once they do expose themselves, his relentless patrol squads will easily pinpoint their exact location. Captain Zhang takes a bite of his plain vegetarian rice ball, raving about how perfect it tastes. Only elites with his high status get to enjoy such luxury in this brutal new world. He even bets the starving rebels are currently chewing on snow just to survive. Oh boy, this arrogant captain is dead wrong. See, our rebels are dining like absolute gods tonight, on piles of meat, hot stew, fresh greens, and premium booze. By the end of the night, they're all in food comas, literally crying over how good the meat tastes. It has been forever since any of them tasted this kind of luxury. Ever since the catastrophic freeze started, this young gunner has craved fresh greens. They are so ecstatic they are ready to swear eternal loyalty to Han Feng. As Sun Ying stands by, Brother Li, the rebel leader, explains that he only gathered this ragtag crew 10 days ago, so they are still pretty green. Still, as their newly minted leader, he nudges Han Feng to show a tiny bit more goodwill. So he pulls out his secret weapon, a pack of waxy cigarettes, treating everyone to a delicious nicotine fix. Just the scent of that freshly cracked pack is enough to wake the dead. Every single rebel instantly bolts upright, totally energized and ready to resume partying. They all kick back, quietly puffing away until the entire room is completely choked with thick, heavy smoke. These guys have been deprived of a good smoke for months, so this feels like heaven. Fortunately for the girls, Qiu Qiu pulls out some handy gas masks for herself and Yuan Yi, as they quietly judge these grown men puffing smoke right in front of a kid. With the delivery done, Yuan Yi asks Han Feng if they can finally head home. After all, they only came here to drop off these essential survival supplies. Now that the job is finished, there is absolutely no reason to linger. Han Feng has also been rubbing the base the wrong way lately, so he needs to get back fast before trouble brews. Hearing this, Brother Li panics that their villa might be compromised. Han Feng instantly shuts him up, since he prefers to keep his private business strictly on the down low. He then explains how he tailed a soldier, stumbled upon an underground depot, looted all their high-tech weapons, and heavily beefed up the rebels' firepower. But right before they say their goodbyes, Brother Li sheepishly asks Han Feng if he can spare a few more cartons of those cigarettes. Turns out, they actually pawned off some of their own rebel brothers, and they desperately need cigarettes to buy them back. Hearing something so incredibly dark, Han Feng is completely stunned. Brother Li quickly explains that there is a black market in the city trading living humans for basic survival supplies. Back then, the rebels were backed into a corner with absolutely nowhere left to turn. So, they had to pawn off some of their own teammates. But now the greedy dealers are demanding 4 times the original price to release them. If those ruthless human traffickers end up executing their captured crew, Brother Li honestly won't be able to live with the guilt. Right now, a fully grown man only trades for about 10 caddies, which is roughly 6 kilograms of cheap grain. Meanwhile, a single pack of cigarettes fetches a whopping 30 kilograms of grain. In this frozen hell, human lives are dirt cheap while tobacco is valued like literal gold. And don't even get started on fresh produce. Brother Li heard about a guy who actually traded 3 fresh tomatoes for 3 stunning women. Immediately, Han Feng's mind starts racing back to his own greenhouse. With a place overflowing with fresh veggies, he could easily trade a few heads of lettuce for some high-class beauties. He quickly shakes his head to snap out of that wild daydream. Blushing red, he realizes something vital: this military base doesn't actually have total control over the frozen city. Thanks to the intel they squeezed out of those captured patrol officers, they now know the base uses subway tunnels to deploy their troops. This means they only have real authority over the zones directly lining those subway tracks. Meanwhile, the areas without any subway access were just too inconvenient, so the base completely gave up all control over them. That is also why the rebel volunteer team held out in the old quarter. Far from the train lines, and with just a few cartons of cigarettes, they were finally able to ransom their brothers. After all, they would definitely need a lot more manpower to rescue Director Liu later on. Liu was extremely eager to strengthen their forces, but the sheer exhaustion of constant running and fighting finally dragged him down. An old frontline combat wound flared up, sending him crashing to the floor. The team quickly placed their unconscious leader in a room packed with space heaters to keep him warm. Judging by the severe inflammation of the wound, he must have been hurt several days ago. To avoid slowing down the entire group, he completely hid his injury, enduring the brutal, biting cold and the constant threat of armed enemies. Until this very moment, Li proved to be a truly loyal brother, deeply worried about their leader's survival. With the rebels turning to Han Feng for help and absolutely no one else knowing a thing about medicine, he stepped up and advised everyone to wait outside. The rebel fighters naturally wanted to stay, but the wise old man, understanding the situation, quickly cleared the crowd out of the room. In the end, only Han Feng, Genichi Tsutsui, and the unconscious Li remained in the quiet room. Seeing no harm in trying, Han Feng focused his mysterious blue light onto the boss's nasty open wound. Now, look at this. After 10 minutes of intense healing, he is horrified to find his signature blue light is completely useless on this wound. Even though he had successfully used it on himself before, Chi-Chi also searched up and down through her dimensional space and found no medicine that could help. According to Jinichi, even the military warehouse was completely drained of any medicine. Zhang Ruqing had been shot and treated there before, but that was solely because her wound never got infected. Han Feng quickly realized that without some kind of emergency medical care, Li was not going to last much longer. He pulled out his radio and reached out to Nurse Jin, asking her to guide him through treating Li's gunshot wound. She carefully talked Han Feng through the basic steps to at least give Li a fighting chance at survival. First, he had to extract the bullet. Next, the wound had to be flushed with saline, then disinfected using povidone iodine. On top of that, Li would urgently need fever reducers and antibiotics. But where could they find these critical supplies? Han Feng decided to gear up, bringing along the wise old man, Brother Chang, to act as their guide as they headed toward the city's underground black market. To make the journey much faster, they had to rely once again on Jinichi's. Brother Chang was absolutely stunned by this wild development. Meanwhile, the kid was starting to feel like nothing more than a personal taxi service. Soon, They neared their sketchy destination, a black market located right under a nearby river on the city outskirts. As they pushed deeper into the desolate outskirts, the freezing winds grew increasingly fierce. Genichi was completely unfazed, while the other two struggled to even move. Brother Chang explained that the black market was hidden inside a cross-river tunnel, just a few kilometers ahead. Scavengers constantly set up deadly ambushes all along this main road, so they had to keep their guard up. Looking at the rusted, destroyed vehicles scattered everywhere, it was obvious that countless lives had been cut short on this very path. Since everyone heading to the black market carried valuable supplies, this route had naturally become a bloody hotbed for violent crime. Luckily, most scavengers do not have guns, so their group should be fine with their gear. Unfortunately, today a ruthless bandit armed with a rifle was watching the main road. The bandit bitterly complained that it had been 5 long days since they last snatched anything decent. With only 1 day of food left, his partner grumbled that they should just be patient and ambush traders on their way out of the black market, instead of striking too early, especially since their last target only carried a measly few cartons of cigarettes. You cannot eat cigarettes, after all. They had been forced to turn to cannibalism, but their stored corpse was already rotting away. Right then, the bandit spotted an approaching silhouette, a perfect, easy target to pick off from a distance. And just like that, as the figures get closer, you will not believe what he sees: 3 people literally flying across the deep snow. In utter shock, he lowered his rifle and stared in disbelief as the trio effortlessly rode a massive wave of snow. His partner simply laughed it off, assuming he was hallucinating from a severe lack of. Eventually, the group reached a strict no-vehicle zone. According to the local rules, they had to proceed on foot. Disobeying the laws of the black market meant ending up exactly like the lifeless corpses rotting around the entrance. Dozens of frozen, blue-skinned bodies littered the entire area, leaving them pale with cold. Utterly horrified by this gruesome sight, Genichi and Hanfeng instantly began retching and throwing up. Brother Chang calmly guided them past a heavily fortified toll booth decorated with automated machine guns and hanging corpses. Hanfeng quickly wiped the vomit from his mouth as the small group pushed onward. After a few more terrifying minutes of walking, they finally reached a hidden entrance. Out of nowhere, a sleek, rectangular block of metal rolled up to Hanfeng with a polite greeting, requesting them to present their membership cards. Taking a closer look, this bizarre machine turned out to be an old hotel service robot. It is crazy that anyone is still keeping this thing charged. Truong pulls a black card from his pocket and hands it to the robot. He is recognized as member number 250, immediately escorted inside like a special guest. The robot explains that this market is a strict peace zone, warning them that any violence will be met with endless gunfire until the troublemakers are turned into pure mush. This place is absolutely no joke. The blood of those who dared to break the rules is literally painted all over these walls. But somehow, what is even more shocking is the fact that they actually have a working elevator here. The robot, the elevator, and the lights are all running flawlessly. Hanfeng cannot even begin to grasp how much power this setup drains. The faction behind this black market must be unbelievably powerful. Reaching the deepest door in the basement hall, the robot eagerly waves them inside. Hanfeng grips the cold doorknob, steeling himself for whatever nightmare might be waiting on the other side of this door. Maybe it is a gathering ground filled with the most vicious criminals, killers, and backstabbing thieves. Or maybe some kind of underground auction house selling highly illegal gear. Either way, he quietly readies his gun just to be safe. The moment they step inside, they are hit by a gruesome sight: mutilated, frozen corpses stacked together, lining both sides of a long hallway. Right at the end of the corridor sits a single laptop, heavily guarded by 4 automated turrets. The guide robot cheerfully repeats its warning: any action threatening this market will lead to a very brutal end. And the terrifying evidence of that policy is staring them right in the face. By now, Hanfeng is seriously questioning if they should even be here. Poor little Yuan Yi is already completely traumatized. Truong has to carry the kid on his back just to keep moving. Apparently, that laptop is used to make all the deals. It boots up on its own, loading the black market homepage. Seriously, you cannot make this stuff up. It is just too ridiculous. Truong has been here before, so he is already used to this bizarre setup. Navigating the dark web interface, he carefully searches for his captured teammates: Old Can, Old Wen, and Old Chu. The site has a massive database of humans put up for sale, and you can actually buy back their freedom using cartons of cigarettes. Once the 3 hostages are selected, the robot demands 4.5 cartons. Before finalizing the trade, Hanfeng also adds some critical medical supplies to their cart. To treat Li, they need saline solution, some iodine, mupirocin ointment, amoxicillin, cephalosporin, and a few other key drugs. Once finished, their grand total comes to exactly 17 cartons of cigarettes. They brought a decent amount, but it is still not quite enough. Luckily, Han Feng packed a few extra items. He carefully lays down 6 cartons, 3 fresh tomatoes worth 7 cartons, and a single banana worth 4. The robot happily accepts the payment, telling them to wait while their order is put together. As the machine retreats into the back room, Han Feng worries they might be getting completely ripped off. But Truong is confident that this black market values its reputation. A few minutes later, the robot returns with every single medical supply they ordered. Their 3 captured brothers are also brought out, safe and sound. Truong cannot help himself, throwing his arms around his long-lost comrades. Next up is Han Feng's special order 10 game discs and 30 photo books. These photo books are quite special, strictly for men of culture. Han Feng discreetly and very quickly stuffs them deep into his backpack. With their haul secured, the group quickly escapes that creepy underground market, swearing they will never return to this place. On their way back, Truong keeps trying to beg Han Feng for some of those spicy photo books. With a seemingly heavy heart, Han Feng negotiates, saying he can only spare 2 books at most. Like a true businessman, Truong bargains his way up to 3, while Yuan Yi chimes in demanding 2 as payment for his taxi service. The shameless adults actually have the nerve to scold him, arguing that those spicy pages are not suitable for a growing boy. While they are bickering over these dirty magazines, a sniper waiting in the shadows finally pulls the trigger. The bullet hits Han Feng directly in the chest. The scumbag eagerly licks his lips, thinking he's scored a huge catch as the group scrambles for cover. As the sniper rains down bullets, Truong desperately fires back, screaming his lungs out and swearing to avenge Han Feng at all costs. The whole chaotic scene quickly devolves into a blind shootout. Now even the sniper is feeling the pressure, knowing the loud gunfire will definitely attract other dangerous scavengers in the area. He is stricken and get a clean shot at his remaining targets, and his high vantage point is not helping anymore. Truong keeps blindly firing his gun, sobbing hysterically over Han Feng's sudden and tragic death. Just kidding. Our main guy Han Feng is completely fine, having secretly ordered Truong to distract the shooter. And wow, this uncle is delivering an absolute Oscar-worthy performance right now. While bullets are raining down, Han Feng slips quietly into a blind spot. He uses the scattered cars as shields to approach the sniper's building. Once he is close enough, he unleashes his red energy to secure a sweet revenge. Nobody snipes at Han Feng and gets away with it, but they are still in a massive shootout. By the time that thief notices the glowing red light creeping up, he is already completely trapped. Han Feng straight up melts an entire side of the building, destroying its structural integrity. The whole collapse starts right beneath the thief's feet, sending him plummeting down. Tumbling down with the falling rubble, he crashes into a deep, waist-high bank of white snow. That thick powder absorbs the impact and barely saves his life. Too bad for this criminal, because Han Feng is already waiting downstairs. Ready for some karma? The bastard simply can't believe his perfect sniper shot failed to put this guy in the ground. Han Feng pulls back his winter coat to reveal a heavy bulletproof vest underneath. In this post-apocalyptic world, wearing body armor outdoors is just common sense, though normal survivors could never. Seeing that high-tier military gear, the scum immediately assumes Han Feng must be a soldier from the main base. Trying to save his own skin, he blabs that he belongs to the White Tiger Gang, a small group loyal to the base. He boasts about knowing Captain Zhao personally, and even brags about helping raid the rebels at their Zhuyitang stronghold. But instead of sparking mercy, his desperate yapping only earns him a bullet right through the skull. Han Feng pulls the trigger without blinking. Base-aligned trash, all deserve to die. But then, a soft female voice whispers from behind the broken wall, prompting him to order her out. This is the thief's partner, currently shaking like a leaf, terrified she's about to follow her friend straight to hell. She frantically looks around, and catching sight of something inside their stolen loot bag gives her a desperate idea. Dragging the heavy bag along, she slowly steps out of the rubble, while begging Han Feng not to pull the trigger. Putting on quite a performance, she tearfully claims she was just a victim, kept captive inside the freezing building by that dead bastard for several days. She offers her bag of premium cigarettes to Han Feng as a token of her deep gratitude. She even promises to do absolutely anything he wants from now on if he spares her. Wait for it. Is our main guy actually falling for her seductive little trap? He walks closer and gently reassures the trembling woman that his squad aren't bad people. She keeps sobbing out her thanks while quietly slipping a razor-sharp dagger from her pocket. The moment Han Feng gets close enough, She lunges forward to stab him to death. He calmly raises his pistol and pulls the trigger multiple times. She freezes midair as heavy lead tears right through her vital organs. Shocked, she never expected any man to shoot down a beauty like her. But Han Feng never bought her ridiculous sob story for a single second. She claimed to be a prisoner locked away for days. Yet her winter clothes were completely spotless and fresh, with zero injuries, and even wearing fresh makeup. Only a desperate, brainless fool would ever fall for such a pathetic, low-effort act. Brother Chang and the rest run to him, praising his incredibly quick decision. If Brother Chang were the one holding the gun, he definitely would have hesitated. But Han Feng is long used to this. The woman he just put down reminded him of another venomous witch from his past. He begins rummaging through the dead criminal's loot bag. He wonders why this desperate couple didn't just trade their high-value cigarettes for food at the black market. Brother Chang explains that trading there requires an elite membership card which costs 5 cartons of cigarettes. This unlucky duo only managed to steal 4. From there, the journey back to Happy District is a breeze. Back home, Han Feng immediately treats Brother Li's severe wounds. By the very next morning, their hero wakes up to everyone's massive relief. Those 3 rescued hostages also regain their energy after a massive, hot feast. Later that day, Brother Chang approaches Han Feng and begs him to lead the rebels, but he flatly and firmly rejects the offer. He only saved these guys out of respect for Brother Li, and he has absolutely zero interest in joining a suicide rebellion. That would just be incredibly stupid. 2 days later, Brother Li's condition stabilizes and his recovery is going great. Now, Han Feng really needs to head back to his own sanctuary. With tears welling in his eyes, Brother Li tries to convince him to stay a bit longer so he can repay this massive debt. But Han Feng's mind is made up, promising Brother Li that he'll send fresh supplies every single month and leaving a walkie-talkie to keep in contact. Backed by such a massive lifeline, rescuing Leader Lu from the base is going to be a breeze. Brother Li gets so emotional he nearly tears his freshly stitched wounds open again. With these abundant supplies, he's finally on track to become the official leader of the Zhu Yitang rebels. But that's a story for another day. Finally, after this incredibly long side quest, Han Feng, Chu Chu, and Yuan Yi are on their way home. Han Feng praises the young kid's hard work driving them around. Because of that, he promises to reward the kid the moment they get back. He boasts about his luxury villa having a warm 10 degrees, stocked with fresh shrimp and game consoles where Yuan Yi can play to his heart's content. Gui Gui adds that the warm bath and steam room are the absolute best. Yuan Yi imagines himself playing games after a hot bath. He can feel the excitement building. When they arrive, that smug brat takes one look at the villa and gloats that this run-down dump can't even beat their cave. After being away for so long, Han Feng's beloved home has turned into a miserable. His coal heater, wrecked, and the generator is frozen solid from the inside out. Worst of all, every single crop in his lovely vegetable garden has withered and died. The culprits behind this massive disaster are those burnt-out electric heaters scattered all over the villa. Han Feng quickly realizes his heaters are basically cheap, low-grade knockoffs. Thinking back, they only left to grab some quick supplies, expecting to return the same day, so they never turned them off. But with all the madness, they totally forgot to check on them for days on end. To salvage the situation, they have to restore the power and get that generator running. Checking the tank, it shows low fuel even though he clearly remembers filling it up recently. He tries starting the damn machine, only to find the fuel inside is completely frozen solid. To thaw the fuel, Han Feng must find a quick way to raise the indoor temperature. But to do that, he needs power for the heaters. And to get power, he needs a working generator. He is trapped in a frustrating, endless loop. He even considers acting like a caveman, trying to light a fire to melt the fuel. But let's be real, that sounds pretty damn risky. His second choice is using his own superpower to generate some raw heat. He activates his red light ability and grabs a nearby stun gun. He uses the electric shock from the stun gun to boost his power output, struggling with all his might to maintain absolute control. He cannot let the fuel ignite while trying to thaw it out. For a few seconds, everything actually seems to be working. The temperature rises steadily, and the thick ice starts melting. Unfortunately, the electric charge leaks right into the thawed fuel, triggering a sudden, massive explosion, a tiny blast. Fortunately, the generator is completely undamaged. The heat actually speeds up the thawing process, and the machine roars to life. But standing too close, Han Feng gets completely engulfed in thick black smoke. Either way, it works, and the lights finally turn back on. Chu Chu and Yuan Yi rush to the generator room to see what the hell happened. They find Han Feng covered in thick soot, and the two young kids can barely hold back their laughter. Somehow, they have electricity again. But you just know they can't rely on those cheap junk heaters anymore. Those cheap units overheat and fail too easily. Han Feng must design a safe, permanent heating solution. While lost in deep thought, his back accidentally brushes against the generator's hot pipe. His soaked tracksuit instantly scorches, and his skin gets burned too. He notices the generator's coolant tank is burning hot, sparking a brilliant idea while Yuan Yi slumps nearby, totally disappointed about missing out on a reward. The kid asks if he can just go back to the cave and leave this gloomy mansion, but Han Feng quickly corners him for one more little favor. His plan is to build a complete central heating system using the generator's coolant tank, an auxiliary tank, a few old radiators, and a whole truckload of steel pipes. The cave might have those parts. But honestly, Yuan Yi is totally sick of Han Feng's endless demands. No matter how hard he pushes, the kid won't budge. Luckily, Chu Chu contacts her sister and learns about a warehouse full of steel pipes at the military base. Since Yuan Yi is already heading back home anyway, they might as well tag along. But traveling back and forth is too much of a hassle, so Gui Gui decides now is the perfect time to reveal her crazy new trick. Right in her palm, she conjures a portal to her pocket dimension and calls it the Magic Copper Space Number 2. This secondary portal can actually detach from her, meaning someone can dump items inside, and she can pull them out on her end. Realizing she can basically share her unique pocket dimension with other people is incredibly wild news to Han Feng. Gui Gui has seriously upgraded her superpower to summon 2 separate entrances for a single pocket dimension. Right after she absorbed all those military supplies a while ago, she automatically unlocked this secondary magic copper space portal. Han Feng finds it reasonable, as his own superpowers have been growing stronger and stronger over time. It is safe to assume these abilities can be trained and pushed further. Thanks to this, they can just send the kid out to fetch the supplies alone, forcing poor Yuan Yi into heavy child labor. Fortunately, Nurse Jin is right there to assist them using her monstrous physical strength, making Gui Gui's insane new ability a massive lifesaver that simplifies their daily survival. Tons of steel pipes, all cut perfectly into even, matching pieces. It is Han Feng's turn to show off his magic, shutting down the generator first to keep things safe and simple. This thing is water-cooled, pumping boiling water straight out of the reservoir. To exploit this, Han Feng unleashes his purple light power, bending the steel pipes to fit the tank's outlet. Warmth everywhere. Hot water will circulate, keeping every single room in the mansion cozy. Locking in his focus, he softens and molds the tough metal pipes into a set of simple, homemade radiators. These pipes are going to act like blood vessels, carrying scalding hot water straight from the generator. Once the radiators are in place, he hooks up a pump to keep that water moving. He basically builds a closed loop where a pump draws the water back up from the lower floor to reheat and recirculate it. With all the prep work finally done, he fires the generator right back up. With a loud rumble from the engine, the machine starts powering up the house again. Hichi curiously touches the homemade radiators, but she doesn't feel even a tiny bit of warmth yet. Han Feng lounges on the sofa with a glass of water, telling the troublesome little girl to just wait a bit. Half an hour later, his little DIY project finally pays off. The entire villa is now super cozy, all thanks to this newly installed heating system. Now, they can lounge in summer clothes indoors, even though the outside world is permanently frozen in a brutal winter. Even Chu Che gives him a big thumbs up for his hard work. But as Han Feng eats his delicious bowl of porridge, he gets this nagging feeling that he forgot something incredibly important. Oh right, he got so caught up fixing the villa, he completely forgot about reviving his underground garden. Talk about a huge oversight. Once he gets the power running back to the underground garden, Han Feng quickly mounts radiators all over the walls to fix the freezing temperature, refusing to let his precious harvest go to waste. He tries to boost their growth using his special green light. For half an hour, he pumps energy into the dead plants, but the results are pretty disappointing. The radishes he pulls up are tiny, and the tomatoes look absolutely awful. They got a bit bigger, but they don't look ripe at all. Still, he figures throwing them out is a waste. He takes one bite, instantly spits it out, and grimaces at the incredibly sour, nasty taste. Han Feng is pretty depressed, but he can always start over with a new batch. Looking defeated, he heads to the living room to ask Chu Chu for new seeds while she's busy playing games. Along with the essential vegetables, she pulls out some strawberry seeds for the little zombie kid. She's been craving them, and now she is even demanding a full steak dinner. Her greed is seriously next level. Speaking of steak, Han Feng remembers the experiments he ran back when he first unlocked his powers. Combining soy and meat with blue and red light can make them grow much larger, So he's eager to test this on his dead crops. He grabs a cabbage core, hoping to synthesize a healthy one. No pressure. After using his special abilities so extensively, his perception of energy has become a lot sharper than it used to be. With a little patience, he can easily tune into the right rhythm of the energy fluctuations. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as he hoped. His very first attempt ends up as a pile of charcoal. If beans and cabbage aren't compatible, maybe combining two parts of the exact same plant will work. He merges a cabbage leaf and a cabbage head together, but that also just turns into dry charcoal. No luck with leafy greens at all. So, he shifts his focus. Those nasty tomatoes. Grabbing a handful of soybeans, he focuses entirely on feeling the energy fluctuations, trying to match the rhythm of the plant. He opens his eyes, and wow, that nasty tomato has grown absolutely massive, but it looks totally unappetizing. Hoping the flavor improved, he takes a big bite of the tomato, but the moment that slimy texture hits his tongue, he grimaces at the bitter, sour taste. After that partially successful but gross attempt, Han Feng manages to channel energy into a large radish with a super unique shape. Taking a bite of the weird-looking radish, he finds that this one actually tastes exactly how it's supposed to. The original tomato was unripe, bitter, and sour. On the other hand, the small radish wasn't fully grown yet, so it stayed relatively normal. In other words, just like with meat, the fruits and veggies get bigger but keep their original flavor profile. Barging into the garden out of nowhere, Chu Chiu suggests he should grow ripe strawberries and then size them up for a giant dessert. She actually came down to let Han Feng know that Nurse Jin just got back, so they don't need to pick her up from the cavern. Apparently, the woman also mentioned she found herself a brand new pet, which honestly makes you wonder, what kind of pet could anyone possibly find in this freezing apocalypse? Han Feng gets his answer almost instantly when he looks up and sees a visibly traumatized bear standing right at his front door. Nurse Jin's brand new pet looks an awful lot like a badly bruised polar bear. She decides to name the terrified creature Da Bai. She figures this cute, gentle fluffball must have escaped from a zoo. It's also super skinny from hunger, and she just couldn't ignore an animal in distress. But as far as Han Feng is concerned, a polar bear is literally the furthest thing from cute and gentle. Turns out, after leaving Mrs. Zhang's place, Nurse Jin decided to jog back. Along the way, this big guy suddenly lunged at her. She threw a punch out of pure instinct, accidentally knocking poor Dabai clean out. Feeling incredibly guilty, she carried the poor massive beast all the way home to patch up his wounds as an apology. Han Feng finally understood why that once ruthless predator looked so completely ragged and pathetically terrified of everything. Either way, they ended up adopting Dai Bok, the polar bear. The poor thing literally cried happy tears when Han Feng tossed him some meat, and honestly, they had plenty of food to spare anyway. The giant polar bear eventually got used to everyone living in the villa. Adding Dai Bok to the crew also gave Han Feng a seriously reliable powerhouse, capable of pulling their heavy sleds straight through deep, thick snow. He kept Dai Bok fed on synthetic meat, making sure they did not waste any of their precious fresh food. Turns out, raising a polar bear in a frozen wasteland? Surprisingly useful. Han Feng took his new patrol partner out constantly, and Dai Bok always dragged himself back home totally exhausted. The nurse welcomed them at the door and slowly walked up to the poor baby. Even after all this time, Dai Bok still had not gotten over his sheer terror of the nurse's insane strength. A few more days passed, and by constantly pushing their powers, they finally grew some ripe strawberries ready for harvest. All that was left was the final step to boost their size, a process that felt almost automatic to them by now. They grabbed their forks, dug right in to taste it. Kwai quickly stored a few of the giant boosted strawberries into his pocket dimension to share with his sister and the kids. Everyone was completely stunned by the massive, juicy size of the 3 massive strawberries down. Their stomachs were literally bursting with food. Wait, look at this, right in the middle of their food coma. The entire cave shook as the bottom level was breached. Truong Nuoc Thon quickly pushed her senses across the entire cave, instantly detecting an enemy power user breaking in. If Han Feng were here, he would definitely recognize the big guy who had single-handedly tunneled right through the cave. The second the wall crumbled, enemy soldiers flooded into the area in perfect sync. They lined up along the tunnel, clearing a path for Captain Truong and a woman wearing the exact same suit. The captain then ordered their reserve squad to the front lines. This so-called reserve squad was just a chaotic mess of lowlifes handed cheap weapons. Their job was to search every single room and capture anyone they saw. Captain Truong promised that once this operation ended, they would become official members and even get a woman. Blinded by raw greed and dirty lust, they charged straight in. No thinking. The layout of this underground warehouse was incredibly complex, and they were up against 3 highly dangerous power users. Better to send the human trash to clear the way first. The female captain immediately criticized him for promising rewards he had absolutely no authority to give. But Truong was banking on most of that cannon fodder dying anyway, only the survivors would collect. Captain Truong suggested their main forces split up to cover more ground. She reluctantly agreed, heading down the left corridor, while Truong took the big brute along with him. The female captain's hatred for Truong Donghook was obvious, but she still had to work with the bastard. She was far more cautious in her approach, choosing to hold defensive angles in case the enemy launched an ambush to cut off their escape route. The reserves charged ahead. Just like rabid dogs let off the leash, Captain Truong ordered his main assault force to take it slow. He wanted the disposable trash ahead of them to trigger any hidden traps. First, no point in get ready, because Miss Truong just detected 2 dangerous power users closing in on their position fast. The real threats were still waiting in the deepest areas, which was a complete mystery. How did they even get underground in the first place? She had never prepared for an invasion from below. Tu Hie Chi had set explosive traps near the surface entrance, but Nguyen Nat's usually overpowered abilities were completely useless in a cave with 0 snow to manipulate. With her leg busted, she could not take on 2 power users alone, not to mention the entire squad of soldiers with them. Han Feng heard static over the radio and demanded an update. Truong Nuoc Thon bluntly reported that enemy power users had breached the underground warehouse, and they were preparing to retreat. Han Feng demanded more details. He knew the enemy was behind this. She described one of the invaders as a massive, bald giant, someone way larger than a normal human. His mind immediately raced back to the big guy they had dealt with in Thon Phuc district a while ago. Truong Nuoc Thon quickly assured her sister that they would be fine, promising to call back once they reached a safe zone. With that, she cut the radio. Time to focus on survival. If those bastards from the enemy faction managed to retake the warehouse, they would definitely seize all the remaining weapons and ammo stored inside. That would mean absolute disaster for Lai and the rebel group in the city. Plus, their villa was located not far from the cave. If the enemy faction took over that outpost, they would likely track down his home next. Once exposed, they would stop at absolutely nothing to tear down his life and destroy his peace. Han Feng can still stop all of this from happening by snatching those supplies first. And if he can't get them for himself, then destroying them completely is a perfectly good option. So he proudly declares that he won't leave their ally, Miss Jiang, to fend for herself. On the flip side, Chu Chi doesn't seem worried about her sister at all. She's confident that the combined skills of Ruo King, Zixi, and Yuan Yi will make escaping an absolute breeze. In fact, she finds Han Feng's sudden urge to stick his nose into this situation pretty weird. Chu Chi quickly realizes that Han Feng must have a major crush on her younger sister. The Demon King totally approves and even demands he call her big sister from now on. Nurse Jin has no clue what's going on, so Chu Chu whispers the gossip to her. She's absolutely convinced that Han Feng is head over heels for Ruo Qing and just wants to play the hero. Minutes later, he's fully geared up to face the brutal freezing winds with his giant white dog pulling the sled. The poor polar bear has to pull the sled while carrying Nurse Jin, who's armed with a massive Gatling gun. Even now, Han Feng insists he'll be fine going on this rescue mission alone, but Nurse Jin absolutely refuses to stay behind. Back in the thick of things, Miss Jiang grabs an assault rifle while being pushed in her wheelchair to make an escape. They're trying to move as fast as possible, but the backup squad spots them running through one of the winding hallways. The moment these lowlifes see a woman, they go wild. You already know what's coming. They don't want to shoot because they might damage the prize. Huge mistake. Zixi and Yuan Yi quickly get the wheelchair rolling out. Miss Jiang raises her weapon and pulls the trigger, easily taking down the idiots trying to rush her. Hearing the gunfire, Commander Zhao sends his troops toward the noise. Nearby reinforcements also pick up on the clash and lock onto their target. Miss Jiang warns the kids to hold tight to her wheelchair handles while she gathers a massive surge of energy. Yuan Yi and Zixi obediently do exactly as they're told, as energy starts swirling between her hands. Miss Jiang unleashes the blast. Honestly, this girl moves around like some kind of crippled Goku. The intense recoil sends the wheelchair flying backward, leaving their pursuers in the dust. Those backup bastards stand absolutely zero chance. The powerful explosion blows them away, and a few unlucky guys fly straight into Lao Jin's path. Talk about bad luck. Even if they survive the blast, there's no surviving Lao Jin's brutal strength as he crushes them against the narrow walls. Desperate for all the credit, that's our big brute, rocketing out like a bullet. Miss Jiang, Zixi, and Yuan Yi burst right out of the underground tunnel. Just meters behind, Lao Jin charges like a giant baby chasing after milk. They're so focused on getting out that they completely miss the massive pile of debris blocking the exit. Thinking fast, Miss Jiang uses her abilities to summon a solid barrier, shielding herself and the kids from the brutal impact. Using momentum and the upward angle, she launches the wheelchair straight into the air. As they soar upward, Zixi blows up the exit to block anyone from following them. Her small explosions are only enough to scratch the big brute's skin, not actually blow him away. Luckily, the weak debris around the exit triggers a rock slide, sealing the path completely. Not far from the blast zone, Han Feng and Nurse Jin spot the chaos. Using the sensory skill he learned from Miss Jiang, he instantly senses they made it out. Their protective barrier almost shattered when they slammed into the snow. It should have been a perfect landing, but a rock ruins everything. Talk about awful timing. To make matters worse, the big brute does what he does best, digging through the debris with his bare hands. He looks a bit injured, but that won't stop him. In a flash, he catches up to the defenseless trio, ready to flatten them like pancakes. The kids are absolutely trembling, staring down what looks like their doom. Lao Jin leaps down like an angrier, uglier version of the Hulk, but gets stopped dead in his tracks. Machine gunfire echoes across the snowy wasteland. Bullets rain down, but they only leave tiny scratches on the big brute's skin. Nurse Jin might be the sweetest medic alive, but she is also an absolute powerhouse, riding a polar bear. With a Gatling gun in hand, she blasts Lao Jin away from Miss Jiang and the kids with flawless precision. Han Feng drives the sled right up to Miss Jiang, reaching out to pull them all to safety. Seeing the guy who just slid past him like Santa Claus makes Lao Jin's blood boil. He's sick of getting outsmarted by the same dude. Unfortunately for him, Nurse Jin is right there to put this giant baby in his place. The second she runs out of ammo, she smashes the heavy gun right into his face, shattering it completely. The kids only knew her as a sweet nurse. They had absolutely no idea she was this crazy strong. With that giant baby knocked out of the fight, she grabs the young kids while Han Feng rescues his mother. And yet, even after taking a massive beating and absorbing a hail of bullets, Lao Can's he somehow drags himself back up to continue the chase. Han Feng calls out to Win, telling him to trigger an avalanche with the snow on their side. That should block or at least slow Lao Can down. Without a second thought, Nguyen Nat touches the snow and bends it to his will. Out here in his ultimate playground, Nguyen Nat once again shows just how insanely overpowered his power really is. Within mere seconds, he casually unleashes a massive, roaring avalanche. Looking entirely self-satisfied with his work, Lao Can faces the crashing wall of snow head-on, actually thinking a single punch of his is enough to completely shatter it. But get this, his stupid head doesn't even get the chance to make that mistake. A sudden streak of brilliant blue fire shoots right past him, forming a blazing shield that protects Lao Can from the avalanche, and rapidly, once the snow melts, the giant baby wants to chase, but a calm voice tells him to stop. The invasion team's captain casually tells the musclehead to let the escapees go, since they have far more urgent matters to deal with right now. Chasing off those powered individuals is more than enough for now. With no annoying pests hot on their heels anymore, Han Feng and his crew finally escape the danger zone. They locate a nearby abandoned building to set up camp. That poor polar bear is absolutely exhausted from running the entire way. The poor guy needs a quick breather. Han Feng tells the nurse to lead the others back to their villa. He plans to stay back and cover their tracks, just to be safe. If those bastards dare to follow them, he is more than ready to unleash absolute hell on earth. Miss Jiang and the kids are just glad they made up with this guy. After resting for a few minutes, the rest of the crew finally heads back home on their snowmobiles. Now, it is Han Feng's time to shine. He sneaks back to the underground headquarters, only to find the massive damage he caused to the only entrance, which is completely breached. The enemy soldiers didn't even bother posting guards outside. Not like a few guards and guns would do much anyway. Han Feng realized that simply reinforcing his own clothes was enough to make them completely bulletproof. The only real threats left in this place are that giant baby and the other powered individual. They are probably deep inside the cavern right now, so the chances of running into them immediately are pretty low. Keeping that in mind, Han Feng gets to work, softening the boulder blocking his path with violet light. Once it is soft enough, he carefully squeezes through the gap. He focuses all his energy on getting this right. It would be pretty embarrassing to get stuck out here. After loosening the stone enough, he confirms the other side is completely clear of guards. He creeps back into enemy-occupied territory and readies his weapons. Han Feng makes his way through the base toward the supply room. Something feels completely off. He doesn't spot any guards. Those bastards worked so hard to take this cave. Yet they didn't send a soul to move those valuable supplies, basically inviting him to sabotage their loot. I mean, talk about an easy target. Han Feng isn't complaining. He pulls out dynamite sticks from his pack, planting them at key spots to make sure he destroys all their fuel, weapons, and ammo. His mission would be complete. With the fuel tanks fully rigged, his next stop is the armory. But on his way, a massive commotion echoes from a winding tunnel up ahead. It looks like the soldiers have actually turned on each other. Commander Truong Dong-hook, the blue fire guy, just went completely off script and betrayed his own crew. The female commander knew he was bad news, but this is way too far. He just murdered his own allies. Han Feng finally gets his answer as to why nobody was moving those supplies. What a bunch of complete fools. They are literally fighting themselves. Everything was going perfectly until those soldiers attacked a few days ago. They looted all the supplies and went on a mindless killing spree, shooting anyone in sight. To protect the innocent civilians, Director Liu rallied his men and led them straight into a brutal, life-or-death battle. Most brothers were slaughtered or hurt. The director himself took a bullet to the leg and was dragged away alive. No leader. The brothers scattered, eventually meeting at a hidden villa where most of their gear was stashed. That safe house was one of the villas right on this hillside. The story made total sense, explaining why Zhang was limping around the bottom of the hill earlier. Brother Li was terrified for the director's safety, but luckily, it seemed like the soldiers were actively trying to keep him alive. Li owed that man a massive debt of gratitude. Without Director Liu, he probably would have died on the streets a long time ago. Pumped with pure determination, Li dragged Cheng off the sofa and insisted they go save the director together. Cheng snapped at the gangster for trying to drag him into a suicide mission. There was no way just two of them could take on a whole armed battalion. But the way Li Zi saw it, they had to take the gamble and bet on that tiny sliver of hope, even if it cost them their lives. Li Zhenghao happened to overhear their conversation and asked if the director Liu they were talking about was the leader of the volunteer rebel army. He used to be an underground boxer. That exact man paid off his debts, pulled him out of that filthy underworld, and gave him a real second chance in life to be a free man. If they were planning a rescue mission for such a respected man, Li Zhenghao was more than ready to help out. He still had quite a few old connections in the city, and if he could reach them, they would have all the muscle they needed. Cheng finally recognized Zhang Gao, the mad dog of the ring, a legend with 30 straight wins. Han Feng burst out laughing at the old man's corny nickname, and even Zheng Hao looked a bit embarrassed hearing it again. So the three of them officially joined forces to rescue Director Liu, while Han Feng just sat quietly in his corner. A gangster turned savior? Han Feng could hardly believe the guy who sold him guns was so righteous. Still, he had zero reason to risk his neck for a